Chapter 891. Pu Guanshan nodded his head repeatedly. He was extremely excited, feeling as if a brand new door had opened in front of him. Young Master Yun is right, I will definitely study this method properly in the future. I really didn't see it before, but these idiots are actually so energetic, falling for it with just a few words. Ha 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 ha. Yun Piaoliu and the others all laughed. We are very familiar with this kind of thing. No matter what they want to get, they just have to create a wave on the internet. Give the target a bad name and quickly hype up the topic. Then, there will naturally be too many people swarming in. They'll hype it up even more than we do. Especially since they won't get anything. They will wait until we have gotten it for a long time. And then they will continue to create a hot topic. Instead, it often forces us to make up stories about celebrities cheating on each other that everyone likes to hear and see to attract attention. But every time I do this kind of operation, I always feel refreshed. It's a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. It's like I can flip the world upside down with a wave of my hand, and turn the sun and moon flat with a flip of my hand. Feels so good. Feng Wuhan laughed. So every time we do this kind of thing, we don't want others to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves. Only then will it feel good. Ha ha ha. Pu Guanshan also laughed. Young Master Yun and Young Master Feng have such unique hobbies. So, since we don't know the truth, we don't need to care about the people on the internet for now. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, the internet has reached this stage. It means that we have finished dealing with it on the internet. After that, we will go back to the original track, which is to solve the target with violence. In the end, we will have to end it in a battle of life and death. We will use the blood and lives of one of them to end this matter completely. Yun Piaoliu stood up dispiritedly. Has everyone returned to White Mountain City? Yes, they have. Let's see what they will do next. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, our people are in position. Now we need to pay special attention to the city gate. I think if they want to make a move, they will choose that place first. After all, the city gate has been smashed once and it hasn't been fixed yet. It is a good opportunity. Okay. At this time, the people from Jade Sun High Marshal had already arrived, but they were stopped by Umo Yen. How is it now? The old principal's hair was white as snow, and his gaze was anxious. Principal, teacher, please calm down for the time being. My brothers and I have already arrived. We are discussing how to save Yen. Yu Moyan said in a deep voice, I can't explain the details to you. Sister Qiao, please explain. Gao Qiao stepped forward with a big smile on her face. Here's the situation now. We need your help. If we want to get the result we want, save Sister Yen and punish White Mountain City, we can't do that without your help. But I hope you can understand that we don't need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Gao Qiao was naturally eloquent. Even in the aspect of ideological work, he had an advantage over Li Chenglong. His ability was outstanding. As he spoke, the hot-blooded Jade Sun martial teachers slowly calmed down. Luo Yenling and Duge Yushu's anxious mood gradually eased. The main thing now is that two wings against hearts. But Yu Moyan is outside now and only Sister Yen'er is inside. As long as the two of them don't fall into White Mountain City's hands, White Mountain City won't dare or bear to kill Yen'er. So, even if they want to kill Sister Yen'er, they have to wait until they catch Yu Moyan. So for now, Sister Yen'er is still safe. Although Luo Yenling was still anxious, when she heard that her daughter should still be alive, and that the other party needed both of them alive, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. The situation they were most afraid of was that the other party would kill their daughter. Even if they killed the other party, their daughter still wouldn't be able to come back. As for the rescue operation, we've already begun. When we need your help later, please don't hesitate to help. After all, we are only students and some things may not be considered thoroughly. Even though Li Chenglong, who is in command now, has the reputation of being a great strategist, we still need your help. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly. This reputation of being a great strategist was given to Gao Qiao by Li Chenglong himself after deliberating for a long time. It was to make these people feel at ease. As soon as he said this, more than half of the people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone here was a teacher of a high school of martial arts. How could they not know how awesome the evaluation of the military advisor of the generation, in the 3 touch and 5 reviews was? If a student in a high martial arts school had the reputation of being a great strategist, the teachers would even be in awe and reverence. He had been teaching for his entire life, but he had never met a student who was as good as him. With such a brain, it must be more useful than one's own brain. Almost everyone was thinking this way, and it was precisely because people shared the same thoughts, and their hearts shared the same reasoning. With a great strategist overseeing this battle, we can rest assured. The old principal was the first to express his opinion. There was nothing to be worried about. With a talented student who had the reputation of being a great strategist, even if their combat power was not enough, they could still rely on wisdom to overcome it. Also, we have the help of the patrols from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Our boss is invincible among those below the Sky Realm. Even ordinary Sky Realm cultivators are no match for our boss. And the Nine Heavens Pavilion's patrol master, Zhuolingyin, is even more powerful than our boss. Gao Qiaoer smiled sweetly and said, in addition, the public opinion has been stirred up. I believe that the most anxious one is not our side but White Mountain City. Because the longer it drags on, the more likely the higher-ups will intervene. If such a situation really happens, there is almost no need to fight this battle. At this point, the anxious atmosphere of the teachers had completely calmed down. Everyone only needed to wait and see how the plan would be carried out. In fact, the real reason why they had not really carried out the plan until now was because Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong were both waiting quietly. They did not believe that such a big matter related to the geniuses who had entered the secret realm for training. Moreover, more than 10 super geniuses had all gathered here. Moreover, when this matter happened, they had already reported it to the higher-ups through Yi Changqing. How could the higher-ups not pay attention to it and not take corresponding actions? If the higher-ups paid attention to it, this matter would be resolved very quickly. White Mountain City could be flattened easily. To Zhuo Duo and the others, several Sky Realm cultivators and many Zenith-level divine retainers were certainly difficult to deal with. However, to the higher-ups of Astral Souls, it was still not worth a mention. Li Chenglong would never be arrogant, but he would not belittle himself either. In Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer's hearts, they were both strongly confident that the higher-ups must know about this matter. Therefore, they would definitely take corresponding actions. Both of them were full of confidence. However, what was unexpected was that, after waiting and waiting, there was no news at all. This made Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer, who had always boasted of being smart and intelligent, somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was no one doing anything? Li Chenglong even called Yi Changqing to express his confusion. How could this matter be ignored? Even if it was due to bureaucratic behavior, wasn't it too unreasonable? Yi Changqing was also puzzled about this, so he naturally called to ask. Then he received a reply. Was the matter of a group of students so serious? Yi Changqing was so angry that he almost ran over. He called Li Chenglong back. Can you handle it yourselves? What could Li Chenglong say? He could only say, if we can't handle it, we'll ask the principal for help. Yi Changqing agreed angrily. It was very stifling. What did Marshal Nan mean? Did he not care? Or did he intend to let these children experience hardships? Although Yi Changqing was angry and worried, he had more or less guessed Marshal Nan's thoughts. Although it was not accurate, it was not far off. However, Li Chenglong really could not understand the so-called operation of the higher-ups. This is too strange. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer stared at each other. They did not know what to do with the current situation. In fact, what they did not understand was, this place had become the center of a storm. It was only the matter of Yu Moyan and Du Guyen. This matter would have been resolved long ago. Yu Moyan and Du Guyen would either be dead or Baishan City would be wiped out. These were all things that could be resolved by raising a hand. However, the moment Zhuo Duo, Li Chenglong and the others set off, the nature of the matter changed instantly. At least 4 people among the higher-ups of the mainland cast their eyes on this place. The Marshal of the North, Bei Gonghao. The Marshal of the South, Nanjing Qian. The King of Zhuolu, Yun Zhonghu, and his wife, the Inspector of Astral Souls, Baiyun Ferry, Baiyun Duo. It was important to emphasize that Baiyun Ferry, Baiyun Duo, had a high status. Although she did not take on any military duties, the title of the Inspector of Astral Souls made her famous in the entire mainland of the Astral Souls. She was one of the giants with real power in the Astral Souls. Although this patrol envoy position was only a part-time job in some ways, it was still a part-time job. This was because this couple was together almost all the time. They patrolled wherever they went. This also led to the fact that the dignified King of Zhuolu of Astral Souls, to some extent, seemed to be the inspector's follower. Let's cut to the chase. In short, on the surface, the white-haired mountain was extremely calm. It seemed that no one cared about it. However, in fact, it had already become the focus of attention. Chapter 892. The higher-ups haven't taken any action yet. Li Chenglong said, this means that we have to solve this matter ourselves. After waiting for another 2 hours, Li Chenglong also vaguely understood the meaning of the higher-ups and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm afraid. The higher-ups want to see how well we can deal with it. Li Chenglong sighed. There were too many geniuses. He actually didn't consider this point just now. If he were the higher-ups, he would also see how good these kids were. After all, Baishan City was just an insignificant small place in the eyes of the higher-ups. Li Chenglong was a little ashamed. How could he forget to think from another perspective? However, this was a little awkward. If there was a convenient way to solve it, no one would want to waste their energy. Otherwise, they would have to fight with their lives on the line. After Li Chenglong said this, Gao Qiao suddenly understood. Yes, you're right. It would be strange if the higher-ups didn't notice that so many top seeds were sent out at once. But how we deal with it and how capable we are is what the higher-ups should pay attention to. It's not that they don't want to interfere, but they don't want to interfere. Gao Qiao's words made her smile. On the other side, Long Yuxing, Li Qingming, Wan Lixiu and the others were all dumbfounded. Why is it that I can understand individual words, but not when they are put together? Do you even understand what you're saying? Obviously Gao Qiao could understand. But Long Yuxing and the others were used to the situation. As long as Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were together, the others didn't need to bring their brains out. Zhou, it seems that we still have to take action. Li Chenglong said. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at him lazily. I've already told you that in the end we have to do it ourselves, but you didn't believe me. You just have to take advantage of the situation and use other people's strength to fight against us. What is it? You always want to rely on other forces to deal with things and don't want to do it yourself. This kind of habit is not good. The essence of this world always comes down to who has the biggest fist. Zhou Xiaoduo scolded, do it yourself and settle your grudges. It's such a straightforward matter. Look at how hard it is for the two of you to think about it. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao lowered their heads and accepted the scolding without making a sound. Zhou Xiaoyan sat at the side and chuckled. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo displaying his authority beside her, she suddenly felt that Dogda has grown up, Dogda is so manly, Dogda is really like a man, and so on. So, you have to think about it. You have to. Zhou Xiaoduo's dignified lecture suddenly stopped. Just as he was thinking about his grand and upright image in Yen Yen Cat's heart, he forgot his lines. Cough cough. Xiang Chong scratched his head and said, Boss, have you finished your performance in front of sister-in-law? Why don't we start now? Ha 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 ha. Xiang Chong's fearless words immediately caused a roar of laughter. Just now, Zhou Xiaoduo's pretentious, coy manner made everyone realize what this guy was trying to do. It was just that no one dared to say it. Only Xiang Chong lived up to his online nickname, Forward, and directly revealed it. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. All right. I'm done with my pretentious act. Let's start. The first task is Zhua and sister-in-law. Among us, only the two of you can face the enemy head-on. Zhua, later on you will go to the city gate and cause trouble. Kill people and face them head-on. Kill as many as you can and cause as much trouble as you can. Do your best to reduce the enemy's strength. But once the enemy appears to be a threat to you, run. Don't take risks and try to get lucky. Sister-in-law's task is to follow you secretly and ensure your safety. Once there is an uncontrollable situation, helps will block the pursuers and then escape together. Don't get caught up in the battle. Li Chenglong turned to the old principal of Jade Sun High School, Luo Yanling and Duge Yushu, and said, Teachers of Jade Sun High School, please send out a few teachers of Mystic Realm to hold the line for Zhua and sister-in-law. If Zhua and sister-in-law can safely retreat, then the team holding the line must not be exposed. If an accident happens, the two of them will have to rely on the teachers to save their lives. The old principal took a deep breath and said, All right. Our Jade Sun High School. He coughed and said, How about sending out 3 Mystic Realm cultivators to hold the line? When the old principal said this, he was ashamed and a little embarrassed to say it. Because in the whole of Jade Sun High School, including the old principal, there were only 3 Mystic Realm cultivators. That's enough. Li Chenglong was in high spirits. Thank you for your full support, old principal. The old principal coughed and blushed slightly. You're welcome. For a moment, even though he had been around for a lifetime and had spoken for a lifetime, he felt a little speechless. After all, the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted Mystic Realm cultivators to hold the line. He didn't even mention anything about Imperial Spirit transformation. Looking at the others, each of them was at least at the high level of cloud transformation. Moreover, they were all super geniuses who could fight above their level. His own strength was really not enough to deal with them. Don't embarrass yourself, it's ugly. Then the rest of you split into 2 groups. Gao Qiao or Yu Yan or you 2 will support in the middle. I Xiang Chong Umo Yen Xiang Bing will be in 1 group. Long Yuxing Wan Li Xiu Li Li Changming Pai Yi Bao, the 4 of you will be in 1 group. Our task is very simple. After Zhua attracts enough attention from the front, we will attack White Mountain City from other directions. First we will kill people. Second we will save people. Li Chenglong also turned to look at the old principal. Old principal, we need as many Imperial Spirit Transformation teachers as possible to hold the line and support us. Also, I hope that the teachers who are holding the line will listen to my orders. Don't rush into the battle. The old principal nodded repeatedly. No problem. He finally understood. Although Li Chenglong's plan was just to test the waters, he had the intention to massacre White Mountain City. Otherwise he wouldn't have put killing people first and saving people second. Sister-in-law. Li Chenglong said to Zhou Xiaoyan, the inspector who is following you, his surname is Jun. He is not allowed to participate in any of our operations, and he is not allowed to get any information about us. Okay. Zhou Xiaoyan had no impression of Jun Changkong at all. If Li Chenglong hadn't mentioned him, Zhou Xiaoyan would have forgotten that there was such a person. After Zhua's first operation, we will make our move after we confirm that the enemy has started to target Zhua. Li Chenglong said, Zhua, your combat ability. Ahem, I heard that you made a hole in the city wall in the gate of White Mountain City? Zhua Xiaoduo nodded. What's wrong? You have doubts? No. Li Chenglong grinned and said, I just want to ask you to smash a few more holes on the city wall of White Mountain City before we take action. Zhua Xiaoduo scolded, I know you are up to no good. You want me to work hard, so I will work hard. What are you talking about? I don't need your flattery. Boss, you are so wise. The others cheered. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo was satisfied with his achievement, standing up in high spirits. Sister-in-law, please follow us secretly. The teachers of the mystic realm will hold the fort. Li Chenglong commanded calmly. Okay. Everyone agreed in unison and walked out side by side. Just these kids. Will it work? Luo Yanling was worried. She sent a telepathic message as she walked. The old principal sighed. Yanling, you still need to improve your judgment. Even if you are worried, you shouldn't have made such a mistake. Why? These children are only students. But their combat strength has already surpassed ours, the old principal said with a sigh. Let's not talk about other things. Before Yu Moyan came out of the trial, were you still his opponent? The old principal asked Luo Yanling. Luo Yanling blushed. Principal, what are you saying? Of course not. After Yu Moyan turned into a cloud, he was invincible in Jade Sun High School except for the old principal. This invincibility was not only invincible in the same level. Even the teachers of the mystic realm were not Yu Moyan's opponents. And Yu Moyan was only at the cloud transformation realm. And Yu Moyan has improved in these few days. I don't dare to say that I can win. The old principal transmitted his voice. Look at the group of young men and women that have arrived. Although they are all at the cloud transformation realm, but their strength is probably not lower than Umo Yan's. Except for the 2 girls that have been assigned to provide support. In fact, the military advisor of this generation and the other boys, if we disregard Yu Moyan's assassination ability, their actual combat ability is much higher than Yu Moyan's. Duguyushu and Luo Yanling sucked in a breath of cold air. Thinking about Yu Moyan's combat ability, then thinking about the combat ability of these boys and girls, they felt a sense of unimaginable shock. These 12 or 13 people are all super geniuses who can fight above their level or even 2 levels. The old principal sighed. He felt like the water of a river was surging endlessly. And the boy who is publicly acknowledged as their boss. I'm definitely not his opponent. The old principal thought about Zhou Xiaoduo and the feeling he had towards Zhou Xiaoduo's aura. He deliberated and said, with my cultivation and combat ability, to be able to take 10 moves from their boss. I'll be lucky. His voice was heavy. Very unwilling, but it was the truth. 10 moves. Lucky. That was a feeling of being completely crushed. This was something that could be felt just by looking at his aura. Luo Yanling and Duguyushu's jaws dropped. Zhou Xiaoduo was so powerful now. Chapter 893. As for that sister-in-law of theirs, I feel like she's even stronger than that big boss Zhou Xiaoduo. The old principal was a little confused. This is something that's completely impossible, but it's right in front of your eyes. You have no choice but to believe it. Luo Yanling and Duguyushu were so shocked that they couldn't speak. If they didn't already know the old principal's character and knew that he wouldn't lie to them, They would almost think that this old man was bragging and flattering those kids. Moreover, it was the kind of bragging that was completely irrelevant. Do you really think that they need us to hold the line? The old principal sighed and transmitted his voice. That's just an excuse that doesn't hurt our self-esteem. They're just afraid that we'll suffer casualties. How benevolent. Are they really that powerful? Luo Yenling clicked her tongue. The old principal walked forward slowly, his face filled with endless gratification and solemnity. Unparalleled talents have gathered. The old principal sighed. Our Jade Sun Academy has to change our teaching strategy. Change our strategy? What? Luo Yenling was puzzled. That's because you don't understand the true meaning of unparalleled talents. The true meaning? That's right. Unparalleled talents gathering can only mean one thing. A great era that's about to turn the world upside down is about to arrive. I didn't expect that I'd be able to witness the magnificence of the battle of the great powers in my lifetime. I'd even be able to witness the brilliance of a generation of geniuses up close. The old principal said softly, before the great era comes, there will definitely be countless geniuses. Astral Souls is like that, the Tao League is like that, and I believe that the Umno Alliance is like that too. Astral Souls is different from the Tao League and the Umno Alliance. Our geniuses are all in the open. On the other hand, the geniuses of the two continents are hidden. Unparalleled talents gathering the world upside down. If it was before, it would be time for a change of dynasty. The old principal sighed softly. In the history of the continent, there were many heroes, famous generals, and strategists at the beginning of the country's founding. The flames of war rose from all directions and the world was turned upside down, creating one immortal legend after another. And in the current martial era, once such a great era of heroes appears, either the continent is about to be unified, or the true meaning of the great war of the century is about to arrive. This is the true meaning of those words. Geniuses like Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan were rare in the past thousands of years, but now they're popping up in droves. Luo Yenling said worriedly, then the safety of these children. There's no need to worry about safety at all. It's not something we need to worry about. The old headmaster walked forward calmly and said in a low voice, I believe that even if all the people in White Mountain City die, these children will not be harmed at all. Yen-Er will definitely return safely as well. Because Yen-Er is already a member of this group of geniuses. She's already been blessed by their providence. The old principal smiled wisely. This is the great era. This was the great era. There may be twists and turns, but there will never be any harm. Even though the old principal spoke with great emotion and certainty, Luo Yenling was still skeptical of his words. Luo Yenling believed in the great era and the battle of the great powers. Now it was indeed a turbulent time. The three continents were in full swing, and the Demon Alliance's continent was about to return. Anyone with a brain knew that as long as they were alive, they would be able to see who the continent would belong to in the end. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were not harmed at all after this battle. Was it because of the great era's battle of the great powers that they were not harmed at all? Wasn't this saying too childish and too weak to stand up to scrutiny? This was a battlefield. Did the battlefield care whether you were a genius or not? Since ancient times, countless famous youths had fallen. Why were they remembered by future generations? First, they were overflowing with talent. Second, they died young. Why were Zhou Xiaoduo and the others so amazing? Not only did they not die, but they also did not suffer any harm. Although Luo Yenling definitely did not want to see these children suffer any harm, even if it was just a piece of skin, her heart would ache. However, the old principal was a little superstitious. Feudal dross. Luo Yenling felt that the old principal was too wishful thinking and indulging in fantasy. However, it was naturally not convenient to talk about this at this moment. Because Zhou Xiaoduo had already begun to move. Principal Han Wankue Dugiyushu, and another vice principal of Jade Sun High Martial Arts, Shin Qingyang, quickly followed. They left Luo Yenling aside. These were the only three great experts of Jade Sun High Martial Arts who were at the mystic realm. Zhou Xiaoduo walked at the front alone, taking crab steps as if he didn't recognize his friends. Zhou Xiaoyan turned into ice and snow, floating high in the sky as she followed. This child is going barehanded? Dugiyushu did not understand and blurted out. Pig brain, did you take out your ring before the battle? The old principal was exasperated. It's important for you to shut up now. Follow along and watch. This might be a battle between peak geniuses that you and I will rarely see in this world. Dugiyushu looked embarrassed. The three of them followed behind and had a baffling feeling. Zhu's crab steps in front of them were very stylish. Looking at the way his butt was swaying, and the way his feet were splayed out, ignoring everything else, the lump in the middle definitely could not reach his left thigh or right thigh. It was completely suspended in the air, like a pendulum with a rhythm, right? And at this moment, they were about 3,000 meters away from White Mountain City's city gates. However, they could already see the majestic city gates from afar. Oh, it seemed like half of it had collapsed. Many people from White Mountain City were repairing it. It was a bustling scene. Zhuo Xiaoduo stopped in his tracks. "Principal, all of you just need to stay here and support me." Han Wankuei said, "This place is too far. Once you encounter danger, I'm afraid you won't be able to help in time." "It's fine." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "It's just a sweep." The old principal did not say anything else. With a darkened face, he led the two vice principals to huddle in the snow. A sweep? A sweep of 3,000 meters? What the fuck? Before he could finish cursing in his heart, he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's body transform into a beam of light that shot out like a bolt of lightning. This sweep was more than 3,000 meters. Following that, they heard an earth-shattering explosion. The snow wave shot up thousands of feet into the sky. The half of the city gate that was still intact shattered with the loud explosion. The entire city gate, along with a small section of the city wall nearby, collapsed. Cries of agony rang out continuously. Zhuo Xiaoduo's loud roar followed, "Watch out for my sword." Rumbling sounds, like that of dry thunder in the blue sky, continued to reverberate out. Countless figures flew up into the sky and then exploded in the air like fireworks. It seemed that Zhuo Xiaoduo had attacked with some unknown weapon. Even though they were 3,000 meters away, the three of them could still feel the entire White Mountain shaking under them. "Damn, this kid is really fierce." Shen Qingyang clicked his tongue. The old principal Han Wankuei and Du Yushu were also dumbfounded. Others might not know the details of White Mountain City, but Han Wankuei and the others knew it very well. The city gate of White Mountain City was made of well-tempered steel that was 1.5 meters thick, and there were two whole pieces of it. The city wall of White Mountain City was made of countless large pieces of low-level Astral Souls jade stones, and it was about 5 to 6 meters thick. And this Zhuo Xiaoduo had destroyed the city gate with one blow. This kind of attack power. Even the three principals, who boasted of their vast knowledge and experience, could not help but feel astonished. Putting everything else aside, this alone was something that the three of them could never do. What kind of weapon is he using? I only heard him shouting, "Look at the sword." But this is not something that a sword can create. Shen Qingyang's mouth twitched. The old principal Han Wankuei's face twitched. "This is a sword, I will eat his sword. Look at this, it's either a hammer or a super big stick." When he said "look at the sword," it should be "look at the cheap," right? Look at the cheap? Even at such a critical moment in the battle, Du Yushu and Shen Qingyang could not help but want to laugh. Pu Guanshan's angry voice rang out in the snow. "Junior, don't you dare leave." Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice rang out. "Leave? Why should I leave? I haven't taken your life yet, so I won't leave." The rumbling sound was like the continuous sound of the Milky Way pouring out. A mass of black and white airflow surged up into the sky. The loud sound became more and more rapid and intense, and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. From the various clashing sounds, one could tell that there was definitely more than one person fighting Zhuo Xiaoduo. Snow filled the sky, and the accumulated snow rose into the sky. There were also people flying into the air and exploding into pieces. For a moment, the gate of White Mountain City was like hell on earth, and the end of the world. There was only one person fighting there, but it was like thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting at the same time, and there were continuous sounds of self-destruction. The earth trembled. Avalanches occurred in countless places on Whitehead Mountain. Black marks appeared on the snow Whitehead Mountain, but it was the mountain's natural color. "Do we have to go?" Shen Qingyang's lips were a little pale. Not to mention anything else, just by hearing these sounds, the three of them knew in their hearts. With such a commotion, if the three of them rushed up, it would be useless. Not to mention helping, they were not even qualified to block the blade. They would be cannon fodder or even a burden. At this moment, a clear and long howl suddenly rang out, piercing through the clouds, splitting the blue sky, and exploding into the sea of clouds. It was full of energy and a murderous aura. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed loudly. "Today, in the Battle of White Mountain, Zhuo Xiaoduo, fought against thousands alone. It is really a happy thing in life. Unrivaled and unrestrained, my 10,000 miles journey was not in vain. In this situation, I can't help but want to recite a poem." Chapter 894. Zhuxiaoduo's voice sounded triumphant and high-spirited. It also sounded like he was pretending to be something. The old principal and the other two couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. What the fuck? In such a dangerous situation you should run for your life and pretend to be something. Zhuxiaoduo recited. Iron Fist young master, Zhuxiaoduo, came to the den of thieves today and punched them one by one, making them tremble. There are many rats in White Mountain City. You should kneel down and beg for your life, or you'll be in a pot of boiling oil. Iron Fist young master, you're so awesome. Today I see black heads in the White Mountain, tomorrow I'll drink and be happy. Good poem. Good poem. Zhuxiaoduo laughed out loud as he wantonly brandished his twin hammers to battle Bai Shan. Pu Guanshan shouted angrily and joined forces with the other vice mayor to attack Zhuxiaoduo. However, they couldn't defeat Zhuxiaoduo in a short time. Now that they heard Zhuxiaoduo's pretentious words, they were furious. They shouted and ordered the other masters of White Mountain City to join the battle. Countless experts from White Mountain City were gathering in this direction. Also, when the 8 hidden guards were about to attack, they suddenly heard Zhuxiaoduo's poem. The 3 words Zhuxiaoduo suddenly entered his ears. Everyone was stunned. Master of the Order of Human Favor? They stopped in their tracks. The 4 young masters looked at each other and frowned slightly. Yun Piaoliu immediately sent a message to them. Order of Silence. That's right. Feng Wuhan replied immediately. The 2 of them sent messages to their guards. The 8 Skysore protectors all had complicated expressions on their faces, but they still nodded in the end. The masters of White Mountain City attacked desperately. In an instant, Zhuxiaoduo felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. He suddenly let out a long roar and shouted, "Watch my heaven extinction earth annihilation art." The 2 hammers collided with each other. With a boom, the yin and yang energy rose and filled the sky. It was an extremely familiar stance. Every time this happened, Zhuxiaoduo would use his killer move. Mount Puguan had already suffered a few losses. At this moment, when he saw the situation, he subconsciously turned around and retreated, intending to avoid the sharp edge. Zhuxiaoduo let out a long roar and suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Wherever he passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed hundreds of meters away. Shameless. Pu Guanshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When he retreated just now, it was equivalent to giving Zhuxiaoduo space. The other vice city lord almost wanted to curse at this moment. They had finally joined forces with Pu Guanshan to push Zhuxiaoduo into a disadvantageous position. But in the end, Zhuxiaoduo's hammers collided with each other. Pu Guanshan had actually retreated, and the encirclement had collapsed. The advantage that they had obtained with great difficulty had been given away, that although he wanted to retreat just now, he didn't succeed. He didn't retreat as fast as Mount Pu Guanshan, but the result of Mount Pu Guanshan's retreat was that he had to bear all of Zhuxiaoduo's attacks alone. Although Zhuxiaoduo's true cultivation wasn't very high, but his true cultivation wasn't equal to the battle strength he was displaying. The power of the pair of hammers was unimaginable. Each hammer had the strength of several million jin. He really didn't know how this kid did it. Just now, when Pu Guanshan suddenly retreated, he had to bear the brunt of that ferocious attack. He almost suffered internal injuries, so he had no choice but to retreat a little. But when he retreated, Zhuxiaoduo, who was reciting poems, acting cool, actually turned around and fled. Damn it. The deputy city lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Zhuxiaoduo retreated several hundred meters, but he didn't escape. Instead, he turned around and ran to the other side of White Mountain City. Because of his speed, he seemed to have turned into a white light. A moment later, there was another loud bang. The 2 hammers fiercely smashed on the other side of White Mountain City's city wall. After the bang, another big hole appeared. Zhuxiaoduo didn't stop. He continued to smash 7 or 8 times, expanding the hole to 70 or 80 meters. Then he continued to escape along the city wall. Seeing this scene, Mount Pu Guanshan was so angry that his mouth was crooked. However, he was still a Skysore realm cultivator. He quickly chased after him and prepared to attack with his sword. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. An extremely cold aura appeared in the air, and a sword appeared out of nowhere. The sword light was eerie and it was already close to his throat. This sudden change scared Mount Pu Guanshan so much that his soul almost left his body. His body suddenly stopped and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved the sword in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted. Crack. Mount Pu Guanshan's sword was instantly cut in half. A bloody light rushed out, and a bloody hole appeared on Mount Pu Guanshan's shoulder. However, with the slight obstruction of the sword, Mount Pu Guanshan managed to dodge the sword that was aimed at his throat, and he only suffered a minor injury. No, the cold energy in his shoulder had penetrated his body through the wound. Mount Pu Guanshan cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique, but his extreme cold attribute cultivation technique, which he had always been proud of, was not on the same level as the cold energy that came out of nowhere. Half of his body was instantly turned into a block of ice, and his movement became even slower. Fortunately, several powerful cultivators of White Mountain City had rushed to his rescue, and the deputy city lord also came to his rescue. They blocked the sword that was chasing after him, and they also blocked the woman with the white veil who suddenly appeared. Otherwise, the city lord of White Mountain City would have suffered a great loss. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't feel good. The sword in Zhou Xiaoyan's hand flashed across the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, it was filled with cold energy. Facing the powerful cultivators of White Mountain City, Zhou Xiaoyan didn't retreat at all. Instead, she launched a powerful attack. Puff, puff, puff. 3 people fell to the ground without any warning. Not only did they fall to the ground, but they also turned into ice sculptures. That was the ultimate ice that could freeze even the soul. The 3 people were frozen by Zhou Xiaoyan's sword qi, which broke through the seal of their vitality and directly penetrated into their blood vessels. Their bodies were immediately frozen stiff and they were already dead. Such a strong attack only lasted for half a minute, but Zhou Xiaoyan already felt that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and it was almost beyond her limit. She immediately jumped up and floated back. She was in midair, but she blended into the ice and snow in the sky, and then disappeared without a trace. In the short time that Zhou Xiaoyan blocked the attack, Zhou Xiao Duo continued to show his power, and the 2 hammers continued to smash down fiercely. He had dug out a total of 6 holes with a radius of about 100 meters on the wall of White Mountain City. On average, one hole was 2,000 meters and it was extremely accurate, as if he had measured it with a ruler. At this moment he was digging out the 7th hole, and it had already taken shape. In the blink of an eye he had already hammered 7 or 8 holes, and the 7th hole was completed. Catch them. Quickly catch them. Pu Guanshan was, after all, a Skysoar realm expert, and he cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique. He quickly recovered and rushed over like a crazy demon. My White Mountain City. My White Mountain City that I have worked hard to manage my entire life. At this moment, it had already turned into a sieve filled with holes everywhere. On the east side of the city wall, including the city gate, there were 8 holes. Furthermore, that goddamn Zhou Xiao Duo was still smashing the 9th hole, and he was continuously hammering. Zhou Xiao Duo had finally smashed what he believed to be the 9th hole. And what Pu Guanshan believed to be the 10th hole. He shouted, "Motherfucker! I've already dug 9 holes today." Perfect cultivation technique. Retreat. With a loud laugh, the heavenly origin evasion technique was activated, and under Guanshan's sword, he turned into a flash of white light and left. Chase. Pu Guanshan almost vomited blood. "You can't chase, city lord." Guanshanha hurriedly stopped him. "The opponent still has other experts. Be careful not to lure the dragon into danger and lure the enemy in." Pu Guanshan was about to go crazy from anger. "Scoundrels, Zhou Xiao Duo, if you have the ability, don't run, come out and fight me." From afar, Zhou Xiao's arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. "Scoundrel Pu Guanshan, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. If I can't beat the shit out of you, then I'll consider you not eating pig's blood." That clamoring voice gradually faded away, making Pu Guanshan so angry that his whole body was trembling. His body was shaking like a sieve. "Bastard. Wait until I catch you. I will definitely skin you alive, break your bones and cut you into pieces." It was a pity that Zhou Xiao Duo was already far away. Of course, even if he heard it, he wouldn't care. Who would listen to the barking of a stray dog? And a dog with a rotten home seemed to be more appropriate. "It's over." Old Principal Han Wankue crawled out from the snow with a bleak expression. "How was it? I told you that you don't need us. You let us hold the fort. It was purely to protect our reputation." Sigh. Dugu Shu was speechless and said, "This can also be called holding the formation. We were lying in ambush in the east waiting for support, but in the end, this young master directly fought to the northeast and then ran from there. He didn't come back at all. What kind of holding the formation is this?" It was an eye-opener. Vice Principal Shen Qingyang coughed and said, "Then we have completed our task. Shall we go back now?" Hearing this, the 3 of them were collectively speechless for a long time. What a fearsome young man. In the following day and night, Zhuo duo attacked continuously without any pattern. Under Li Chenglong's plan, he attacked continuously from all directions. The sturdy city walls of White Mountain City that had stood for a long time were smashed by Zhuo duo in all directions, from top to bottom, front to back, with almost 100 big holes. In the beginning, the people of White Mountain City tried to repair it, but as more and more holes appeared, it was gradually impossible to repair it. Whenever Zhuo duo passed by and saw that the hole that he had spent so much effort smashing was repaired, he would be enraged and smash the hole into smithereens with a casual hammer strike. Pu Guanshan was furious at this situation, unable to restrain his anger. But in the face of Zhuo's shadowless and untraceable tactics, there was nothing he could do about it. There was nothing he could do. In the beginning, Zhuo duo would fight with him from time to time. But later on, he stopped fighting and ran away as soon as he saw people coming. Fighting is a waste of time. I'm not here to fight, I'm here to dig holes. Chapter 895. However, Zhuo's speed was simply too fast. Even a Skysoar realm expert couldn't keep up with him. This point was really depressing to the point of death. Pugwanshan couldn't catch up to him. He felt as though his heart and liver were swollen from anger. What movement technique is that? What movement technique is that? Yun Piaoliu and the others had been observing Zhuo's movements for a long time. With just a thought, he would turn into a white streak and disappear. They had to wait for him to reappear before they could determine his next location. This kind of extreme speed, this kind of miraculous escape technique, caused these 4 young people from the super clans to be completely shocked. Something's not right. His movement speed is too abnormal. One of the guards beside the 4 young men who hadn't made a move all this while frowned and said, "In the entire continent, there are no more than 5 types of movement techniques that can achieve such speed. No matter what kind of origin it is, it shouldn't have anything to do with this little guy with no background." As he spoke, the 8 of them looked at the 4 young masters with strange gazes. A little fellow with no background? Yun Piaoliu chuckled. He didn't bother explaining. Everyone knew what was going on. It was meaningless to put it bluntly. Since you've pointed me out, I'll point you out as well. It was better to keep it a secret. Which types? All the top movement techniques in the world are in the hands of the peak experts of the 3 continents. I really don't know their names and origins. The Skysoar realm expert sweated. Young master, you're really overestimating me by asking me about this. If I knew about this, would I still be your guard if I was so knowledgeable? How could we possibly know about this? Perhaps you might know, but it's impossible for us to know. But this is really a trap. We're your guards, but we actually watched you kill the person on the token of kindness. That's too strange. We've really been tricked to death. If Zhuo duo dies, Pugwanshan and Baishan City will naturally be your first targets. But if they're dissatisfied, the 8 of us will be your second target. That's for sure. Can you not be so deceitful? Too fast. Feng Wuhan said. What I'm concerned about now is, when Zhuo duo first appeared, who suddenly appeared to cover for him and almost killed the white-clothed woman on Mount Puguan with a single sword strike. Who was that? Yun Piaoliu frowned. That woman is definitely young. She's not even at the Skysoar realm yet, but her combat strength is already above Skysoar realm cultivators. Even ordinary Skysoar realm experts on his match. Feng Wuhan said, there's no need to think so much. It must be someone who was recently added to the favored token. Zhuoxiaoyan. Yun Piaoliu's eyes lit up. Is she Zhuo's sister, Zhuoxiaoyan? She's his fiancée, right? Feng Wuyi asked with uncertainty. It said that she's the #1 beauty in the 3 continents. Yun Piaoliu licked his lips and said, I don't know how beautiful she is. I really don't know. However, this title of #1 beauty is a rumor that spread after the 3 continents' top echelons met Zhuoxiaoyan. Whether it's true or not, we'll have to wait until we see her true appearance before we can conclude. What's the point of saying that? The top echelons have seen so many beauties in their lives. They wouldn't even look at ordinary beauties. They would only take a second look at those who can make them feel that they are breathtaking at first sight. Zhuoxiaoyan's beauty is beyond the realm of breathtaking at first sight. That's why no one doubts the title of #1 beauty. Yun Piaoliu's thoughts wandered. I wonder what she looks like. If we can capture Zhuoxiaoyan. Even if we do, would you dare to do it? Feng Wuhan sneered at Yun Piaoliu. Yun Piaoliu coughed and said with a bitter smile, I wouldn't dare. If there's a chance, I might dare to kill her. However, I wouldn't dare to do it. The 4 disciples of the big families nodded with a bitter smile. That was the truth. Killing the Masters of the Order of Favor or the battle was an accident. However, the Masters of the Order of Favor all had powerful backgrounds and special ties. If they killed them in a humiliating way, then, even the 7 swords of the Tao League wouldn't protect them if the top leaders of the enemy came to them. But the situation is getting more and more complicated. Yun Piaoliu said, if it's just Zhuo Duo the plan would work. But now there's Zhuo Yin, and Zhuo Duo is still using the rogue tactic of avoiding battles and destroying cities. Pu Guanshan can't do anything about it, let alone killing Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Yin. Besides, with Zhuo Yin here, our plan to kill Zhuo Duo will be very difficult. Zhuo Yin alone is enough to defeat Pu Guanshan. She can even kill him directly. If Pu Guanshan fights Zhuo Duo alone, he might have the upper hand. If the fight goes on, he might even be able to kill Zhuo Duo. But Pu Guanshan won't be able to defeat Zhuo Yin. Yun Piaoliu frowned and said, the situation is getting more and more troublesome. Feng Wuhan said calmly, is it because Pu Guanshan doesn't have many friends in the Guangdong area? What? Yun Piaoliu turned around abruptly. Feng Wuhan's words reminded him of something. The current situation was under their control, so it didn't escalate too much. At least the top leaders didn't know the truth. But here the situation was like a raging fire. The situation was very dangerous. If Pu Guanshan invited some friends to help him, it was very possible. This way works. On the other side, Pu Guanshan felt like fucking a dog. You want me to find friends? I don't have any friends. My friends were all taken by me to be the vice mayor, and now one of them is dead. Probably from the second half of the night, Baishan City was suddenly plunged into an unprecedented chaos. People kept entering Baishan City through various holes. As long as they got in or killed 1 or 2 people, they would leave immediately. They wouldn't kill more people. Or they would destroy a few houses and retreat immediately. Li Chenglong gave each person a time to attack, which was only 10 seconds. Every time you attack, you only have 10 seconds from the time you enter Baishan City to the time you come out. If you don't come out in 10 seconds, Zhua and his wife will come to the rescue. 10 seconds. Destroy whatever you can in 10 seconds. Destroy as much as you can. Kill people if you can. Kill dogs if you can't. Just do whatever you want. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. When it was almost dawn, Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Yin went to the top of Baishan City, which was a few thousand meters high. They went all the way to the center of the mountain. Then they violently smashed into the mountain, causing the mountain to shake violently. They directly created a super huge avalanche. The people below were fighting, while the people above were fighting. The ice and snow that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years flooded the entire Baishan City like a tsunami. The entire Baishan City was covered with ditches and rivers, and some even overflowed. More than half of the originally hole-filled city walls had collapsed in this avalanche. After this avalanche, it could be said that Baishan City was completely destroyed. Then Zhuo Duo stood in the sky. Whenever someone poked their head out of the snow, a hexagram would fly over. The hexagram was a great deal of profit. This situation continued until a Skysword realm expert blasted away the snow and soared into the sky to fight with Zhuo Duo. Only then did the battle come to an end. However, the sudden appearance of this Skysword realm cultivator also gave Zhuo Duo a fright. There were actually other Skysword realm experts in Baishan City? This was really beyond Zhuo Duo's expectation. After such a long time, only Pu Guanshan and Guanshanhe came out to fight. Zhuo Duo almost instinctively thought that there were only 2 Skysword realm experts in Baishan City. He never expected that there would be a third one. However, Zhuo Duo was still puzzled. If there were other Skysword realm experts, why didn't they come out earlier? If the 3 Skyswords surrounded him earlier, even if they couldn't kill him, they would have made him flustered and battered. How would he have the time to destroy Baishan City? Holding more than 200 hexagrams in his hand, Zhuo Duo was still puzzled. It was also because of this concern that Zhuo Duo announced a day of rest after 3 days of fighting to let them take a breather. After that, Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Yin took the opportunity to enter the spatial extermination tower to cultivate bitterly for 2 months. Yes, it was only 1 day and 1 night in the real world. The sudden appearance of the Skysword realm experts who hadn't made a move yet gave Zhuo Duo a sudden sense of crisis, as if he smelled a conspiracy. Zhuo Duo, who had always been cautious, had more scruples after the Skysword's attack. During the 2 months of cultivation in the spatial extermination tower, Zhuo Duo pushed his cultivation base to the peak of the cloud transformation realm in one go and suppressed his true yuan 19 times at the same time. Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She used the supreme grade jade of astral souls to increase her cultivation base to the peak of the god reigning realm and suppressed her true yuan 16 times at the same time. Since they smelled a conspiracy, the two didn't dare to waste any time. Other than cultivating, they were also exchanging pointers. Although Zhuo Duo was restless and eager to get closer to his lover, during this period of time he only kissed and touched her. He only asked for more than 10 times. As for dancing, he only danced once. Zhuo Duo expressed his regret about this and said with certainty that he would make it up to her the next time. However, when the two talked about it, they couldn't understand each other. According to the strength of Baishan City, they should have been able to kill to this extent. Chapter 896. As long as Pu Guanshan was not stupid, he should have known that if they continued to fight like this, with their tight organization, cover, and other measures, that it was impossible for White Mountain City to cause any harm to them. On the contrary, White Mountain City's strength would only decline step by step. Things had already come to this point, yet they were still unwilling to hand over Dugu Yener. What? There must be another reason. Zhuo Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others knew this very well. 3 days of fighting. White Mountain City had lost nearly 500 people. All of White Mountain City's strength had been exposed on the internet. 5,000 disciples. This was what Pu Guanshan said himself. In other words, Zhuo Duo and the others had killed 1/10 of their combat power after 3 days of fighting. In terms of overall combat power, it was more than 1/10 of their combat power. After all, one of the 3 fairies of White Mountain City had fallen in the hands of Zhuo Duo. The super avalanche created by Zhuo Duo had caused a lot of trouble for White Mountain City. Although they were all Dao-reaching cultivators who were thousands of times stronger than ordinary people, it was still a huge project to completely clear them out. Moreover, during this process they had to be on guard against constant attacks from both the open and the hidden. Other than when Zhuo Duo attacked, Li Chenglong divided his 13 people into 8 groups. Li Chenglong even included the 3 Guixian masters from Jade Sun High School. These 8 groups, under Li Chenglong's command, launched an all-pervasive harassment and destruction. Moreover, according to his calculations, every group that attacked would be safe and sound. Li Chenglong could already see that White Mountain City's main targets were Yu Moyan and Zhuo Duo. Although he did not understand why they focused on attacking Zhuo Duo, this did not prevent Li Chenglong from using Zhuo Duo as a strategic weapon. He directly arranged for Zhuo Duo, "Zhuo, go to the east and start the fight. Zhuo, have you rested enough? Why don't you go to the north for a stroll after you've rested? Zhuo Jingxi, thank you. Zhuo, continue to the east." Zhuo Duo was arranged to be like a spinning top, his feet never touching the ground as he ran around tiredly. He held his breath and said, I'm honored to be called Big Boss by you. You're just ordering me around like a donkey. Li Chenglong quickly flattered, "Boss is mighty and domineering. You can do what others can't." Long Yuxing and the others shouted together, "Zhuo is wise and mighty and domineering. Unify the Jianghu for thousands of years." "Oh yeah." Zhuo Duo said proudly, "Today I'll show you what I'm capable of." After being flattered, Zhuo Duo happily went to work. Although he knew that these guys were flattering him to get him to work, he didn't want others to flatter him. This was the only way to show that he was capable of doing what others couldn't. Zhuo Duo went to work excitedly and started another round of crazy smashing. However, as the number of people in Baishan City decreased, and the consequences of the avalanche were dealt with, the effect of such attacks gradually weakened. The people of Baishan City were really anxious now. Jun Changkong, who had been hiding in the woods, was dumbfounded by this scene. There were only a few people in total. How could Baishan City, which had thousands of flying cultivators and thousands of Guixian royal gods, be defeated so easily? How was this possible? Baishan City was too unorganized, wasn't it? However, even Jun Changkong himself couldn't think of a feasible way to deal with Zhuo Duo's hooligan style of fighting. That was because Zhuo Duo and the others didn't fight head-on at all. Instead, they played the tactic of avoiding the enemy's main force and attacking their weak points incisively and vividly. If it was a head-on battle with the strength of Baishan City, they would have been able to completely crush Zhuo Duo and the others. However, the current situation was that Baishan City's people rushed out and didn't even see a single enemy. However, as soon as you returned, we would move out again and surround you from all directions. We would never be greedy. Even if we could only injure one of you at a time, it would be good enough. As long as we didn't injure ourselves, we would cause as much damage as we could. Step by step, we would weaken and obliterate you wave after wave. We were not in a hurry. Time was actually in our favor. Let's play slowly. This kind of tactic was really disgusting. Jun Changkong, who had been hiding in the dark and watching the battle from the beginning to the end, couldn't help but admire the organizer. The guy who was commanding Zhuo Duo was really a genius. He was too damn sharp. Not only was his strategy appropriate, but the most awesome thing was that his ability to find gaps was simply rare. The situation in front of him was so chaotic, but he could always accurately calculate which side's defense was the weakest and the most vulnerable. Moreover, he didn't want to take risks and rely on luck. Just like the flag of a dignified army, once he moved, he would hit the enemy's vital points without any mistakes. Zhuo Duo and Umo Yen, who had gone out to attract the attention of the experts of White Mountain City, were the key to this attack pattern. While they attracted the attention of the experts of White Mountain City, the others would start to look for openings in all directions. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. They would use all kinds of methods. This kind of attack pattern wasn't hard to come up with as long as one had a little bit of foresight. However, the real difficulty of this kind of attack pattern was that the point of attack had to be the weakest and most vulnerable spot of the enemy. Every time it would take 10 seconds. Every time they attacked, the enemy would be injured, but they wouldn't be injured. This was very difficult. It required extremely high eyesight and judgment. Once there was a wrong judgment, the situation might go out of control and collapse in an instant. Under Li Chenglong's precise command, they didn't encounter any powerful enemies. Considering the lethality of this group of people, it was natural that they were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Even if they only had 10 seconds of destructive power, it was still terrifying. However, when Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio suddenly retreated with serious injuries, Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong immediately called for a stop. Just now, when Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio charged in, they were unexpectedly attacked by a Skysword Realm Master. On Zhuo Duo's side, Puguanshan, Guanshanhe, and the other Skysword Realm Master who had suddenly appeared earlier were all attracted to him. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaoyan's timely rescue, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio might have really died. Even so, the two of them were still seriously injured by the counterattack of the Skysword Realm Master. Most of the bones in their bodies were broken. The enemy actually has a fourth Skysword Realm Master hidden. And there's more than one. Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Zhuo Duo also furrowed his brows. Naturally, he had informed Li Chenglong of the fact that the enemy still had a Skysword Realm Master hidden. Li Chenglong had naturally taken this into consideration in his subsequent plans. He specialized in attacking the enemy's weak points. Every time he was completely confident. If the enemy only had 3 or 4 Skyswords, then their sneak attacks wouldn't be noticed at all. However, he didn't expect that the enemy still had a hidden strength, which led to unexpected changes. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the number of Skyswords in Baishan City is more than 5? Li Chenglong's expression became unprecedentedly grave. If that was the case, it would be somewhat inappropriate to adopt the current strategy. However, if they didn't adopt such a strategy and fought head-on, their combat strength would be even more insufficient. Gao Qiao raised a question. The current situation is changing, it's really too strange. What's strange is that we've already launched countless destructive attacks against each other. We've launched many attacks, including Zhua and sister-in-law's direct challenge. So far, we've killed at least 1,000 people in Baishan City. Why is the enemy still hiding a Skysword Realm Master? This doesn't make sense, does it? If it's for the sake of conquering the city in one fell swoop, then the hidden Skysword Realm Master shouldn't have made a move. He should have attacked when the Skysword Realm Masters surrounded Zhuo. Although the sudden attack of the hidden Skysword Realm Master severely injured Long Yuxing, it can't change the overall situation. After all, the main force on our side is still Zhuo. This time, Mo Yen and sister-in-law Xiao Yan are also involved. The rest are irrelevant. I even suspect that the enemy doesn't even know how many people we have now. Only severely injuring Long Yuxing, and Long Yuxing doesn't mean much. Instead, it will alert the enemy and expose their strength. But that's even more unreasonable. Gao Qiao's doubts were also Li Chenglong's doubts. After he raised it, it became everyone's doubt. Right, why didn't the Skysword Realm Masters make a move before this? Since they didn't make a move, there must be another reason behind it. Then, what's the point of suddenly making a move now? This doesn't seem to make sense either. Although Li Chenglong boasted that his foresight was divine, and although Gao Qiaoer's wisdom was as deep as the sea and could see through people's hearts, it was still difficult for them to see through the current situation. The others were even more confused. The old principal of Jade Sun High School, Han Wankue, and the others were experienced in the ways of the world. However, their level wasn't very high, and they didn't have access to things like the human token. For a moment, everyone was confused. Just what was going on? Right? Those hidden Skysoar Realm Masters who didn't make a move before. What are their characteristics? In the end, Han Wankue still gave a suggestion. Could they be Demonic Realm Masters? Or could it be that their moves are more recognizable? Or could it be the Umno Alliance or Dao League Masters? Are they afraid of being recognized by us? If that's the case, then this White Mountain City is in big trouble. It's not as simple as disregarding human lives. Chapter 897. Zhou Xiaoyan came to a sudden realization and said, that's right. When I fought, I did feel that something was wrong. The atmosphere was strange. Because the two Skysoar Realm experts had their faces covered. Moreover, the moves they used were all the most basic, simple, and direct defensive moves. And there was a feint. No, it should be the aura on their bodies or the elegance when they attacked. It gave me a very different feeling and left a deep impression on me. It seemed very... Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and tried to think of a suitable word. However, Han Wankue's face was already filled with shock. Is it a kind of ancient Taoist connotation? Do I feel like I'm floating in the air? Yes. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly. That's exactly the feeling. It's very elegant and ethereal. It's as if it doesn't exist in the mortal world at all. It's as if you can ride the wind and leave at any time. That kind of aura. Han Wankue's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The Dao League. It's the Dao League's 3 pure mental cultivation method. Any kind of Dao League's mental cultivation method, when cultivated to a certain level, does not even need to reach the Skysoar realm. Even the nascent soul transformation realm and the elixir realm will have this kind of indifferent, ethereal feeling. Han Wankue said angrily, no wonder they didn't make a move. It turns out that Baishan City has been colluding with the Dao League for a long time. That's right. Since Pu Guanshan dared to do such a thing, perhaps he has already betrayed the continent of astral souls and joined the Dao League. Pu Guanshan, that bastard, is courting death. Han Wankue was mad with anger. This is treason. Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong looked at each other and frowned. Zhou Xiaoduo also frowned and said, but it still doesn't feel right. Because this situation has been going on for a long time. If he couldn't help but make a move, he should have done it long ago, right? I can't figure it out. Indeed, he could not figure it out. However, Li Chenglong would not think about it anymore. Let's do it like this. Originally, Baishan City only had Mao Pu Guan and Guan Shanha. The third city lord, Qing Guanan, has already been killed by Zhua. There are only 2 of them. But now we can see that the other party is hiding at least 3 Skysoar Realm cultivators. Since that's the case, why don't we make the situation worse and count it as 6? In other words, we have to face 8 Skysoar Realm experts. Even if it's the worst case scenario, the other party has 8 Skysoar Realm experts. That should be enough, right? Li Chenglong said. Not bad. Then, in order to measure our strength, we only have 2 Skysoars, or rather 2 people who can fight against Skysoars, Zhua and sister-in-law Nian. The disparity in their overall strength is too great. Li Chenglong frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he turned to Zhou Xiaoduo and transmitted his voice. Zhua, I heard that you once blew out hundreds of thousands of wolves in the secret realm? Do you still have that kind of thing? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and transmitted his voice back. Yes, it's useful. However, that thing's lethality is too strong. Moreover, it's indiscriminate. I've already thought of this, but Dugu Yen is still inside. Once I use that thing, it's not certain if it can kill the enemy, but Dugu Yen will definitely die. I don't have any way to save her. If it wasn't for that, I would have used it long ago. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of melancholy. Li Chenglong said, it's good that you can use it. He frowned and asked Yu Moyan, Moyan, are you still connected to Sister Yenner's heart? Can you still sense each other? Or rather, to what extent can you sense each other? Yu Moyan sighed and said, the only thing I can sense now is that she's still alive. However, I can't sense anything else. I think Yen has unilaterally sealed the telepathy connection. After all, it's something that the people from Mao Puguan created. I'm afraid there's another way to deal with it. If she forced herself to use it, I'm afraid the enemy will take advantage of it. Unilaterally sealed. Li Chenglong frowned. Then he transmitted his voice to Zhuo Duo again. Zhuo, can you enter Baishan City with the thing you gave Yu Moyan? Zhuo Duo pondered for a moment and said, I understand what you mean. I can give it a try. However, there are too many Skysore Realm experts in there. Even if I go in personally, I won't be able to stay for long. It's fine as long as I can enter. Li Chenglong nodded and said to Yu Moyan, Moyan, do you have a picture of Sister Yenner on your phone? Yu Moyan said, of course. Li Chenglong said, give it to me. Then Li Chenglong took Yu Moyan's phone and called out to Zhuo Duo. The two of them walked out quietly. What do you want this for? Zhuo Duo was curious. He couldn't figure out what Li Chenglong was up to. I have an idea. Li Chenglong lowered his head and searched in the snow. Finally, at the root of a big tree after pushing away the snow, he found a few green and tender grass below. Zhuo Duo was startled. There's actually grass in this place of ice and snow? Don't be surprised. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, this kind of withered grass has no other attributes, but it's very resistant to cold. Besides, under the snow we may seem cold, but to these grasses, it's like covering them with a layer of blankets, isolating them from the cold winter air. Why are you looking for these grasses? Zhuo Duo was curious. Li Chenglong looked around and chose to send a voice transmission. Boss, do you remember the cave I obtained in the trial space? Of course. Zhuo Duo naturally remembered Li Chenglong's great opportunity and was very envious of him back then. However, Zhuo Duo had never asked Li Chenglong about this. Everyone had their own secrets. Li Chenglong also had his own personal secrets. Li Chenglong also had his own personal secrets. It was best for the person involved to know the so-called secrets. That cave is the residence of the demon commander of Yingzhou, one of the 10 demon saints under the demon emperor. Li Chenglong sent a voice transmission. In there, in addition to the cultivation methods, combat techniques and secret manuals of the demon saint of Yingzhou, the cave also has the effect of increasing the flow of time. It can be said to be the life treasure of the demon commander of Yingzhou. Zhuo Duo said, Stop. You don't have to tell me this. Li Chenglong said, isn't it useful now? Besides, what's the point of telling you? Besides, you have such a treasure yourself. Zhuo Duo was dumbfounded. You know? TSK. It's not a big deal. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, I knew when I entered last time. I just pretended to be stupid and didn't say anything. My phone is the most advanced and most expensive phone. How can there be a time problem? You still need to ask about this, seriously. Cough. Zhuo Duo smiled embarrassedly. Actually, you don't have to explain to me. Li Chenglong sighed and said, I'm the same as you. I'm also worried about whether I should let my brothers in to cultivate. Yes, this is indeed a problem. Zhuo Duo was also very distressed. At this moment, Zhuo Duo suddenly had a feeling that he had finally found a group, and that he could finally pour out his grievances. They were in the same boat. It's not that I don't trust them. Li Chenglong said, conflicted. I'm the same. Zhuo Duo said bitterly. What's the ratio of the flow of time on your side? Zhuo Duo asked. Now it's 1 to 30. 1 day outside is 1 month inside. Li Chenglong said, unless I reach the level of the demon commander of Yingzhou, it's possible to activate the ultimate effect of the cave of inheritance inside. This ratio of the flow of time is quite good. Zhuo Duo nodded. No wonder swollen strength was improving so quickly. That's not why I called you here. I've thought of a key to breaking through this situation. One of the abilities of the demon commander of Yingzhou is that he can communicate with plants, and there's also a cultivation technique that can enlighten plants. I've just finished cultivating it, but with my current cultivation I can only use it once every half a year, and the enlightening time is very short, so... Only once every half a year? Zhuo Duo asked. How can there be such a useless cultivation technique? Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. Only once every half a year is because my foundation is too weak, and it's not because the cultivation technique itself is bad. If I were the demon sage of Yingzhou, enlightening 10 plants in a day wouldn't be a problem. For me, once every half a year is already my limit. But if I reach the Skysore level, I can do it once every month. Even if I reach a higher level, I'll still be able to make progress. He sighed. The reason why I said once every half a year is mainly because I won't be able to fight for a short period of time after I enlighten them this time. Because I'm completely exhausted. My body is completely drained. What's there to be afraid of? Zhuo Duo patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, do it boldly. Your brother has the Great Tonic Pill. Dragon Vigor Tiger Pill. I guarantee that you'll be able to do it 10 times a night. Li Chenglong's face twisted. Brother, you've got the main point wrong. I'm physically weak, not kidneys weak. Is there a difference between physically weak and kidneys weak? Zhuo Duo looked at Li Chenglong in surprise. What's the difference? Fine. I won't argue with you. Li Chenglong naturally knew that Zhuo Duo had the ability to change the topic at any time. In a while, after I enlighten it, the vitality of this grass will be able to live as another life form with intelligence for 12 hours. Li Chenglong said, so, you have to send this grass to Baishan City as soon as I'm done. Let this grass find Duguyen. I hope it succeeds. As long as Duguyener is rescued, that thing of yours can be used. Li Chenglong's eyes were ruthless. Send these bastards to hell. Chapter 898. Let this grass find Duguyener? Another form of life? Zhuo eyes widened. Yes. It's another form of life. Li Chenglong nodded and said, Zhuo, call Yu Moyan over. Yu Moyan. Zhuo Duo turned around and shouted, come here alone. Yu Moyan hurried over. There's no time to lose. Let's start now. Big brother Zhuo, protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. Yu Moyan, when I'm done, cut your middle finger and drip a drop of blood on this stalk of grass. Okay. Li Chenglong uprooted the grass and held it in his palm. Then he took a deep breath. His face glowed with a faint luster. His whole body and even his hair seemed to have turned green. Yu Moyan just looked at him and didn't ask anything. Their previous friendship didn't require too much verbal communication. They could just do it directly. After a long time, a faint luster enveloped his whole body. Then a shadow slowly appeared on Li Chenglong's forehead. It was a shadow that couldn't be seen clearly. Li Chenglong wholeheartedly operated his body and activated the secret technique. Finally, the shadow appeared that it was Li Chenglong's own appearance. It was just that the green color was a little darker. Li Chenglong's body was trembling. He had already done his best. Just as he said, it could only be used once in half a year. However, he didn't say that this was the first time he used the secret technique after he cultivated it. In fact, he wasn't confident himself. Moreover, after using it, it would cause great damage to his body. But he didn't say it. The green color became thicker and thicker. Li Chenglong trembled and his lips were turning purple. Suddenly he shouted, go! The illusory figure opened its mouth, and a small green ball slowly floated out. With an extremely slow speed, he slowly landed on this stalk of green grass. Finally, the small green ball approached the stem of the grass. The grass suddenly shook violently. Even Zhuo Duo could feel the grass's desire and expectation. To Xiao, this was also a great opportunity. The small green ball slowly landed on the grass and immediately seeped into it. In front of the three people's eyes, the grass suddenly doubled in size and its leaves also doubled in thickness. The whole stalk of grass became full of vitality, as if it was carved out of jade. It even sparkled. The vitality was shockingly rich. After a few seconds, the green light completely disappeared into the grass. Xiao stretched out her branches and spread her leaves. In Li Chenglong's hand, she tentatively moved a step timidly, and then her whole body began to tremble. Then, several leaves bent down at the same time and bowed to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong's face became very gray and said, you don't have to thank me. I didn't use this method to enlighten you. You can live here for a long time. Until you naturally grow old and wither. Now that I've enlightened you, your life has changed, but you only have 6 hours left to live. The grass listened quietly as if it could understand. Then after listening, it bowed to Li Chenglong again. Obviously, even if it was just a grass, it didn't want to live the rest of its life in ignorance. It only wanted to have these 6 hours of brilliance. It didn't want to live forever. It only wanted to be brilliant for a moment. Seeing this scene, Zhuo heart was suddenly touched. It seemed that some state of mind was broken out at this moment. A sudden enlightenment rose at this moment. His heartstrings seemed to be suddenly plucked. It was just a small blade of grass. It would rather choose to have 6 hours of consciousness than be a muddle-headed grass that sprouted every year and was trampled on by others. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. A gentleman can be a human, but it doesn't mean that he can't be a different species. Everything can be a gentleman and constantly strives to improve himself. Then what about us as humans? Should we be more like this? On the other side, Li Chenglong said. Also, there's something that I need your help with. Thank you. The leaves of the grass swayed. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others couldn't hear it, but Li Chenglong could clearly hear the grass in his soul saying, "You're welcome. This is what I should do." After pondering for a moment, Li Chenglong said with emotion, "If I can succeed in this life, I'll make all flowers and trees have the ability to transform into spirits in the future." The grass bowed deeply to express its gratitude. Li Chenglong brought up Dugu Yenner's portrait in his phone and said, "I want you to enter the secret room in that city and find this woman. After you find her, tell me where she is, which direction, and which room she is in." The grass swayed its leaves and nodded. "Yu Moyan, the blood of your heart," Li Chenglong shouted. Yu Moyan immediately cut open his middle finger and squeezed out a drop of essence blood, dripping it on the grass leaves. The grass absorbed the drop of essence blood into its body and then began to sway its leaves again, indicating that it was ready. Li Chenglong swayed a few times weakly and said, "Swip, go. I'll leave the rest to you." Zhou Xiaoduo carefully picked up the grass and bowed his head sincerely, "Thank you for your hard work." The grass leaves swayed again and again. Zhou Xiaoduo stuck the divine stone on Li Chenglong's body for 3 seconds. Then he picked up the grass and took the void transformation stone with Yu Moyan. His body turned into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky and going far away. He went straight to Baishan City. Li Chenglong only felt that the moment Zhou Xiaoduo's palm touched his body, his life energy was suddenly replenished like a tide. It was actually replenished in an instant. He looked up in surprise, but Zhou Xiaoduo was no longer in front of him. Inside White Mountain City, there was nothing but devastation as far as the eye could see. Pu Guanshan's heart ached so much that it felt like it was dripping blood. He stood in the sky and looked at the ruined Baishan City with a dark face. His heart kept twitching. Too tragic. Too tragic. Of the 5,000 Baishan City disciples, only less than 4,100 were left. As for the families that died in the avalanche and the chaos, there were more than 1,000 of them. To put it bluntly, even if everything was over now, it would take at least 3 years for White Mountain City to return to its former glory. It would take the city at least 3 years of recuperation. The one that made Pu Guanshan angry the most was no longer Zhou Xiaoduo or Yu Moyan. It was Yun Piaoliu and the other 12 people. These 12 people, 4 of them were young masters and 8 of them were fairies. What kind of powerful force was this? Even when Baishan City was almost destroyed, the 12 of them were still sitting there and drinking tea, not moving at all. How are you able to drink so much? Pu Guanshan really wanted to rush up and ask them. You're still drinking tea at this time. Can your mental state be cultivated enough? Are you really able to keep your composure? Yes, you fairies can't deal with Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoyan, and esteemed Master Renling, but you can still deal with others, right? There are many people that came with Zhou Xiaoduo and Yu Moyan. You can deal with them. In the end, Pu Guanshan couldn't take it anymore and went up to beg. Only then did he ask 3 fairies to deal with the enemies. But at that time, Baishan City was already beyond saving. Young Master Yun, after this, if you want to rebuild Baishan City. Pu Guanshan held his breath and said, I'm afraid. It'll be very difficult. Yun Piaoliu took out a piece of white tissue and wiped his mouth and nose. He said casually, Baishan City will cease to exist from today onward. What's the point of rebuilding it? Cease to exist? Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. What do you mean, young Master Yun? Yun Piaoliu said calmly, you participated in the fight against Zhou Xiaoduo. From today onward, you're destined to cease to exist in the land of astral souls. What's there to miss about Baishan City? Ah. Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. Young Master Yun, what are you talking about? What's going on? He never thought that one day he would cease to exist in the land of astral souls. Hearing this, not only Pu Guanshan but even Guanshanhe, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. The moment he thought about it, his heart almost stopped beating. What's going on? I can't exist in the land of astral souls anymore? It can't be that serious, can it? Young Master Yun. Guanshanhe's lips were dry. Is it really that serious? There are still a lot of people who are paying attention to this matter, whether it's on the internet or in real life. Although we're fighting fiercely here, Baishan City is a remote place after all. Besides, it's normal for geniuses to die in the martial world. Guanshanhe couldn't accept it. Even if that Zhou Xiaoduo is Ling Ran's superior, Zhou Xiaoduo isn't dead yet. We're the ones who suffered losses. It doesn't matter whether Zhou Xiaoduo is dead or not. Do you understand? Do you really not understand? Yun Piaoliu said with a smile, as for your way out. I've prepared a castle for you outside the Yun family. The weather there is much better than Baishan City. Pu Guanshan and Guanshanha came to the same conclusion at the same time. Then they were dumbfounded. We didn't want to betray the land of astral souls. We only cooperated with you to get some resources so that we could benefit from each other and find some geniuses like two wings against hearts for you. Although it's not like we're betraying the land of astral souls, we didn't want to betray the land of astral souls. Why do we have to live in a castle outside the Yun family's residence in just a few days? Well, it seems that you really don't know the rules of the 3 continents. Feng Wuhan pretended to be surprised and said, the esteemed person of the human favor medallion is considered a rare and protected species in any continent. Any expert of this continent who tries to deal with him will die. It's the kind of death where the whole family is wiped out. It's a warning to others so that they won't dare to cross the line. Chapter 899. Feng Wuhan smiled faintly. You should at least understand this common sense, don't you? If we didn't plan a way out for you, what would you have done? Would you have waited for your deaths? Would your entire family be wiped out? Guanshanha was startled before he could feel his blood rushing to his head. Wipe out his entire family? Why didn't you mention this earlier? You! Guanshanha roared. Shanha! Pu Guanshan stopped him. Guanshanha felt as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head, and he felt dizzy. In the Star Soul continent, killing a few people to achieve one's goal, even if it was unscrupulous, even if it was vicious and merciless or even scheming, it was still a very common thing. Survival of the fittest was the natural law. Entering the Tao was to fight against the heavens for one's life, and to fight against others for the Tao. No matter what, they were still Skysoar realm experts. If someone messed with them, would they still be alive? But when it comes to betraying the Star Soul continent, we have never even thought about it. Pu Guanshan's face was red. His throat moved a few times before he forced himself to swallow. He took a deep breath and said, Thank you, young Master Yun. From now on, we'll be your subordinates. I hope you'll take care of us. Pu Guanshan only had one thought in his mind. What else could he say? Yun Piaoliu patted Pugwanshan's shoulder and said, Old Pugwanshan, you don't have to hold a grudge. Let me tell you something. After you set Yu Moyan and Dugu Yener up, there is no turning back. No one knew about it. No one could have imagined that Yu Moyan and Dugu Yener, who were far away in Guangdong, would attract Zhuoxiao Duo from the Hidden Dragon High School. With Zhuoxiao's intervention, things went out of control. This grudge is destined to be irreconcilable. It can only end when one side is completely annihilated. And this wasn't something we designed. So, don't think that we set you up and forced the people of White Mountain City to join us. Yun Piaoliu sighed, I know how you feel and how unwilling you are. I can't promise you too much now, but I can assure you that you will be more comfortable and free in my place than in White Mountain City. At least you will be much safer. This is my promise, old Guan. Yun Piaoliu said in a serious tone. Thank you, young Master Yun. Pu Guanshan expressed his thanks, his face filled with gratitude. Guanshanha thought to himself, if you had told us earlier that provoking esteemed Ling Ren would bring disaster to our entire families. When Zhuoxiao Duo came, we could have handed over Dugu Yener and the 2 teachers from Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sun. At most, we would have gone to apologize in person. No matter what, it shouldn't be a death sentence. After all, we still have the identities of Skysoar realm experts here. Just based on the fact that we've been guarding this place for so many years, there's bound to be some leeway. But now it's too late to say anything. Back then you urged us to kill Zhuoxiao Duo, but you didn't tell us the truth. If this isn't a trap, then what is? And now you're boasting shamelessly, saying that this has nothing to do with you. How can you be so shameless? You're saying that we reap what we sow, but if you hadn't come to us in the first place, we wouldn't have ended up like this. How are we reaping what we sow? But now that things had come to this, Guanshanha finally bowed down after a few hundred intense thoughts in his mind. Thank you for your understanding, young Master Yun. Zhuoxiao Duo silently entered White Mountain City without a trace. The Void Transformation Stone was much more effective in Zhuoxiao's hands than in Yu Moyan's. After all, Zhuoxiao Duo had used the Void Transformation Stone to do too many sneaky things. He couldn't be more familiar with this method. After he entered, he killed one of them, took off his clothes and put it on. Then he walked around the patrol team with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He was very upright, very vigilant, and very loyal to his duty. When he was about to reach the city lord's hall, He left the patrol team and casually turned a corner in a relaxed manner. From start to finish, the patrol team in front of him didn't notice him, but those who saw him could only instinctively think that he was from the patrol team. Zhuoxiaoduo turned into a half-collapsed alley, and another patrol team walked towards him. Zhuoxiaoduo was worried that he would be recognized, so he turned around and untied his pants. Then he peed in the direction of the collapsed ruins. When the patrol team walked over, they saw him doing something. A sparkling water column was splashing out in a spectacular manner. They couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "Can't you fucking change a place?" Zhuoxiaoduo shook and pulled up his pants. "It's convenient here. I'm in a hurry." "Damn you." The patrol team laughed and scolded him as they walked away. One of them laughed and scolded, "Damn, you're so strong. Even the stone makes a popping sound. If you pinch it a little, it should be more than 10 meters, right?" Another person laughed, "Old Wang, you can't do it, right? Last time I saw you peeing your shoes." "You're the one who peed your shoes, you're the one who peed your shoes." Zhuoxiaoduo didn't look back from beginning to end. He slowly fastened his belt and muttered, "More than 10 meters. You're underestimating me. It's at least 100 meters. He turned around and disappeared. This time he intended to sneak in and didn't intend to fight. Therefore he found a relatively remote corner near the city lord's hall in the center of Baishan City and put Xiao Qiao down. The place where Duguyener was imprisoned could only be in this area, an underground secret room. Zhuoxiaoduo was quite sure about this, because this place could be said to be the most heavily guarded place in the entire Baishan City. Zhuoxiaoduo put down one of Xiao Cao's seeds and said softly, "Thank you." Xiao Cao's leaves swayed and she didn't care. After landing, Xiao Cao didn't hesitate and began to walk along the corner of the wall. She moved so fast that her thin roots slid across the snow. Verdant and jade green, silent and without a trace. At this moment, Xiao Cao had Mo Yan's essence and blood in her body, so she could vaguely sense Duguyener's location. Xiao Cao followed this sense and quietly searched all the way that every time she passed, she would naturally communicate with Li Chenglong on the other side. On the other side, Li Chenglong had begun to draw a map according to Xiao Cao's description. Zhuoxiaoduo watched Xiao Cao move a few times and then disappear. He paused for a moment, then floated into the air. After a moment of consideration, he moved toward the top of the main hall. He wanted to see if he could use this opportunity to sneak in, to find out how many Skysoar realm experts there were. "I want to take a look." Before he got close to the main hall, Zhuoxiaoduo acutely sensed that waves of tyrannical divine senses were crisscrossing in all directions. Obviously, they were guarding against the arrival of uninvited guests. The inexplicable qi was like a sword cutting through the air over and over again. These qi were obviously designed to deal with vital qi. The other party has long been guarding against the visit of the person with the void transformation stone. Zhuoxiaoduo instantly understood. This situation could only mean one thing, and that was the existence of the void transformation stone had been known by the other party, and they had taken the most effective preventive measures. With the detection net formed by these qi, no matter if one turned into a cloud or something else, no matter how much energy one's body had turned into, as long as it was still energy, when it came into contact with these qi, there would be a binding or qi reaction. If one didn't resist, these qi could even completely destroy one's body that had turned into energy. This wasn't just a normal method to deal with the void transformation stone, it was also the most effective method to deal with the void transformation stone. Without a certain amount of experience, it was impossible to do this. Zhuoxiaoduo maintained the void transformation stone's concealment state. In his current position, the enemy wouldn't be able to find any traces of him, but they definitely wouldn't be able to silently approach the main hall. There are more experts here than I imagined, Zhuoxiaoduo thought. Leaving these people to guard the main hall was still a huge risk for Xiao Cao's operation. The most important thing was that if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to get the specific information he wanted. It seemed that he had to take a risk this time. Zhuoxiaoduo gently took a deep breath. After cultivating in the Tower of Emptiness for 2 months, his strength had improved a lot compared to when he had just arrived at Baishan City. After all, when he had just arrived, he had only suppressed his cultivation of true origin twice. After 2 months of cultivation in the Tower of Emptiness, he had suppressed his cultivation of true origin 19 times. It was as if he was a completely different person. His battle strength had increased greatly. With this level of strength, he should be able to put up a fight. Moreover, Zhuoxiaoduo had determined that this operation was just a rush. He wanted to see the enemies line up and didn't want to take any more risks. The next moment, Zhuoxiaoduo silently took out the 99 kitty hammer. With a thought, the yin and yang energy lingered on it. Bai and Jiao happily rushed into the hammer. Then, for the first time before entering the battle, Zuoxiao Duo pulled the ring on the hammer. He danced in the air. The moment he revealed himself, the two hammers flew out of his hands one after the other. It carried a thunderous and destructive aura, but it flew out without making a sound. In the main hall, the upper echelons of Baishan City were in the middle of a discussion. Suddenly, a few of the flying sky guards sensed it and frowned at the same time. Then 4 of them suddenly jumped up and warned, "Be careful." The unforeseen event happened almost at the same time as the warning. With a muffled boom, 2 hammers as big as water tanks, mixed with a black and white aura, smashed through the walls of the main hall. They were like 2 small mountains smashing fiercely. Zuoxiao Duo did it intentionally. Whether it was speed or power, they were all thunderous and unstoppable. 2 hammers, one of them was aimed at Yun Piao and the other was aimed at Feng Wuhan. A mountain was pressing down. "Let's go. Everyone, let's do it. Let's move forward." Chapter 900. With their current cultivation and strength, if they were hit by these 2 hammers, they would definitely explode into a bloody mist on the spot. They definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. There was no chance. One of the Dao League's Skysoar Realm experts reacted the quickest. He reached out and grabbed 2 spirit-reigning cultivators from White Mountain City, sending them between the hammers and the 2 young masters. Guanshanha cried out, "No!" Following 2 soft sounds, the 2 spirit-controlling cultivators collided with the 2 hammers and exploded into a bloody mist. The Skysoar Realm expert let out a roar and slammed his palms onto the 2 kitty hammers with all his might. With a loud bang, a shockwave erupted, causing the entire hall to collapse. There was no room for resistance. As for the Dao Alliance Skysoar protector who had taken the hammer's blow head-on, he hadn't been able to gather enough strength. Both of his arms had been shattered, and his arms had been broken into several pieces. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth. However, he still roared, "Take them down." As long as the 2 hammers were taken down, Zuoxiao's combat strength would no longer be as strong as before. During the previous battle, they were very clear about Zuoxiao's strength. More than half of the reason why he was able to defeat the strong was because of the unimaginable weight of the hammers. It could be said that without the hammers, Zuoxiao's combat strength would be reduced by at least half, or even more. The few people who were close to him moved at the same time and flew up. At this moment, the black and white aura suddenly fluctuated, and the 2 hammers actually flew back to Zuoxiao Duo with a whoosh. "Fuck him." One of the Dao League's Skysoar Realm experts couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. How can such big hammers be used as meteor hammers?" However, in that split second, everyone clearly saw that behind the 2 hammers, there really was a faintly discernible thin rope. In the entire world, there was only one kind of creature whose tendons could achieve such an effect. Could move something like a heavy hammer. The few Skysoar Realm experts felt their hearts ache. Fuck, using a flood dragon's tendon as a rope. How fucking extravagant. The few of them simultaneously broke through the roof of the hall and rushed into the sky, hoping that they could stop the 2 hammers from returning to Zuoxiao's hands. However, things didn't go as they wished. Tens of meters away, Zuoxiao Duo waved his hands and caught the hammers that flew back to him. He laughed loudly, "I wonder how many people I smashed to death? Whose luck is so bad?" Guanshanha and Pu Guanshan's eyes flashed with extreme anger. When their lives were in danger, the masters of White Mountain City were reduced to being used as shields by the enemy. One of them was even Guanshanha's brother-in-law. With the Dao League Skysoar Realm expert blocking the hammers, there was no need to sacrifice the 2 of them as a buffer. After all, the 2 of them were only at the God-reigning realm, so they couldn't serve as a buffer. If the Dao League Skysoar Realm expert had directly intercepted the hammers, his injuries would at most be a little more serious. With the recovery ability of a Skysoar Realm expert, a little more injury wouldn't make much difference. However, he chose to use the 2 of them to block the hammers so that he would suffer less injuries. At that moment, Guanshanha was almost dumbfounded. It was also at that moment that Guanshanha transmitted a sentence to Pu Guanshan. "Boss, if it's really a matter of life and death, will these people really protect us?" Pu Guanshan didn't answer at that time, because the answer was already in his heart. He really didn't want to face it, nor did he dare to face it. In the sky, a fierce battle had already begun. Zuoxiao Duo used the Sun Moon Yin Yang hammer and the Thousand Souls Nightmare hammer in a crisscross manner, and his power was even stronger than before. However, after less than half a minute, The two hammers suddenly intertwined and fiercely collided. He shouted, "Today I will fight you to the death." Puff. Puff. Point 3. All needles flew out silently. Then, 3 God-reigning realm experts of the White Mountain City who were watching the battle from afar silently flipped over and fell to the ground. The few Skysoar realm experts couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then they moved into a familiar position to surround each other. However, in the next moment, Zhuoxiao Duo flipped over and directly smashed toward Guanshanhe, and in one breath, he attacked more than 10 times consecutively with his hammers. Guanshanhe shouted, but after receiving one of the hammers, he quickly retreated with a pale face. Meanwhile, Zhuoxiao Duo used the Tianyuan escape art again, and instantly turned into a white line and retreated. Chase. Yun Piaoliu shouted. On the other side, Guanshanhe spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Zhuoxiao Duo rushed out of the White Mountain City like a hurricane, with a long line of people chasing after him. His heart was thumping wildly. Damn, I almost went too far. He and Li Chenglong had already tried their best to overestimate the strength of the White Mountain City's people, but who would have thought that there were actually 10 of them? 10 Skysoar realm experts. What the fuck is this? Also the one who rushed out just now. It was more or less easy for him to escape. Not to mention how many people he had, he could still take a few dozen of my hammers without getting injured. I originally wanted to use him as a cover, then flip over and use the sun-moon rotation to smash the other guy to break out of the encirclement. However, I didn't expect that one of my hammers would send him flying. Now, I have no choice but to make the best of my mistake and rush out of here. Although there was a slight deviation in direction, it was fine as long as I ran out. So what if he's a Skysoar realm expert? Can he catch up with my Tianyuan escape art? The Tianyuan escape art was indeed awesome. After Zhuoxiao Duo escaped from danger, he immediately slowed down. He had no choice but to slow down. The Tianyuan escape art that his father gave him was really awesome. Once he used it, he could easily disappear with a whoosh. If he couldn't even see his shadow, how could he chase after him? Wouldn't this group of people have to go back to drinking tea? How could Xiao Qiao carry out her plan then? He had already acted rashly and alerted the enemy. How could he not carry on until the end? It had to be said that Zhuoxiao's plan was quite thorough. He paused for a moment and pretended to be hurt. He turned his head and shouted angrily, "Good. Good martial arts. So vicious. So despicable. You." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and staggered away. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu was stunned. Who attacked just now? Who did it? After asking, he found that there were actually 20 or 30 people who admitted to attacking. There were all kinds of moves and secret techniques. He just didn't know who the good martial arts that Zhuoxiao Duo mentioned came from. Then, he's really injured? Yun Piaoliu was suddenly happy. Pu Guanshan. Yun Piaoliu ordered directly, "Go all out and kill him." At this moment, there were no more polite titles like Mountain Lord Pu, Senior Pu or Old Pu. He just called Pu Guanshan by his name and gave the order directly. It was obvious that he was treating Pu Guanshan as his subordinate. Pu Guanshan was expressionless and rushed out. Guanshan's face was pale. He staggered and said, "I took a heavy blow just now," and gave him a sneak attack. Yun Piaoliu's doubts disappeared immediately. He smiled brightly like a blooming spring flower. "I see. Good job, old Guan." Guanshan said with shame, "Unfortunately in this battle, I can't help old Pu." As he spoke, blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Yun Piaoliu patted his shoulder. "Have a good rest. Here, this is a healing pill. It can save your soul and prolong your life. Take it and rest well. Your health is more important." On the other side, Pu Guanshan, who had caught up with Zhuoxiao Duo, started to suppress him. Little Zhuo was fighting and retreating at the same time, but he was trying to show that his strength was not up to par. He made a series of bad moves, and even stuffed a few medicinal pills into his mouth in the midst of the chaos. Everyone saw everything clearly. He was indeed injured. Guard from all sides and surround him. It's rare for him to be alone. This is a rare opportunity. Don't let him escape. Yun Piaoliu stood in the middle. He had the demeanor of a great general. "Yes, young master." At this moment, Zhuoxiao Duo hammered 100 times and shouted, "Pu Guanshan, who is that young man behind you?" He was curious about Yun Piaoliu's identity. Commanding Pu Guanshan in White Mountain City? This was not normal. Pu Guanshan said angrily, "What does it have to do with you? Why do you care?" The sword in his hand danced crazily, pushing forward like a storm. This was the ninth sword that Pu Guanshan had used since the battle with Zuoxiao Duo. All the divine weapons that he had collected in his life had been destroyed in the hands of Zuoxiao Duo. At this moment, Mount Pu Guanshan only had one mouthful left. In other words, once this sword was destroyed, Pu Guanshan would not have a good backup weapon. Therefore, when facing Zuoxiao's hammer, he did not dare to fight head-on. His moves walked the path of agility, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies. Zuoxiao Duo spat out another mouthful of blood. However, his body suddenly became light and nimble. He suddenly moved 1,000 zhang away and shouted, "You win by numbers. I will leave now." However, in the next moment, a sword suddenly flew across the sky and blocked Zuoxiao's path. With a bang, Zuoxiao Duo viciously smashed out with his hammer, sending the sword flying. However, he was also shaken by the recoil and his momentum came to a halt. On the other side, the 8 sky swords of the Dao Alliance had spread out in all directions, and they had already formed an encirclement. Fuck. Seeing that the opponent was about to surround him, Zuoxiao Duo did not dare to play around anymore. He smashed Pu Guanshan with his hammer and forced him to stagger back. Then, with a shout, his entire body seemed to become illusory. His shadow was still in the same place, swinging his hammer, but his body had already turned into a shadow and rushed out 4 to 5,000 meters. In the boundless snow, with a long shout, he disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the 8 great fairies had already surrounded Zuoxiao's original position. However, Zuoxiao's real body was nowhere to be seen, and so was his shadow. Yun Piaoliu frowned and looked at Pu Guanshan. There was suspicion in his eyes. Pu Guanshan was trying his best to regulate his breathing, but he could not stop himself from spitting out blood. His face was as pale as paper. Chapter 901. Zuoxiao Duo had used his full strength for the last hammer strike. Pu Guanshan was caught off guard. How could he withstand the full strength of Zuoxiao Duo, who was 100 feet tall? Pu Guanshan was at a disadvantage. However, Yun Piaoliu was puzzled by the scene. So much so that his heart was filled with doubts. "Old Pu, are you tired?" Yun Piaoliu was wearing a snow-white cloak, floating in the air. He was gentle, handsome, and gentle. However, the words that came out of his mouth sounded a little strange. "I think Old Pu is really tired." 3 days ago, Old Pu was able to suppress Zuoxiao Duo alone. But today he was beaten back by Zuoxiao Duo with one hammer strike. He was even injured. I remember that Zuoxiao Duo was injured too. He was even more powerful than when he was in good condition. "Sai, Old Pu, you have to take care of yourself," Yun Piaoliu said kindly. Pu Guanshan felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He swallowed another mouthful of blood and said with a bitter face, "Young Master Yun, this Zuoxiao's ability seems to have improved by more than a fold compared to a few days ago." It was not a lie. It was Pu Guanshan's most direct and honest feeling. Previously, he had indeed suppressed Zuoxiao Duo by relying on his strength, experience, and the suppression of his realm. However, Zuoxiao's hammer strike gave Pu Guanshan a feeling that even if he attacked with his full strength, he would not be able to withstand it. It was an undeniable and irresistible instinct of a martial artist. It was also a feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart. Yun Piaoliu chuckled. "What you mean is that 3 days ago, Zuoxiao's combat ability was not your opponent. But after 3 days of cultivation, Zuoxiao's ability has doubled? Or even more? It has greatly exceeded your limit? Is that what you mean?" Pu Guanshan said seriously, "That is indeed the feeling." Yun Piaoliu's eyes visibly turned cold. His voice also became indifferent as he said indifferently, "Mount Pu Guan, do you think you still have a way out? Do you think you can still gain the forgiveness of the higher-ups of the astral souls? In the future, can you still continue to be the mayor of White Mountain City? That's why you came up with this nonsense?" Yun Piaoliu sneered, "In 3 days you didn't break through any level but your power doubled. Pu Guan Mountain haha. Do you really think that I, Yun Piaoliu, have never practiced martial arts? What you said just now, do you believe it yourself?" Pu Guanshan's face was ashen. "I know that young master doesn't believe me. I myself also feel that this matter is inconceivable and hard to believe. But this kind of impossible matter is the truth. Zuoxiao's strength has indeed grown. It has grown by a lot, to the point where he can suppress me." Feng Wuhan smiled faintly. Yun Piaoliu also smiled faintly. The two of them glanced at Pu Guanshan at the same time and didn't say anything. "Old man, do you really think we can't see what you're thinking? At this moment you still dare to lie. Do you think we will believe you? You're too naive." Pu Guanshan hurriedly chased after him. Young Master Yun, I'm telling the truth. Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, when you take down Zhuo Duo, I will believe you. Just now, in the battle in the main hall, Vice City Lord Guanshanha had risked his life to deal a heavy blow to Zhuo Duo. Initially, he thought that he would be able to put an end to Zhuo Duo, but who would have thought that an accident would happen when it came to you, he. He turned around and left. Pu Guanshan stood behind him, looking at Yun Piaoliu's back. He suddenly felt cold all over. Guanshanha sighed and came to him. Boss, do you have other thoughts? Pu Guanshan felt wronged to the extreme. He shouted, what thoughts can I have? I've always been the one in charge. I've already destroyed Baishan City. What other thoughts can I have? Guanshanha sighed and said, Boss, what you did today was too obvious. Young Master Yun's strength isn't something we can resist right now. Don't lose face and favor, otherwise we won't have anything left. Pu Guanshan's facial muscles twisted. Oh Guan, I'm telling the truth. Even you don't believe me? Pu Guanshan gritted his teeth. Okay. Guanshanha supported Pu Guanshan and said perfunctorily, I believe you. Pu Guanshan, you fucking believe me? Do you believe my words? At the side of the main hall. An unnoticed green shadow was stubbornly moving forward along the wall. As long as there was a passage or a gap, Xiao Chao would take the opportunity to enter. Step by step, she followed the feeling in her heart and moved forward. Slowly, Xiao Chao entered the main hall and entered the basement. After reaching this area, there were more and more people in Baishan City. Even though Xiao Chao was in a dark place and couldn't see clearly, there were too many people here. She had to be careful. The buildings above Baishan City had almost completely collapsed. The residents here were all squeezed underground. Xiao Cao's leaves swayed. She stubbornly used her thin roots to support herself and moved toward a passage that was getting stronger and stronger. It was here. Found it. The target's aura was here, right in front of her. Xiao Chao looked at a small window above her and slowly moved toward it. Little by little, inch by inch. At this moment, a person rushed over and shouted, there's a fight above again. A large foot coincidentally stepped on half of Xiao Cao's body. Xiao Chao suddenly trembled and half of her leaves withered instantly. Half of his body and his roots were stuck to the stone floor when he stepped on it. Xiao Chao trembled slightly, but she still shook with all her strength. She shook and shook to free the part of her roots that was still able to move from the puddle that had already withered from being stepped on. It struggled so hard and so hard. She was struggling with her life. After a long time. Finally, half of her body was left on the ground. Only 2 leaves and the almost worn-out roots reached the wall with difficulty. The next step was to climb up, go in and find Duguyen. However, Xiao Cao's remaining vitality was almost exhausted because of the accident just now. It had no strength to climb up. 2 leaves drooped and Xiao Chao shrank in the corner with frustration. But she didn't give up. She was waiting. A person came over. Another person walked over. Xiao Chao still didn't move. After a while, someone rushed in. The higher-ups have defeated Zhuo Duo again. The mayor and the others are very tired. Everyone hold on. Victory will always be ours, it will be Baishan City's. A large foot with a ball of ice and snow swept past Xiao Cao's side. A ball of ice and snow fell here coincidentally. Xiao Cao's body trembled, and she stretched her severely worn roots into the ball of ice and snow. The ice and snow would quickly erase Xiao Cao's vitality. However, the slipperiness of the ice and snow could also speed up Xiao Cao's speed. Xiao Cao's severely injured roots soaked in the ice and snow for a while, and then shrank back with frost and snow powder. She trembled and climbed up the wall resolutely. With the temporary lubrication of the ice and snow, Xiao Chao swam up like a gecko and finally clasped 2 leaves on the windowsill. Duguyen was still sitting in the small house, and she was burning with anxiety. She was underground, so she couldn't hear the movements outside. She could only hear the super loud and shaking movements. Fortunately, Zhuo's constant fighting created earth-shattering sounds, which could be heard from time to time. Duguyen could hear some of it and know that her friends were still working hard to rescue her. Duguyen kept praying. You must be safe. You must be safe. Mo Yin, you must live well. I really hope to see you again. Just as she was praying, she suddenly felt that something was different. It seemed that something was flashing at the window. But when she took a closer look, she clearly saw nothing. She couldn't help laughing at her own nervousness. She had been trapped here for so long that she actually had an illusion. But at this moment she suddenly felt something strange under her feet. She looked down. She saw that a green grass had fallen at her feet. The only 2 leaves were already withered, but they were still swaying. Grass. How could a grass appear in such a place? Duguyener squatted down curiously and looked at the little green grass, which made people feel that it was full of vitality. She felt pity for it and muttered, "Why is there grass here?" But at this moment, something that Duguyener had never dreamed of suddenly happened. The delicate grass on the ground suddenly jumped up. Grass jump. Duguyener's eyes widened. Then, she saw that the grass had already come to her palm and stood on it. Then, the leaves of the grass swayed even more violently. Then a drop of blood fell into Duguyener's palm. Duguyener's heartstrings suddenly trembled. Could it be Yumoyan's blood? Otherwise, how could she feel it? For a moment, Yumoyan's voice seemed to sound in Duguyener's heart. Open the heart channel. This feeling was so clear and so real. Duguyener exclaimed softly, "Little grass. You're here to deliver a letter?" Little grass stood on Duguyener's palm and waved its leaves. At this moment, it was already weak and could not continue. It had already used up the last of its life force to transmit all the memories of its short life. Through telepathy it had transmitted them all. Transmitted to its benefactor who enlightened it. Then, under Duguyener's incredulous gaze, a green grass withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 902. Under Duguyener's incredulous and heartbroken gaze, the grass instantly lost its green color and turned into a withered yellow brownish-black color. The leaves also curled up and dried up. The roots suddenly shriveled. Quietly. It lost all its vitality. Its mission had been completed. The hardships along the way were the grass's life. The foot that was stepped on in the middle made its life, which should have been 6 hours, become less than 2 hours. It disappeared without a sound. No one knew what this stalk of grass was thinking in its final moments. But it had completed its life's mission. In Duguyener's palm, there was only a piece of withered grass stem that looked like it had been dried for a long time. It was just that Duguyener was so nervous that her breath touched the withered grass. The remaining grass stem disintegrated and melted into powder. Duguyener suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She stared blankly at the grass that had been crushed and turned into nothingness. Only a little bit of debris was left in her palm. She only felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart for a moment. She couldn't help but cry. She clenched her palm tightly and held the last bit of debris firmly in her hand. She said in a low voice, "Thank you, Xiao Xiao." Duguyener took out a handkerchief and carefully collected the debris. She put it close to her body and hid it. Then, according to the news brought by Xiao Xiao, she reopened the match between Heart's channel. The next moment, she immediately sensed that Yumoyan was calling her. "Yener? Sister Yener?" Hearing the voice of her sweetheart again, Duguyener's tears fell again. She forced herself to calm down and controlled herself to wholeheartedly. She said telepathically, "I'm here. Moyan, how are you?" Yumoyan looked very excited. "Good, that's great. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm very good. The match between Heart's channel can't be opened for too long. I'm afraid that the other party has other countermeasures. We're prepared for this. Wait patiently. We'll get you out right away." "Okay. Moyan, when you come out, I have a lot to say to you." On the other side, Yumoyan was silent for a moment and said, "When you come out, I also have a lot to say to you." "I'll wait for you," Duguyener said affectionately. "Okay, wait for me. Over there." Li Chenglong, who had received the help of the divine stone, had completely recovered. At this moment he was perfecting the map according to the last image that Xiao Qiao had sent him. It's underground on the 2nd floor and there's a single small house. The characteristics of the small house are. Suddenly, his body trembled and he said uncomfortably, "Xiao Qiao sacrificed herself." Everyone was silent. It was an indescribable feeling. It was very light but very clear. Li Chenglong sighed. After a moment of silence he asked, "Is Zhuo back yet?" "The route is clear and the location is clear. Zhuo will have to make the trip." Yumoyan said, "Why does it have to be Zhuo? Can't I go?" He felt that Zhuo Xiaoduo was already very tired, and since he and Duguyener had telepathy, it should be more convenient than others. You can't." Li Chenglong said, "Other than Zhuo and I, no one else in our group can bring Sister Yener out without anyone noticing. Even sister-in-law Xiaoyan can't do it. Of course it's safer for Zhuo to do it." Yu Moyan and the others, including Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they all rolled their eyes. "Zhuo can do it, that's what everyone wants." But Li Chenglong. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. That faced with everyone's ha ha. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel depressed. I'm telling the truth. When you go to save Duguyen, you use the method of carrying her out. That's too big of a target. You'll probably be stopped every few steps. Boss Swore and I, on the other hand, could directly put Sister Yen'er into our private space and sneak her out without a sound. It's the same stealing, but the situation is different. When Zhua and I steal, we steal without leaving a trace. But when you steal, you can turn the world upside down. I even have the advantage of being more familiar with the route than Zhua. I know everything Xiao Qiao sees and hears. Do you think it's fake? It's just that I'm not as strong as Zhua. A bunch of idiots. I won't tell you the reason. I'll let you continue to be ignorant. Speak of the devil. Zhua Xiaoduo descended from the sky and pretended to shake his clothes in a natural and unrestrained manner. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he was ignored by everyone. They looked at the sky and scratched their nails. How is it? I found Sister Yen'er. She's in. Li Chenglong introduced the map in detail and patiently explained the whole story. He and Zhua Xiaoduo had both killed their way to the main hall, so it was easy for them to describe and communicate. I understand. Behind the main hall, there's a tunnel leading down. Zhua Xiaoduo pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. In this short period of time, he had already outlined the small stone house where Duguyen was imprisoned in his mind. I'll go in a moment. Zhua Xiaoduo sat down. I need to rest for a while. Alright, there's something wrong. Chenglong helped me analyze it. Li Chenglong asked, what's wrong? One of them is the number of experts. There are 10 Skysore realm experts including Mao Puguan and Guan Shanha. When Zhua Xiaoduo said this, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. 10? Li Chenglong was shocked. So many Skysores? That's right. There's also something strange. I saw a white-clothed young man commanding Mao Puguan. He even gave orders. Zhua Xiaoduo said. Li Chenglong opened his eyes and muttered thoughtfully, then this matter is interesting. There's one last thing. Deputy City Lord Guan Shanha of Baishan City. Zhua Xiaoduo was an extremely smart and ruthless person. He could immediately detect any abnormality and use it to his advantage. Guan Shanha's reaction was too strange. Therefore Zhua Xiaoduo decided to beat him at his own game. Now that he was back, he naturally had to discuss this matter with Li Chenglong to see if there was anything he could use. Li Chenglong pondered and said, although I don't know the reason, there's one thing I'm sure of. As long as it's not a deliberate scheme, Guan Shanha's state of mind has undergone a considerable change, although I don't know why. Zhua Xiaoduo said, I think so too. Li Chenglong seriously considered and said, maybe when you go in again this time, you can think of a way to verify it. Maybe we'll know the truth behind this matter. Zhua Xiaoduo's spirit was lifted. The truth behind this? The truth behind this matter. Li Chenglong said, why would MT Puguan suddenly do such a crazy thing? There must be a reason, right? There are so many Dao League ascendants. For so many Dao Alliance ascendants to gather in Baishan City is bizarre in and of itself. There has to be a reason for all of this. The very beginning of all of this. In this world, no matter what happens, as long as it happens, there must be a reason behind it. That's true. And as long as we find the reason, we'll naturally understand everything, and then we'll be able to formulate the most targeted strategy. Li Chenglong said, actually, from the moment we arrived until now, it seems like we have a clear goal, but in fact, we've been fighting a muddled battle. If we can understand the root cause, we'll be able to better decide what to do next. At least until now, there's one thing we can't be sure of. Is our enemy Baishan City of MT Puguan or the Dao League? These are two completely different concepts. If the main target is Baishan City, then it's just an internal dispute among us astral souls. After we uproot Baishan City this time, whether the people of the Dao League die or not is not important. Moreover, after we uproot Baishan City, the Dao League probably won't be so merciless. This means that this matter is over. But if there's someone from the Dao League behind this matter, then the cause and effect and even the aftermath will be huge. We'll need to get in touch with the higher-ups, and it's not something we can resolve now. Zhua Xiaoduo pondered and said, then I'll give it a try. When we enter this time, we'll find a way to find Guan Shanha. No, it's too risky. If his actions are a trap set by the other party, you'll undoubtedly fall into a trap if you take the initiative to find him. Even if it's not a trap, Guan Shanha may be exposed. Li Chenglong said, when we leave. If we can meet him, it's best to send a message or two. But when we go in, we can't take the risk. Zhua Xiaoyan said, Xiaoduo, when are you going in? I'll go in first and lead away the ones who should be led away. Zhuo Duo stroked his chest and said, there's no need to be so troublesome. Previously, I didn't know where Yen'er was imprisoned. Now that I know the place, the follow-up will be easy. But the previous few battles have shaken my internal organs a lot. More or less, I need to adjust my breathing. It will take some time. He really wasn't lying. In these few days of continuous battles, Zhuo every battle was an overload battle. With his battle strength at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, he fought continuously. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the extraordinary effect of the newly comprehended yin-yang qi, and if it weren't for the help of Bai and Jiao at this moment, Zhuo Duo was afraid that even if he didn't die, he would be disabled. Even if he had the heaven-mending stone, it would be useless. No matter how heaven-defying the heaven-mending stone was, you could repair it again and again, and the enemy would break it again and again. Thus, even though he looked impressive and was indeed Zhuo's personal battle prowess, the fact that he was able to hold on until now was mostly due to luck and coincidence. But Zhuo Duo knew himself. The suppression of the realm of the heaven-mending realm, the shaking of his body every time he collided, was already too much for him to bear. He needed to rest and reorganize. Li Chenglong said understandingly, Zhuo has been carrying the burden all this time. He must be tired. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. If we wait until 1 o'clock in the morning to take action, will you be able to rest? Zhuo Duo nodded and said, of course. He thought, half a day in the outside world is equivalent to a month in the Tower of Emptiness. Even without the heaven-mending stone, I have enough time to rest. How badly injured am I? But I still need your sister-in-law to protect me for a while. Zhuo Duo said in a dignified manner. This sentence was said in a righteous manner. Men are too tired. Li Chenglong coughed and said, of course, I feel the same way. Long Yuxing and the others turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan and said, thank you, sister-in-law. Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face was as red as the sunset. Thank you for what? Thank you for dancing? This duo dog. Today is the third watch. Looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters, help me. Chapter 903. Zhuo Duo pulled Zhuo Xiaoyan. Yin, come and protect me. My spine is itchy. It's been itchy for a long time, but I can't reach it. Before he finished his words, the two of them turned a corner and disappeared. The brothers looked at each other in dismay. The main purpose of protecting you was to scratch your itch? Jun Changkong flew down anxiously. Where did the left patrol officer go? Li Chenglong frowned. Patrol officer Jun, we are having a meeting. To discuss strategies to defeat the enemy. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask this? Jun Changkong's pupils shrank. Is the left patrol officer also having a meeting? Long Yuxing took Wan Lixio's hand and walked over. He said with a smile, I really don't know. After all, there's no need for them to report to us where they go. Maybe they haven't seen each other for a long time. It's normal for them to hide and whisper to each other. Wan Lixio also said with a smile, after all, they are engaged. It's understandable that they want to spend some time alone. We're already used to it. Li Changming also said, that's right. What they want to do. Isn't that what they should do? Of course. They can do whatever they want. Patrol Officer Jun, you are already so old. How can you not understand this? The young couple has reunited after a long time. They have a lot of intimate things to say. Jun Changkong's handsome face instantly twisted, looking extremely ferocious. At this moment, the only image that appeared in his mind was Zhuo Xiaoyan lying in Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms like a white sheep being skinned, that his heart suddenly felt like it was being roasted by oil and fire. It was unbearable. He didn't know that the words of these people were deliberately leading him to think in this direction. On the left, they said husband and wife, and on the right, they should do whatever they want. Then, they said brother and sister-in-law. They even said that they wanted him to understand. And they said that they were already so old that they still didn't understand the ways of the world. That every word was really piercing Jun Changkong's heart. Jun Changkong panted and said angrily, could it be that she came all the way here just to date someone? Li Zhangming frowned and said earnestly, Patrol Officer Jun, you're a member of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Originally, I shouldn't be the one to say this, but your performance today doesn't match at all with someone who's experienced in the ways of the world and has great achievements. It's probably because you've been single for half your life that you don't know the true meaning of the phrase, love between a man and a woman. Today I'll have a good talk with you. Love between a man and a woman is a human's great desire. Arzwa and sister-in-law. They were a golden boy and a jade girl, a pair that couldn't be more compatible with each other. Furthermore, this marriage had been decided long ago. It was the order of the parents, the words of the matchmaker, and the marriage was a match made in heaven. Whether it's because of work or other reasons, since we're together by chance, we naturally have to be together. Not to mention dating, even if sleeping together, who would be able to stop them? Even if His Majesty the Emperor or the Minister were here, they wouldn't be able to stop this couple. Right? Done. Luan. Jun Changkong's eyes immediately turned red. Li Zhongming was still speaking with a serious face and a lecturing tone. You're using work as an excuse to interfere and question us. This is simply ridiculous. Who doesn't have a job? Don't tell me that we don't even want our own wives for work? You're asking a question that's a little out of place. Li Zhongming said, let's not talk about other things. Take Yin and I as an example. If anyone dares to stop us from being together, I'll fight them to the death, regardless of their status or background. No one has the right to do so. Li Chenglong sighed and said, all right. Let's not talk about it anymore. Actually, it's not like we can't understand Senior Jun's feelings. After all, the old seniors are full of enthusiasm and prioritize work. It's inevitable that they neglect the feelings between a man and a woman. Senior Jun is 56 years old, but he still hasn't found a wife. That's because he doesn't understand the tenderness in it. You're measuring the values of an old senior with the thoughts of a young man. This is wrong. As he spoke, he naturally held Xiang Bing's slender waist and said, you're really too insensible. Li Chenglong lectured, it doesn't matter if a single dog doesn't understand. But you don't understand either? Really, you're actually so rude to Senior Jun. Senior Jun is 56 years old. His many years of being single. Cough, is already a bit. Cough. You're still hurting his heart over and over again. Then he whispered, Bing, let's go over there and talk. Xiang Bing's face turned red and she whispered, there are so many people here. Li Chenglong smiled and said, what are you afraid of? We're husband and wife. An engaged couple is a real couple. Hasn't Zhua already set an example for us? As he spoke, he held Xiang Bing's waist and walked away shakily. Long Yuxing held Wan Lixio's hand and said, let's go. When it comes to engaged couples, we're the first pair. How can we fall behind others? Wan Lixio bit her lips and secretly pinched Long Yuxing. She didn't refute and followed them. Yenner, I want to talk to you about the big issue of life. What kind of relationship do we have? It's too early. Among the brothers from Second High, I'm the only one who's still single. Li Changming pulled the red-faced Yu Yenner and left. The single dog Jun Changkong stood where he was. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Ever since he was born, no one dared to make him angry like this. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. But now, one by one, they were all leaving. Other than Pai Yibao, who didn't have much of a presence, there was only Yu Moyan, who was full of hatred. Just as he looked over, Yu Moyan said angrily, what are you looking at? Everyone is fighting, but you didn't do anything. Are you going to laugh at my wife for being taken away? You're old and virtuous. Bah. You should be an old man who doesn't die as a thief. Yu Moyan also left. Gao Qiao walked away quietly. She seemed to be talking to Luo Yenling. As for Pai Yibao had been sitting against a tree, but Jun Changkong didn't notice that there was such a living person. He was the only one left. Jun Changkong was trembling with anger. Every thought in his mind was that I've been made a fool of. This thought that his whole face turned green. He muttered to himself, Zhuo Duo Li Chenglong. You people, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. You will be miserable beyond words. Suddenly there was a light under the tree. When he turned around, his face turned black. He saw Pai Yibao holding the phone with an innocent face. I didn't mean to record it. Inspector Jun, how are you going to make us die miserably? Jun Changkong looked at the phone in Pai Yibao's hand. His mind was in a mess. He even left evidence of his crime. Give it to me. Jun Changkong stepped forward and reached out to take it. Pai Yibao put the phone away and said lightly, Inspector Jun, are you trying to steal my phone? With your identity, you won't be interested in a second-hand phone like mine, right? Jun Changkong jumped up and rushed over like lightning. Give it to me. Pai Yibao's body turned like a ghost and suddenly appeared behind Jun Changkong. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he suddenly shouted, Someone. Inspector Jun wants to kill me. Kill me to silence me. With a loud bang, all the staff of martial arts Jade Sun University surrounded him. There were more than 400 people. However, the expressions of the staff of martial arts Jade Sun University were very similar. They were all depressed. We came here to fight, and we came here with the intention of dying. Before we came here, we did everything. We confessed all the shameless things we did. However, when we came here, not only did we not make a move, but from the looks of it, we could go back victorious. Moreover, it was very likely that everyone would go back unharmed. Damn it. We don't even need to wait for them to go back. I reckon that on the way back, everyone would be fighting with each other. The biggest secret in my life that should never be known by others was actually found out by so many people. How can I allow these people who know my secret to continue living in this world? However, there are too many people who know my secret. Moreover, I exposed it myself. I just wanted to be at ease before I died. I was at ease at that time, but what about now? Moreover, I know so many people's secrets. If I put myself in their shoes, how can so many people let me go? Even though they were the ones who said it. Fuck, it's not good no matter how I calculate it. Therefore, the teachers of martial arts Jade Sun University, no matter who it was, looked at each other awkwardly and evasively. This guy smashed the windows of my house for a month. This guy used dirty tricks behind my back and bribed me with gifts to pull me down. This guy. When I go back, I will beat him to death. When I go back, I will definitely. What they thought in their hearts was not important. However, now was not the time to fight for their lives. When they looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitched and revealed an ugly smile. Hee hee. Then the two of them cursed in their hearts. Hee hee your head. I will teach you a lesson when I go back. At this moment of depression, awkwardness, and speechlessness, everyone was thinking about their own matters. Unexpectedly, a fight broke out. It was an explosive plot of murder. Instantly, everyone who had nothing to do and nothing to focus their attention on suddenly became energetic and rushed over. Suddenly, everyone's enthusiasm rose to a certain level. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Is Baishan City coming to kill us? What happened? Why did they kill us to silence us? Why did they suddenly kill us to silence us? Did they do something shameful that they want to kill us to silence us? Did they do something as despicable as Old Sun? That's right. Did they do something as shameless as Old Wang and want to silence us? Chapter 904. The old principal was speechless. These guys must be thinking about how to settle the score when they get back. However, the old principal was also depressed. He had been respected for his whole life. How could he make fun of Luo Yenling on the way here? He said that he would be the first in his next life. Was this something that a century-old principal like him could say? This was so fucking embarrassing. He couldn't die even if he wanted to, and he couldn't even find a chance to fight. It was simply speechless. My image as a principal. What could he do if he lost his 100 years of cultivation in a single day? Everyone gathered around. Jun Changkong's face was pale. He stared at Pai Yibao but didn't dare to move. It was true that Jun Changkong had the royal family's background, and his identity was the Nine Heavens Pavilion's inspector. It could be said that he had a high position and power, and his strength was tyrannical, having reached the profound returning realm. Even the old principal, who was also at the returning profound realm, might not be a match for him. However, the problem now was that his cultivation was above everyone else. How many people did Marshal Jade Sun have? Moreover, each of these people came here with a heart that didn't fear death. They would self-detonate at the slightest disagreement. There was no need for a lot of them, just 3 to 5 imperial gods would be enough to kill Jun Changkong. How could Jun Changkong dare to act rashly? Moreover, Marshal Jade Sun wasn't the only one looking at him. Jun Changkong was sure that Li Chenglong and the others were watching him. As long as he made a move, this place would be his burial ground. Pai Yibao looked at him innocently. Then he turned to the crowd and said, "Inspector Jun wants to kill me. He wants to silence me." Everyone turned to look at Jun Changkong with their eyes wide open. What's the matter? Is it necessary to silence me? Jun Changkong, who didn't dare to move, felt like he had jumped into a trap. A group of people ganged up on me? Then they made me angry and said harsh words. Then they let a recording that didn't have any sense of existence? This kind of thing. I actually encountered it? Isn't it obvious that they are framing me? Fine. Jun Changkong sneered and pointed at Pai Yibao. Just you wait. With a spin of his body, he rose into the air and disappeared in a flash. In front of so many people, Jun Changkong didn't have the face to stay any longer. If Pai Yibao played the recording in public, it would be. Jun Changkong would never have thought that the whole thing was just an accident. How could Li Chenglong and the others have the intention to frame him? As Zhou Xiaoduo once said, why bother with him? Whenever he was in a bad mood he would slap him to death. Is it worth it for all of you to be so cautious? Do you all have nothing better to do? Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan did not care, but it did not mean that Li Chenglong and the others did not care. Our boss and sister-in-law don't care because they trust each other. They don't care about trash like you. But you said you were jealous in front of us. What are you trying to do? Who wouldn't be able to tell what you're trying to do? Do you think you are so scheming? You want to woo our sister-in-law in front of us. Do you think we are dead? Li Chenglong's original plan was to provoke him and piss him off. Play him to death. However, it was still up to Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan to decide how to deal with this person. Moreover, Jun Changkong's surname itself had a royal background. Zhou Xiaoyan once said that he was the emperor's third prince. It was impossible to kill him directly. But this guy was here, so it was inevitable that he would be played by everyone. Therefore, it was true that he was targeting Jun Changkong. But when it came to setting up a trap, Jun Changkong thought too highly of himself. As for Pai Yibao's recording this time, it was not premeditated. It was purely an accident. Pai Yibao usually did not have much of a presence, but he was a real clown deep down in his bones. Outside of martial arts he was best at video editing. Usually, very ordinary things would be edited by him. All kinds of micro-expressions would be magnified and posted in the group, making everyone laugh for a long time. Today he was looking for material to use in the future. Coincidentally he recorded Jun Changkong. And the evidence in his hands was incredible. Jun Changkong's face was twisted, and his expression was ferocious. His eyes were almost cruel as he said, Zhou Xiaoduo Li Chenglong, I will make sure that you all die miserably. At that moment, Pai Yibao felt like he had discovered a new world. After Jun Changkong left, she carefully edited the video and deleted all the words that had provoked Jun Changkong. Only the latter part was kept. Then the whole video was completed. At the beginning Jun Changkong was muttering to himself, Zhou Xiaoduo Li Chenglong, I will make sure that you all die miserably. Then Pai Yibao's own voice was heard, I didn't mean to record it. Then Jun Changkong shouted, give it to me. That sense of urgency was clear as if he had experienced it himself. Pai Yibao, Inspector Jun, snatch my phone? Then Jun Changkong flew over, give it to me. Then Pai Yibao's cry for help, someone. Inspector Jun wants to kill me. He wants to silence me. Pai Yibao watched it again. Especially after he enlarged a few expressions he edited it again. Finally he murmured, perfect. With a whoosh it was sent to the group. Then Pai Yibao returned to his invisible state. He leaned against a tree and began to take a nap. When the matter was done he would leave without a trace. He would not take away a single cloud. However, the sound of his brothers gnashing their teeth came from all directions. Several of them ran to Li Chenglong. Did you see it? What? This guy can't come back to the capital. Ahem, don't be impatient. I have to kill him here so as to avoid leaving behind any future troubles and becoming a burden to others. Sai, young people need to be patient. Wait a little longer, play a little more. Let's see what Zhou has to say. You make a decision first. We have to listen to the boss on this matter. Li Chenglong did not dare to make a decision on this kind of matter. Of course it was not difficult to kill Jun Changkong. However, he could not make such a decision without Zhou Xiaoduo's permission. After all, Jun Changkong had the background of a member of the royal family. Once the royal family was involved, it would naturally affect the future of the team. Li Chenglong positioned himself as the military advisor. How could he make a decision on his own and exceed his authority? Zhou Xiaoduo was practicing in the Tower of Void Destruction. This time he was practicing diligently without thinking about anything else. He could only concentrate on practicing. He knew that this time he would go in and bring Dugu Yen'er out. Perhaps it would be an unprecedentedly difficult battle. Because he had just entered the tower. If he had not attacked them and insisted on seeing how many fairies they had, it would have been fine. At least this time it would have been smoother. Since he had made such a big move, the other party would certainly be quite vigilant. This was an inevitable cause and effect. It was even possible that they had set a trap for Dugu Yen'er. With his current cultivation, it was not a good thing to say that it was not a good thing. The best solution was to practice hard. He also had to discuss with Xiao that at the critical moment, the three-legged golden crow must come out to help. After all, this son was Zhou Xiaoduo's strongest trump card. Xiao was very excited and looked forward to it. Mother finally saw my existence and began to value my existence. I'm so excited and happy. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I must perform well and let mother take me out to play more often in the future. Bai and Jill were now getting more and more accustomed to fighting. They no longer needed to be told. As long as there was a battle, they would automatically be in position. They were indescribably active. Of course, they would not wake up early if there was no benefit. As long as there was a battle, there would be souls to eat. Bai ate 3 souls while Jill ate 7 souls. The siblings cooperated seamlessly. Each of them had their own benefits. They were all very nutritious. Even these 2 little calabashes would cry out from time to time, asking to go out to fight. Mother, go and kill people. We're hungry. Then there was Xiaolong. During this time, Xiaolong was focused on one thing. He created mountains in all kinds of ways. When the mountains in the Tower of Void Destruction were not formed, he constantly suppressed, commanded, scattered, and integrated them. There were all kinds of ways and endless postures. He was so busy every day that he never got tired of it. But now that he saw Zhou Xiaoduo looking for Xiao for help, Xiaolong expressed that he was very jealous. Boss, I want to help you too. Xiaolong felt wronged. He felt that he was being ignored. All right. Zhou Xiaoduo had no choice but to agree. In that case, you should go out and take a look. See if there are any good things in this Whitehead Mountain. This place is covered in ice and snow all year round. If there are any ice attribute treasures, give them to your sister Nian. Xiaolong excitedly floated out to search for them. Boss finally thought of me. He needs me. I must go out and find more good things. Otherwise, my position as the #1 follower of Boss will be severely damaged. It has only been a few days. First there was Xiao, who called Boss Mother. Then there was Bai Jiu, who also called Boss Mother. What are these people? They are all rushing to be sons? Then they are all at ease in the space of the Tower of Void Destruction that I created. They don't know how to be grateful and use the special effects I worked so hard to create to grow. They are obviously competing with me for favor. This is intolerable. But I have to say they are really good at calling themselves sons. Why didn't I think of this in the beginning? This trick of using the small size to sell the small size was really sharp. If I don't make some achievements this time, how can I still have a place in Zhu's heart? Zhou Xiaoduo was anxious about Yu Moyan. He didn't want to plunder anything and neglected Xiaolong's ability to plunder. He didn't expect that Xiaolong would bring him an unprecedented surprise this time. Chapter 905. Xiaolong had already made up his mind. Even if I have to flip the entire Whitehead Mountain upside down, I have to find something good. The best way is to find some ice-attributed heavenly treasures. If I directly curry favor with Boss now, I won't be able to get any immediate results. It's better to take a roundabout route and curry favor with sister-in-law little Nian. Xiaolong left with a whoosh. That eagerness left Zhou Xiaoduo flabbergasted. What happened to this guy? Why is he in such a hurry? Inside the spatial extermination tower, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian had been happily cultivating for a month. Zhou Xiaoduo had only kissed her a dozen times and hugged her 7 or 8 times. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. He didn't even watch her dance. Although his cultivation had improved rapidly, he still felt that he had suffered a great loss. During this month, Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation had improved to the cloud transformation stage with 26 compressions of Zhen Yuan, while Zhou Xiaonian's cultivation had reached 22 compressions of Zhen Yuan. When the two of them sparred, they both had a worried frown on their faces. When I fought with Feitian, I felt that the biggest shackle was the suppression of the opponent's realm. Zhou Xiaoduo said, when I fought with Pu Guanshan, I didn't feel that much. However, when I fought with those in the Dao League, I felt that the suppression was especially obvious. I felt that my hands and feet were tied. Clearly, their strength and comprehension of the Skysoar realm were far from what Pu Guanshan could compare with. I'm afraid that this gap isn't something that can be solved with the increase of our current realm. On the surface, it seemed like they couldn't catch up to us with our movement techniques. However, movement techniques are just an escape technique after all. If we cultivate in seclusion now, we can only increase our combat strength but not our realm. The suppression of the realm is ultimately a pressure on the soul. It's something that can't be solved. Zhou Xiaonian frowned. I feel the same. With my current absolute combat strength, I'm definitely above ordinary fairies. Zhou Xiaonian said, however, when I fought with Feitian, I could feel the suppression of the realm, especially the suppression of the soul. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo said, that's the feeling. Even if our cultivation has improved and we can fight against it for a longer period of time, I still don't have the confidence to win. I even feel a little scared. Zhuoxiaoduo said, this feeling of uncertainty and not being in control is what I hate the most. But when I'm facing a fairy, I always have this feeling. I can't get rid of it and it's real. Zhuoxiaoyan said, I remember that someone once said in the Nine Heavens Pavilion that those in the Skysoar realm can already touch upon the concept of force. However, true force is only limited to one's aura, might and so on. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between us and the flying heavens. However, if we have enough battle power and the opportunity is good enough, we can still kill the flying heavens. Zhuoxiaoyan said, because Fei Tian has only just come into contact with force. And when it comes to those who can truly use force, there aren't many. It's very limited. Using force? Zhuoxiaoduo asked. That's right. Using force. Zhuoxiaoyan said, when standing in front of a mountain, one can use the mountain's force. When standing in the water, one can use the water's force. This is force. It's everywhere. Do you still remember the time when we were training in the Starlight Mountain range? Of course. At that time, I heard that the person standing at the highest point was the invincible the Flood Witch. At that time, the Flood Witch gave people the feeling that she was on par with the heavens and was unparalleled in the world. Zhuoxiaoyan said, that should be another kind of force. At that time, when I looked at the Flood Witch from afar, I felt that the Flood Witch was also looking at me. However, when others looked at the Flood Witch, they didn't have this feeling. It was very strange. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly remembered and said, me too. I had a similar feeling. At that time, I felt that the person above was very awesome. I couldn't help but want to look in that direction. I also had the feeling that the person above was looking at me. The feeling that he saw me. Zhuoxiaoyan said, could it be that only the two of us have this feeling? If that's the case, then it proves that the two of us are a match made in heaven. Zhuoxiaoduo chuckled and pouted his lips. Zhuoxiaoyan rolled her eyes at him but still kissed him with a red face. The two of them then skipped this topic. After all, it wasn't strange for anything to happen to an almighty like the Flood Witch. Not to mention that when looking at him, he felt that he was also looking at him. Even when looking at him, it was normal for him to feel that he was slashing him with a knife. How should we deal with the force of a fairy? In the end, they still returned to this topic. Right now, the other party had a total of 10 fairies, while they didn't even have one. This was already the biggest disadvantage they had. Zhuoxiaoyan thought for a while and said, I'll make a call after I go out. The Nine Heavens Pavilion has no lack of seniors of the fairy realm. They should be able to give us some pointers. Okay. The two of them then left the spatial destruction tower. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left until 1 o'clock in the morning. Time wasn't very beautiful. However, Zhuoxiaoyan didn't care too much. She took out her phone and made a call. After 2 rings, the call was connected. An old voice could be heard, Civet, why are you calling so late at night? Is there something urgent? Zhuoxiaoyan said respectfully, Elder Zhou, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. However, the matter here is really urgent and I would like to ask for your advice. Go ahead. Elder Zhou on the other end was very polite. Zhuoxiaoyan asked, well, if a cultivator's cultivation hasn't reached the fairy realm, but his combat strength has already reached the level where he can fight against a fairy realm expert, but he's restricted by the shackles of a higher realm. Under such circumstances, how should he deal with the unique power of a fairy? On the other end, Elder Zhou was clearly stunned. He muttered, his combat strength has reached the fairy realm, but his cultivation hasn't reached the fairy realm. How can he challenge someone of a higher realm? That's right. He's challenging someone of a higher realm. Elder Zhou hesitated, then said, wait a moment. Elder Zhou hung up Zhuoxiaoyan's call and immediately made another call. Boss, Civet just called. She's asking me how to deal with the power of a fairy. The other side said, then just tell her directly. Elder Zhou hesitated for a while, then said, what I mean is, Civet might be facing a fairy. The boss said, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just tell her the method. Okay. Elder Zhou felt that the boss's temper wasn't very good, and wanted to hang up. Don't hang up. I have something I need to talk to you about. However, the big boss spoke up. Boss, I'm here. What's the matter? Elder Zhou was startled. That Jun Changkong over there, is his brain damaged? The boss's voice was very unhappy. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Is this guy crazy? Who told him to go out with Civet? At that time we needed a Gui Xian patrol to follow, but no one was willing to go. He was the only one who volunteered. What do you want me to do? Can't you go with him? The boss said angrily, what's wrong with your brain? Do you know what the duties of a patrol are? They're to follow and protect. You actually sent someone whose combat strength can't even compare to civet. Something really happens, who's going to protect who? Jun Changkong isn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Don't you know that? Other than that by face, he doesn't have anything else that's worth mentioning. Could it be that you like his by face? Boss, I think you're blind. Why don't you send someone with ulterior motives? I don't believe that you didn't see that kid's ulterior motives. Elder Zhou, think of other ways to make extra money from your salary and bonus for the next 20 years. Just for today's event, I'll deduct all of it. Deduct all of it? The boss's voice was full of anger and resentment. He was angry at Elder Zhou's incompetence. Elder Zhou was dumbfounded. Boss, you can't do that. Where can I make extra money? I didn't do anything. Okay. The boss's voice was full of anger. That Jun Changkong called back and said that he's going to kill this and that. They started to make arrangements. Then our people heard the news and reported it to me directly. Fortunately, I helped you suppress this matter. If Marshal Nan was here, Elder Zhou, there's a 99% chance that you'd be cleaning toilets by now. Can't you ask more questions if you don't know something? There's a mouth under your nose. It's not just for eating, right? You have to let out a fart. The boss continued to scold. Hurry up and tell that bullshit Jun Changkong to come back now. What the hell? Is the Emperor's third son so badass? Who does he want to kill? Old Zhou, why have you been so insensitive all these years? The boss hung up the phone. Elder Zhou was confused. What did I do? What did I do? My 20 years of salary and bonus are gone for no reason? Just because I sent Jun Changkong? What's going on? What the hell? What the hell is going on? But no matter what, there's still something more important. Elder Zhou hurriedly called Zhuxiaoyan back. Just treat it as psychological pressure to deal with the flying heavens situation. For example, as an ordinary person, when faced with natural disasters such as earthquakes, landslides, mudslides, etc., it's reasonable to feel the shadow of death. However, this shadow of death can't be taken seriously most of the time. If I explain it this way, do you understand what I mean? Zhuxiaoyan understood and said, in other words, the power of flying doesn't represent one's true strength. It's not like that. Flying is the starting point of a cultivator's power. However, most of the flying cultivators, even if they reach the peak of the flying realm, can't use the power freely. Elder Zhou explained patiently, let me give you an example. You know that there's starlight above your head. Starlight is a kind of energy that you can use, but can you really use it? Starlight? This figurative example confused Zhuxiaoyan, who already had some understanding of the situation. Chapter 906. Originally, she had already understood the previous sentence, but the following example made her feel confused. At this time, someone suddenly appeared beside old Zhou and snatched the phone away. He scolded old Zhou using telepathy, so you're the brainless one. You're the one who turned a genius into an idiot just because you're a teacher. Then he said to the phone, Civet, the simplest and most straightforward sentences. As long as you don't feel the pressure from the surrounding environment in front of your enemy, you don't have to pay attention to him. As long as you are confident that you have enough combat power, you can directly use your combat power to confront him head-on. As long as you fight him head-on, it'll be fine. Do you understand? If you can feel the pressure, run away immediately. Do you understand? Zhuxiaoyan said excitedly, I understand. The call was hung up. When Zhuxiaoyan picked up the phone, Zhuxiaoduo was naturally listening as well. Now both of them understood. It was as if a layer of paper window had been pierced through. I get it now. The so-called sure is nothing more than an aura unique to Skysoar realm cultivators. It can make you feel apprehensive. However, the majority of Skysoars can't use sure at all. In other words, the majority of Skysoars are just paper tigers. There's no need to scare yourself. All you need to do is fight. That was how Zhuxiaoduo understood it. Both of them understood. On the other hand, old Zhou was completely confused. He looked at the person holding the phone with a dumbfounded expression. Boss, why did you come at this time? If I didn't come, would you be able to explain yourself? Boss was wearing a black cloak. He sat on the chair like a bat and sighed. Old Zhou, after breaking through to the Skysoar realm, you've been the supervisor of the returning mystery department. You've been cautious and conscientious all this time and haven't made any mistakes. However, you've never been promoted. or transferred to another department. Do you know why? Boss spoke as if he was having a heart-to-heart talk. Old Joe felt more and more restrained in his heart. After so many years, this was the first time he was sitting so close to the boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He only felt as if a mountain was standing in front of him, instinctively lowering his head by half a head. I'm actually doing pretty well in the returning profound division. Old Joe said. I've kept you here not because you can't do anything else, but because you're too honest. She wasn't that scheming. So with you here I can rest assured. I can rest assured from the bottom of my heart. There was a hint of melancholy on eldest brother's thin face. He sighed and said, But you're too honest, Old Joe. Old Joe was confused. Isn't it good to be honest? Sometimes you have to use your brain. Boss looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. His eyes were filled with pity. He looked at Elder Joe and pointed at Elder Joe's head. Then he pointed at his own head and said, Elder Joe, do you know what is inside? Old Joe was stunned. Brain matter? Fuck your brains. Big Boss immediately cursed. There should be wisdom in this. It should be thought. It should be brain matter. Brain matter. You only know that it's brain matter. And bones and blood, why don't you say it? Boss really couldn't control himself and spat. Old Joe's face was full of saliva. Big Boss obviously didn't expect this either. He had personally come over to give him some pointers and asked a guiding question, but someone actually answered, Inside the head is brain matter. This answer was completely out of his expectations. For a moment even his brain was a little numb. He didn't know how to respond. There was actually a bit of a stalemate in his thinking. Forget it, I won't beat around the bush with you. Big Boss felt that he had been defeated. When talking to such an honest guy, he should be straightforward and say whatever was on his mind. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to understand at all. This was the main reason why he was interested in him in the first place. But he really wanted to hit him. Do you know why the civet has been taken care of since it entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Big Boss asked. Taken care of? Old Joe looked at Big Boss blankly. He was deep in thought. How was it taken care of? When it was time to go on missions, it went on missions. She had done a lot of hard and tiring work. Even those relatively dangerous places were never forbidden. Everything was treated equally. How was it taken care of? On the other hand, Jun Changkong, a member of the royal family, was really taken care of in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He wasn't allowed to go to any places that were slightly dangerous. So, was it really taken care of? This rhetorical question made Big Boss stare for a long time. He carefully looked at the person he had chosen to be the person in charge of the returning mystery division of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Suddenly he felt that this guy needed another assistant. The original assistant wasn't good enough. Furthermore, he would need a very powerful assistant. At the very least, when asked what was in his brain, he couldn't say that it was brain matter. Old Joe, you're cultivating the great strength Vajra technique, right? I think you've cultivated it to the point where it's in your brain? Is it so profound? Big Boss was speechless. Old Joe sat with his hands on his knees and his body straight. Big Boss, I know you're saying that I don't use my brain. Ehehe. Big Boss stared and panted. This guy can actually laugh so honestly. What a weirdo. Forget it. You're only suitable for accepting missions and completing them. You don't have to worry about other things. You just have to follow the mission and do it perfectly. Just like before. Anyway, that's how you did it before. You don't have to make any changes. Big Boss gave the order dejectedly. It was the first time in his life that he gave an order so powerlessly. Moreover, he was sighing. First order. Yes. Order Jun Changkong to return immediately. Yes. Second order. Activate all the spies in the Nine Heavens Pavilion in the Third Prince's residence to monitor the movements in the continent. Yes. Third order, all the forces under the Third Prince and all the martial arts connections are to be fully monitored. Nothing can be missed. Yes. Fourth order, the chief of the returning mystery division will be determined based on results and actual combat strength. Jun Changkong will be removed from the position of chief. He will be assessed in the whole division when he returns. Yes. After giving out 4 orders in a row, Big Boss was finally in a good mood. Then contact the royal family tomorrow. Tell them that the Third Prince's marriage should be decided as soon as possible. Don't think about what you shouldn't think about, and don't think about what you shouldn't think about. Understand? Understood. Looking at Old Joe's determined face, Big Boss said in a relaxed manner, Old Joe, do you know why? To prevent Jun Changkong from pestering the civet? Old Zhou felt that he was very smart this time. This was very clear. This is only half of it. Big Boss sighed. It seemed that Old Zhou could only stay in the position of executing orders for the rest of his life. The other reason is, the other party is still the royal family of the continent. This time I'm doing the royal family a big favor. Let's see if I can save Jun Changkong's life. After all, it's not good to cause too much trouble. The life of a prince can't be ended too hastily. It's too easy to cause panic in the royal family. Big Boss sighed worriedly. He felt that he was worrying too much for the royal family. The royal family should give him a medal. A friend of the royal family. Although my intention was just to reduce the trouble. Old Zhou understood. Suddenly his face turned pale. The third prince. Jun Changkong's life is in danger? Big Boss looked at him with interest. Then, have you thought of anything? Old Zhou took a deep breath. I understand. What do you understand? Someone wants to assassinate the royal family. Big Boss stood up and walked to the door with a dark face. Suddenly he turned around and gritted his teeth. Zhou Qing. I'll call you master. Do you dare to answer me? Zhou Qing was shocked. His old face wrinkled. I don't dare to. But at this time there was no one at the door. After saying that, Big Boss didn't wait for Zhou Qing's reply and disappeared. Old Zhou stared at the door blankly. After a long time, he closed the door and sat back on the chair, sighing. It seems that civet really has a powerful background. Big Boss. I'm not stupid, but it's better that I don't know about this kind of background. I can't do anything about it, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep if I know about this today. It's best to pretend to be stupid. It's rare to be stupid, it's rare to be stupid. Old Zhou muttered. His head was covered in cold sweat. After all, he was the one who allowed Jun Changkong to go out with Zhuo Xiaoyan. But now he knew that Zhuo Xiaoyan's background was so terrifying. If he thought of everything, he wouldn't be able to get rid of this accusation. An honest person also had an honest way of doing things. According to his usual character, he could just pretend to be stupid and muddle through it. Although he finally understood it in the end, he couldn't say it out loud. However, Jun Changkong had to come back quickly. This kid had caused a big mess for him. Old Zhou picked up the phone and called Jun Changkong. If you don't come back, your life will be over. Since we are colleagues, I'll do my best to save your life. After Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan came out, they didn't find anything unusual. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo set off. The task of rescuing Du Guyan still fell on him. When Zhuo Xiaoyan was about to follow him, Gao Qiao came up to her and said, Sister-in-law, let's add each other as friends. Add each other as friends at this time? However, Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't think too much about it and added Gao Qiao. Then she received Gao Qiao's telepathic message. I have a short video here and the information I'm going to organize later. Remember to take a look at it. Okay. Be careful of Jun Changkong. Zhuo Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes. Chapter 907. However, Gao Qiao had already gone back. She nodded at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong nodded back. Although the video was in the group, people like Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't look at their phones when they were bored. They would only look at their phones when they had absolutely nothing to do. The reason why he reminded Zhuo Xiaoyan was that Zhuo Xiaoyan had to know about it first. If Zhuo Xiaoduo knew about it first, he would be suspected of sowing discord. However, if Zhuo Xiaoyan knew about it first, she would be able to appease Zhuo Xiaoduo first. As for how to deal with this matter, the two of them could discuss it. According to the logic of a normal couple, this was the most correct way to deal with it. This was also the decision made by Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao after discussing it. After all, Jun Changkong was a member of the royal family. His identity was sensitive and they could not act rashly. Of course, Li Chenglong already had a backup plan. If Jun Changkong was really a threat, his brothers would have to deal with him secretly first. Li Chenglong's plan and Gao Qiao's attentiveness had taken everything into consideration. Zhuo Xiaoduo arrived at Baishan City in a flash. Zhuo Xiaoyan caught up with him and said softly, "Be careful." Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry. I haven't consummated my marriage yet. How can I bear to die?" Zhuo Xiaoyan said angrily, "Can't you be more serious?" He. Zhuo Xiaoduo left like a wisp of smoke. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo walk away, Zhuo Xiaoyan quietly turned invisible and went to the city gate. She was counting the time. There was still some time. She took out her phone and watched the video. The video was very short, only a few seconds. Below that was a long paragraph of Gao Qiaoer's description. He went on to explain everything that had happened, as well as everyone's thoughts and considerations. He didn't hide anything at all. In the end, he reminded her of the whole story from the beginning to the end. Zhou Xiaoyan watched the video again. She saw Jun Changkong's ferocious face, sinister eyes and murderous words. Her beautiful eyes suddenly exploded with a cold murderous intent that could not be suppressed. Jun. Grow. Empty. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a strong murderous intent in her heart. She had never felt such an extreme desire to kill someone since she was born. And now this person had appeared. It was Jun Changkong. You actually want to harm my dodo dog. Zhou Xiaoyan was really furious this time. No one was allowed to have even the slightest bit of malice towards the puppy. No one. What's more, he had such vicious thoughts. This person must not be left alive. But now, the most important thing was to support Dodo Dog Battalion's rescue operation. Zhou Xiaoyan held back her anger, put away her phone and carefully calculated the time. When the night was at its darkest point 1:50 in the morning, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly jumped up. In the direction of Baishan City's main gate, she slashed her sword across the sky and instantly froze the entire city wall. Then, she used her spiritual power to push out with a crash. The city wall that was hundreds of meters long collapsed like a tsunami. The thick city wall that had been there for countless years was still unable to resist this slash. Zhou Xiaoyan's spirit snatcher sword emitted an endless amount of frost, mixed with the extreme coldness that was countless times more severe than Baishan City's original coldness, and forcefully rushed into Baishan City. Along the way, blood appeared on the throats of nearly 100 people, and their bodies turned into ice sculptures. On the other side, although the 8 fairies of the Dao League were very worried, they could only fight back. Even if they could not kill them, couldn't they defeat them and force them to retreat? Moreover, this was legitimate self-defense. We were forced to fight back. We were attacked and we fought back. Can't we? Can't we? Eager to make a contribution, Pu Guanshan took the lead and rushed up to fight back. Of all the people, only he had to fight back. First of all, this was Baishan City, and second of all, he had been suspected by Yun Piaoliu. If he didn't fight with all his strength, he was afraid that the consequences would be dire. However, all of them ran into a thick fog that was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Yun Piaoliu and the others rushed up to the sky first. Yun Piaoliu took out a fan and opened it. Under the cover of this strange fan, the 4 of them disappeared without a trace. Others couldn't see them, but they could still see others clearly. In such a cold place, the ice spirit could unleash its full power. Its power was several times stronger than in other places. This place was the absolute home of the ice spirit. The ice spirit rushed up to the sky with a roar, and then the entire Baishan City was instantly filled with thick fog. With the help of the ice spirit, the Zhou Xiaoyan was like a fish in water in the fog. However, the masters of Baishan City and the Dao League couldn't do that. The Zhou Xiaoyan successfully restrained all the top masters of Baishan City by herself. There were only a few exceptions. The thick fog was rolling and the snow was flying. It was so cold that it connected the sky and the earth. Cultivators below the nascent soul transformation stage didn't even have the qualifications to enter this area. If they entered, they would be frozen in 1 second. In the next second, their divine souls would be stagnant. She really lives up to her reputation. The ice which is really domineering. Standing in the sky, Yun Piaoliu watched the battle in the thick fog with the help of his magical folding fan. He could feel the coldness that seeped into his bones. The crisscrossing sword chi was so powerful that it could reach hundreds of meters away that he couldn't help but exclaim. She is indeed a talent. We can't compare with her. Yun Piaoliu, Feng Wuhan and the others were speechless. They were all people of the human relations token, but the strength of the Zhou Xiaoyan in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, the Zhou Xiaoyan was not at a disadvantage even though 6 Skysoar Realm Masters were attacking her together. She didn't seem to be clumsy at all. The sword in her hand seemed to be able to change by itself. Sometimes it was as heavy as a mountain, and sometimes it was as light as a feather. It was only a sword, but it was natural for it to be as graceful as a silk sleeve. However, it was also as powerful as a sledgehammer. How could one describe it? The Zhou Xiaoyan was fighting fiercely. The more she fought, the more agile she became. She led the enemies all the way to higher ground. She even set up the ice spirit fog formation in the sky and attacked fiercely. The few Skysoar Realm Masters worked together to create astral winds that reached the heavens and earth. Within a certain range, the astral winds were able to blow large rocks away. However, even with such a strong wind, it was still unable to disperse the dense fog. The fog seemed to be endless. However much you blew away, it would be replenished. Furthermore, as the astral winds continued to blow, the area covered by the fog actually became wider and wider. Furthermore, it was getting denser and denser. This result caused the Skysoar Realm Masters to be even more astonished. The more they fought, the more astonished they became. Gradually they were overwhelmed with shock. This Wuxiaonian was only a little girl in her early 20s. Her cultivation was only at the divine reigning realm. It was obvious that she had yet to reach the mystical realm. How did she do it? Naturally, they didn't know that this was the coldest Whitehead mountain in the entire Astral Souls continent. The ice spirit was like a fish returning to the water. It could be said that the ice spirit was able to create as much fog and snow as the Whitehead mountain had accumulated over the years. In this kind of place, the ice spirit was invincible and undying. The more the Wuxiaonian fought, the braver she became. Her sword chi whistled and merged into one. Everyone in the White Mountain City was in high spirits and focused on the battle. However, no one noticed it. Or perhaps even if they did, they wouldn't notice it. Because they weren't familiar with it. Those who were familiar with the Wuxiaonian knew that the Wuxiaonian had always had long hair draped over her shoulders. She rarely had her hair styled. But today, on Wuxiaonian's head, there was an unprecedented pair of ancient hairpins. Not only did it perfectly detract from Wuxiaonian's peerless beauty, it also added a bit of an ancient and elegant aura. And in the middle of the two buns, there was a small black crow who was bored to death sitting there. Its round eyes were somewhat sluggish. "Why haven't you asked me to fight yet? So boring." As the Wuxiaonian moved back and forth like lightning, Xiao stayed in the Wuxiaonian's hair. It didn't move at all and didn't affect its balance at all. When Zhuxiao Duo suggested it, the Wuxiaonian wanted to put Xiao in her arms. However, when Zhuxiao Duo thought of Zhao's identity as the seventh prince, he was inexplicably jealous and didn't want to do it. "How can this guy touch my wife's breasts? Just a bird? What are you talking about? Not even a bird. Except for me and my son, no one else can." "Well, even if that bird thinks he's my son, I can't do it. After all, he's not my son." The Wuxiaonian had no choice but to make an exception and comb her hair, hiding Xiao in it. Even though she was scolding Zhuxiao Duo in her heart for making a fuss and being too stubborn, she still obeyed. Subconsciously, the Wuxiaonian didn't realize how much she cared about Zhuxiao Duo's thoughts. Her thoughts were very simple. "He's young, so I'll let him have his way. I just don't know which part of him is young." Just as the Wuxiaonian's fight was in full swing, Zhuxiao Duo had quietly entered Baishan City. This time, compared to the last time, it was much easier to enter. He didn't encounter any decent enemies. He strolled through the main hall like a gust of wind and strolled underground. The reason why he said it was a stroll was probably because no one noticed him along the way. Even Zhuxiao Duo didn't expect that he would come so smoothly. He saw the hut where Dugu Yen'er was imprisoned. He snuck over without making a sound and carefully observed his surroundings. Zhuxiao Duo wouldn't have the problem of traveling half 100 li or 90 li. He was more cautious than anyone else and was afraid of death. Suddenly, a strong aura surged when Zhuxiao Duo was about to touch the target's hut. It was like a beast that had been waiting for its prey for a long time and suddenly discovered its arrival. This aura was a little familiar. Chapter 908. Zhuxiao Duo snorted coldly. It was one thing to be cautious, but since he was already here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Before this, Zhuxiao Duo was really afraid that the enemy would find another place to hide Dugu Yen'er before he rescued her. But now Dugu Yen'er's breath was still in the hut, so Zhuxiao Duo was naturally relieved. No matter who was on the other side, he would smash over, snatch Dugu Yen'er, and throw her into the space-destroying tower. Even if there were thousands of troops waiting to ambush him, he would be able to kill his way out. The yin and yang qi quietly circulated, and the black and white circles were formed. The bai and the jiu were activated. The sledgehammer appeared in his hand as if it was made out of nothing, pointing straight ahead. At the door of the stone room where Dugu Yen'er was imprisoned, there were 3 people sitting quietly. 2 of them were the 2 teachers from Jade Sun High School who betrayed Dugu Yen'er and Yu Moyan. The other person was the deputy governor of Baishan City, Guan Shanha. At this moment, Guan Shanha had also found Zhuxiao Duo's trace. Zhuxiao Duo was about to make a move when he suddenly heard a soft voice in his ear. "Young Master Zhua, I'm Guan Shanha. After you rescue her, I'll chase after you." At that time I have some information to report to young Master Zhua. Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned. If it was not surprising that Guan Shanhe would contact him, then it was too surprising that he would lower himself to such a level. His tone could be said to be humble and submissive. Zhua Xiaoduo quickly replied, "Okay. Is Du Guyen'er inside? Who are the other two?" "These two people are the two teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Academy," Guan Shanhe explained. Suddenly he exploded and roared, "Who are you?" Zhua Xiaoduo sneered, "Guan Shanhe. Don't you recognize me? We fought several times." Suddenly the yin and yang qi swirled, and the sledgehammer smashed over with the force of a mountain. Guan Shanhe was shocked. "It's you." He drew his sword and attacked. His momentum was unstoppable, and his might could shake the earth and the heavens. As for the two teachers beside him, their lips turned green and their faces turned pale. Just as they were about to dodge, they found that they couldn't move. They were now in the middle of Guan Shanhe's and Zhua Xiaoduo's momentum. They couldn't even move a finger. In the blink of an eye, Zhua Xiaoduo's hammer and Guan Shanhe's sword collided. Under the impact of the two sides, each side sent out a portion of their power to knock the two teachers unconscious. Then Guan Shanhe roared, "So powerful." Then he staggered backwards. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. "The best is yet to come." She shouted, "Sister Yan, stay away from the door." Du Guyen'er immediately responded, her voice full of joy. With a muffled bang, Zhua Xiaoduo had smashed a big hole in the stone door. Smoke and dust filled the air. He flashed in and grabbed Du Guyen'er. "Sister Yan, calm your mind. Don't resist." With a whoosh, Du Guyen'er was sent into the Tower of Annihilation. Then she moved her toes and the two unconscious teachers were also sent into the Tower of Annihilation. Then she roared again, "Guan Shanhe. How dare you sneak attack me?" She ran away in a flash. Guan Shanhe roared like thunder, "Scoundrel! Put them down." Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. The 9x9 cat hammer in his hand rumbled and rushed forward crazily. Zhua Xiaoduo's movement speed was not fast. His movements were more about destroying the underground buildings, wantonly destroying them. Guan Shanhe chased after him, roaring like thunder. He was fighting with all his might, risking his life. Rumbled that the load-bearing walls of the underground buildings were constantly smashed. Rumbled. Smoke and dust rose to the sky. Just by listening to the sound and looking at the smoke and dust, it seemed that the two of them had fought until the end of the world. Boom. The largest load-bearing wall of the underground buildings of Baishan City was also smashed by Zhua Xiaoduo with one hammer. Then, with another hammer, a super big hole was blasted in the ground. Zhua Xiaoduo's slender figure followed closely behind the two hammers, brazenly soaring into the sky. As Zhua Xiaoduo rushed out of the underground building, a gray shadow followed behind him like a shadow, roaring angrily, "Zhua Xiaoduo! How dare you! Put them down." The voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, frighteningly mournful. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily, and the two hammers smashed out thousands of times in an instant. "I'll take my leave now." Guan Shanhe's heartbroken voice sounded, "Thief! You and I are irreconcilable. If you go to the sky, I'll chase you to the heavens beyond heaven. If you go to the ground, I'll chase you to." Relentless pursuit. Behind him. Rumbled that the entire Baishan City Lord's Hall shook together, and then as if there was an earthquake, the entire place sank into the ground. With a loud bang, all the buildings above the ground collapsed in an instant. The entire underground residence was completely smashed. Completely smashed. Completely smashed. There were at least thousands of people below. Blood spurted out from the cracks like waves, tens of meters high. Countless disabled warriors of Baishan City, together with their families, and even more of Pu Guanshan's family. In this collapse of heaven and earth, almost all of them had died. Large amounts of dust and snow rose to the sky, even dispersing the thick fog in the sky. In the sky, Pu Guanshan, who was fighting in the middle of the sky, turned his head to look, and suddenly his courage was shattered. "No!" Pu Guanshan screamed and suddenly turned his head, rushing towards Baishan City with his eyes wide open. But how could Zhua Xiaoyan let go of such a great opportunity to expose himself? Her body flashed and endless frost chi splashed out, sweeping in all directions. Her entire person was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, waving a world of ice and snow, instantly erupting with extreme power. Wind, snow and ice covered the entire sky. Another thin but sharp, ice-cold sword chi shot out from her hand. Pu Guanshan's mind was in a mess and he did not notice it at all. Instead, a Dao League flying heavenly sword blocked it, causing the ice-cold sword chi to deviate a little. With a piu sound, it pierced into Pu Guanshan's shoulder, instantly shattering and coming out of his body. But the wounds on his chest and back were immediately frozen, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Pu Guanshan screamed, and his body spun violently as he fell from the sky. Zhou Xiaoyan was aiming for Pu Guanshan's heart, but due to the distraction her attack deviated a little. But when the ice-cold qi entered his body, it froze at least 60% of Pu Guanshan's blood and qi. Moreover, he was already at the sky-soaring realm, and that sword did not hit any vital parts. Although he was still alive, it was inevitable that he would be heavily injured. Zhou Xiaoyan attacked with all her strength. While she heavily injured Pu Guanshan, she also created a crisis for herself. From beginning to end, she was under the joint attack of many Skysoar realm experts. Even if everyone was apprehensive and didn't dare to kill her, the pressures Zhou Xiaoyan had to endure was still extremely intense. Although her previous burst of strength had successfully injured Pu Guanshan, it also left Pu Guanshan with an open door. Two of the opponents immediately teleported over and brazenly locked onto the space, intending to trap Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan's body immediately turned sluggish. She was about to be taken advantage of by the enemies and be trapped. But right at this moment 2 sharp cries rang out. GG. Assist. First, the ice soul separated from the spirit-plundering sword and turned into a strand of ice, instantly piercing through the left chest of a sky-soaring realm expert. An ice sculpture was instantly formed. Xiao let out a sharp cry and quickly flew out from Zhou Xiaoyan's head. Halfway through, she turned into a blazing sun-golden crow that could incinerate everything. A hole appeared in the palm of the other Skysoar realm expert, and a transparent hole appeared in his right chest as well, piercing through the other Skysoar realm expert's body. Of the 2 sky-soaring realm experts, one of them had turned into a mummy. His entire body was sealed in ice, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were frozen as he fell down. As for the other one, his body burst into flames from the inside out, turning into a flaming man. He was burning fiercely. The true Yuan in his body was unable to resist and was turned into fuel. One of the sky-soaring realm experts who had been observing the battle had a pale complexion. Both of his arms were fractured, and his shoulder was bleeding profusely. His body was constantly being damaged. He was the one who had been struck by Zhou Xiaoduo's meteor hammer, and had yet to recover. The surface of Zhou Xiaoduo's hammer was made of starry sky indestructible stone. The injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone could be considered the first time in countless years that it had shown its effects. Just as Wu Taijiang had said, it was hard to recover from. With the powerful self-healing ability of a sky-soaring realm expert, although his injuries were not light, he should have recovered after a night of recuperation. But now, not only did his condition not improve, it even showed signs of worsening. However, one of their men had just gone to rescue Mount Puguan, so he was the only one who had the time to act. The others were led by Zhou Xiaoduo in another direction, so they definitely wouldn't be able to make it here in time. Therefore he let out a loud roar and rushed down while vomiting blood. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. He tried his best to circulate all the energy in his body, and barely managed to connect his arms. With each arm he caught his heavily injured companions. Following that, he let out a blood-curdling scream as his body sank into the starry sky indestructible stone. Half of his body was frozen stiff, while the other half was burning. If his strength was at its peak he might still be able to resist. But right now the injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone were already riddled with wounds. How could he withstand Zhao's true sun flame and the ice soul's extreme chill ice spirit? At this moment, these 2 strange forces were acting as if they could penetrate through every opening. The other sky-soaring realm experts were shocked. How could they still care about holding back? They attacked together and forced Zhou Xiaoyan to retreat. Then he quickly rushed over and saved the 3 of them. But in such a short period of time, the 3 sky-soaring realm experts were completely deformed. The Ice Soul and Zhao's existences were high-level existences that they had never seen before. Especially when the 2 of them were Xiantian life forms with boundless might. They were caught off guard and ambushed. The first snowflake of the primal chaos. The great sun golden crow. Chapter 909. Who would have thought that the Zhou Xiaoyan, who came from a small place, would have 2 of them? Even if the Yun and Feng families used all of their heirloom treasures, they would never be able to achieve such a feat. Was this a joke? On the other side, the Zhou Xiaoyan sneered and retreated. She had been holding on for so long, especially when she forced everyone to retreat and heavily injured Mount Puguan. Her vitality had been greatly damaged and it was difficult for her to continue. Now that she had the help of the twin spirits and forced everyone to retreat, she naturally had to retreat. Not to mention that the Zhuoxiao duo had already sent out the signal. Why would she stay here and fight to the death? She had defeated 4 Skyswords in one battle. Such a battle record was shocking and unbelievable. High up in the sky, Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were extremely surprised as they rushed down. The 4 of them did not expect this. Just a moment ago they were fighting Zhuoxiaonian together. Oh, how did things change so suddenly? It happened in less than a blink of an eye. The 4 Skyswords on their side were all heavily injured. The 4 Skyswords realm experts were all heavily injured so easily. In particular, 2 of them were still on fire and were still screaming miserably. Yun Piaoliu's face was filled with pain. He infused his true inner force into the folding fan in his hand. With a wave, a green aura surged into the bodies of the 3 Skyswords realm experts. Their frozen bodies immediately warmed up, and the burning flames were extinguished. The 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Save them. Yun Piaoliu was shocked. The fan of resurrection was best at reviving souls and prolonging lives. Unexpectedly, it was unable to completely remove the negative effects. What kind of injuries were they? Why were they so difficult to deal with? They were standing far away and did not see clearly what method the Zhuoxiaonian used. They only heard 2 strange cries and the 3 Skyswords realm experts were all injured. In fact, even the 2 Skyswords realm experts who rushed over did not understand what they were facing. After all, this kind of Xiantian life form was too far away from the current era. Moreover, it had never appeared before. If they were asked, did they know about the Ice Soul? Did they know about the 3-legged golden crow? They definitely knew about it. But then again, even if the Ice Soul and the 3-legged golden crow were placed in front of them, they would probably only say, "What is this?" It was something that only existed in legends and books. They really did not know about it. The most important reason was that the image in books and real life were 2 completely different things. How could the mighty divine beast that was strolling in the sun be connected to the little black bird that flashed past in front of him? How could the Ice Soul that could freeze everything within 1,000 miles with a wave of her hand be related to that tiny illusory figure? Was this a joke? Even if they could see it clearly and recognize it on the spot, they would at least be at the level of the 12 Grand Shamans and the Tao Alliance's 7 Swords. As to the 3-legged golden crow, the 3-legdo the 3-leg, to the to it. Not to mention the others. In other words, if the great witch Hong Shui had seen the 3-legged golden crow, it was estimated that he would not be able to dominate the world until now. According to the hatred between the witches and demons, it was estimated that the young great witch Hong Shui would be directly roasted into charcoal at that time. But to save her. To save her? So far, even in the most polite way, there was no such place in the entire White Mountain City. It was a complete wasteland. The underground space was also completely destroyed by Zhuoxiaodua's violent actions. The original Castellan's mansion was gone. The residential houses were all gone. The only buildings left were the original barracks. There were a few houses left in the camps. At this moment, they were all crowded by the survivors of White Mountain City. Many people were still rummaging in the ruins. No one knew if they were looking for the remains of their relatives or something else. Under the ruins of the assassins there were all kinds of voices. Those were warriors with high cultivation. They were not killed by the collapse. They were trying their best to hold on and wait for help. Some were trying to find a way to climb out. But after this night, White Mountain City had become a city of bachelors. Everyone, including the Castellan Pugwanshan, had become lonely. None of their children were left. Oh, there was an exception. That was Deputy City Lord Guanshanha's family. For some reason, Deputy City Lord Guan's family was not harmed in this attack. At this moment they were hiding in a small swaying house. The Deputy Castellan Guanshanha was still missing. According to the memories of some insiders, he should have gone to chase after Zhuoxiao Duo. After all, there were still quite a number of people who had heard the roar just now. What? Are you here? Yun Piaolia looked at Guanshanha's wife and could not help but feel suspicious. Guanshanha's wife was also a cloud transformation realm warrior. She sighed and said, "The old man's internal injury relapsed. The air down there is dirty. We can't stay here. Since the old man was injured, we have been living outside." Sigh. The old man that the wife was talking about was Guanshanha's father-in-law. His cultivation base was not weak and was at the peak of the Guixian level. He was only below the 3 city lords of White Mountain City. However, this old man's luck was not good. When Zhuoxiaoduo came to smash the city gate for the first time, he coincidentally smashed the old man half dead. There was nothing wrong with letting more people know about this matter. Although Yun Piaoliu was suspicious, he did not say anything more. Let's find a place to check his injury. Yun Piaoliu held a small jade gourd in his hand. He was very reluctant to give it up. This was the golden elixir of fate. It was also the thing that Mount Puguan wanted to obtain at all costs. But now, Yun Piaoliu looked at the worthless White Mountain city. There were less than 2,000 soldiers in the city. Then he looked at the heavily injured Pugwanshan. He was even more reluctant to give away his golden elixir of fate. He had bragged to the outside world, but how many golden elixirs of the old ancestor in his family? That was an ancestor from many generations ago. How could he be as close as I bragged to the outside world? He might not even know me. At most, he might have heard of my name and know that I existed. Now even Dugu Yener had been rescued. In this way it was a real loss. There was nothing left. He turned to Feng Wuhan and said, "Brother Feng, the elixir's on your side. I only have 3 left. I have to keep 1 for myself." In fact, he had 10 elixirs in his gourd. It was not just the 3 that he mentioned. Feng Wuhan looked sad. "When I was injured, I gave all my elixirs to the wounded. Sai, the loss this time is too great." Feng Wui looked at his brother in surprise. "You know that we have 10 elixirs each. Even if you don't have any left, I still have some." "Why? Besides, I didn't see you use them. Even Brother Wui's elixirs have been used up." Feng Wuhan sighed. "Everyone is fighting for you and me. How can I be stingy with my elixirs? But I didn't expect the enemy to be so cruel and use so much elixirs. We need to keep this a secret. We can't go back and take them." Yun Piaoliu looked at Feng Wuhan as if he wanted to eat him. "I thought I was cruel enough. I didn't expect you to be so stingy." Feng Wuhan sighed and whispered to Yun Che, "Brother Yun, with the 3 pills you have, you should prioritize saving our own people first. As for Mount Puguan, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't worry, when I return, I'll definitely make it up to you. When the family supplies me, I'll give you all the elixirs in the first batch." Yun Piaoliu gritted his teeth and laughed. "I believe you." But he was regretting it in his heart. Why did I say I had 3 elixirs? I should have said I had used them all up. What kind of injury is this? Why is it so cold? Is this caused by Zhuoxiaoyan? But even if Zhuoxiaoyan cultivates an ice attribute cultivation technique, her cultivation clearly hasn't reached such a level. And this, it's directly on fire and such a domineering flame at that. What's going on? After consuming the 3 elixirs, the injuries of the 3 Dao League's Flying Heavens experts began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the true origin qi that had been burned couldn't be replenished. Especially the Flying Heavens expert who had saved them. Even the golden elixir could only replenish his true origin qi. Not only did the injuries he suffered from Zhuoxiaoduo's sledgehammer not get better, they were even getting worse. This injury is too strange. Everyone studied it for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. "Piaoliu, don't you have another elixir?" Yun Piaoliu thought for a long time and finally decided to save Mount Puguan. After all, without Mount Puguan, they wouldn't have a main force to deal with Zhuoxiaoduo. But at this point, everyone could see it. With Mount Puguan and Zhuoxiaoduo, it was already beyond their ability to take down Zhuoxiaoduo, let alone Zhuoxiaoyan, who was stronger than Zhuoxiaoduo. "We have to make a move. Our guards have to make a move too." Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan walked to the side to discuss. "Brother Feng, we have to shoulder this responsibility together." Feng Wuhan frowned. The situation had come to this point. These days, he had controlled his Flying Heavens guards to abide by the rules of the Human Relations Order. But the situation was getting worse. Now it was completely out of control. Did he really have to make a move? What if we're discovered? Feng Wuhan hesitated. "It's fine if we're discovered. As long as Zhuoxiaoduo is dead, it doesn't matter if we're discovered. Our contributions outweigh our mistakes." Yun Piaoliu gritted his teeth and said, "If we withdraw now, we'll gain nothing. Brother Feng, are you willing to accept that?" Of course he was unwilling. Especially the 2 winged hearts that had almost been in his mouth. Now it was gone. How could Feng Wuhan accept that? Chapter 9-10. Of course, Feng Wuhan was unwilling. After spending so much effort, even White Mountain City was destroyed. Should he return with his tail between his legs? What about his future? Not to mention that his future would be ruined, he would still be laughed at by those people, right? How about a decisive battle? Yun Piaoliu suggested, his eyes flickering. A decisive battle? Feng Wuhan's eyes flickered as well. In the name of White Mountain City? Of course. The reason is, a blood feud that can't be resolved must be resolved with life and death. The other party might not agree. They will definitely agree. We've dragged it out long enough. I don't think they want to drag it out any longer. Just as Feng Wuhan and Yun Piaoliu were discussing, a strange sound suddenly came from the night sky. A rock suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the ruins of White Mountain City. Who is it? An uninjured Skysore Realm expert immediately chased after the rock. Opposite him, a black figure threw out a ball of paper and disappeared without a trace. That Skysore Realm expert felt that if he really wanted to chase after the rock, he could catch up. The rock's movement speed was like heaven and earth compared to Zhuxiao's. However, the ball of paper was obviously not lethal. After hesitating for a moment, he did not chase after the rock. Instead, he took the ball of paper and returned. Young master, someone sent over a ball of paper. There should be words on it, but I didn't confirm it. The Skysore Realm expert of the Dao League returned with the ball of paper and handed it to Yun Piaoliu. This was the caution of a bodyguard. He was only the bodyguard of the young master of the Yun clan. Everything he did was based on his actions. He did not take the initiative to speak or do anything. Yun Piaoliu rolled his eyes with a strange expression. Although the other Skysore Realm experts were in a heavy mood, they could not help but smile. The other party only sent over a ball of paper. If there were no words or content on the paper ball, was it sent to you to wipe your ass? When they opened it, they saw a letter filled with words. It's the information of all the people on that side. Yun Piaoliu's eyes lit up. It was indeed a report about the people on Zhuxiao's side. It recorded the names, information, and approximate cultivation levels of Zhuxiao Duo and the other 12 people. Almost everything was there. More importantly, it actually contained the location of everyone's current hiding place, as well as the secret that no one had discovered. Even the head count, names, and hiding places of the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School. Yun Piaoliu's eyes glittered when he read the detailed information. I didn't expect there to be people from our side. This information is too detailed. It seems like the person who sent the letter intends to wipe out this group of people. However, this fellow is too careless in his actions. He actually wrote a bunch of words. The first few words even know to cover up his own handwriting, but the second few words clearly don't even have the intention to cover up his own handwriting. In addition, the killing intent is brimming between the lines. Yun Piaoliu looked at it and smiled. This is also a clue. Perhaps it can be used not only now but also in the future. He patted the note and said, now that we have this, we don't have to be afraid that they won't come out to fight. What do you mean? Now the situation has changed. The main reason why we were at a disadvantage and were beaten passively was that Zhuxiaoyan and Zhuxiao Duo were powerful. As long as they made a move, we would have to use most of our forces to fight against them. The other guys are very slippery. They could always take advantage of the gaps. And that. Li Chenglong is in charge of the overall situation. We have no way to deal with them. We can only rely on our luck. But now, with the addition of the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School, we can't kill Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan, but can't we kill them? These people's lives are our bargaining chips. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, they can only agree and fight passively until they are all dead or we don't want to fight anymore. There is no other choice. The wheel of fortune is on our side now. On the other side, Jun Changkong disappeared. After Zhuxiaoyan went back, she went to look for him with her sword. She was full of killing intent. She wanted to kill this guy who dared to have evil thoughts about her puppy even if she had to give up the future of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. But Jun Changkong had disappeared for some reason. Zhuxiaoyan tried to search with her divine mind, but she couldn't find him. When she called, his phone was turned off. He ran away? Zhuxiaoyan was full of hatred. How could he run away so easily? That was too easy for him. On the other side, Zhuxiao Duo and Guanshanhe were engaged in a fierce battle. Guanshanhe's every attack was powerful and ferocious. Zhuxiao Duo was also not to be outdone as he continued to counterattack. As the two of them fought, dust and sand filled the air, creating a huge commotion. However, the actual situation was that the so-called power and ferocity, the continuous counterattacks, were all aimed at creating a sandstorm that filled the sky. Everything was just a show of strength, nothing more. Most of the time, the two of them were communicating through voice transmissions. Dao League? Feng and Yin families? Yin Pialiu? Yin Pialiu? Feng Wuhan? Feng Wui? The spirit of true love? 17 or 18 pairs already? 8 Skysoar experts? Are they their personal guards? Are they from the Feng and Yin families? Dao protectors? Are you worried? Token of gratitude? Token of gratitude? Understood. What do you want? What? Not too much. Family's safety? Puguan Mountain. The mastermind there. He's also the one who contacted the Dao League? They gave him benefits? Golden Core? You have cooperation with other places? Understood. You've done a lot over the years? Yes. I'll consider your request. Considering your performance and the sincerity you've shown, I'm willing to believe that you've turned over a new leaf. Of course, we won't be too harsh on you. But you've done a lot of things with Puguan Mountain. You'll have to bear the consequences. As for how we'll do it, we'll report the help you've given to the higher-ups and try our best to fight for leniency. But as for the final outcome, we're just a bunch of students. You know that I can't promise too much. But I can guarantee that you and your family won't die. That's the bottom line. That's good. Dust and smoke filled the sky. The two of them were fighting for their lives for only 2 minutes. The sky was dark and they couldn't see clearly. Zuoxiaoduo took advantage of the gap and changed his training hammer to the dream of 1,000 souls. Guanshanha's body was smashed into a bloody mess. Guanshanha screamed and ran away. Apart from his 2 legs, which were still relatively intact, the rest of his body had been smashed into smithereens. There was almost no place that was still intact. When he returned to White Mountain City, Guanshanha couldn't hold on any longer and fell in front of Yin Pialiu. His miserable state made everyone feel the intensity of the battle. This is. Yin Pialiu was shocked. Zuoxiaoduo. Guanshanha fainted. It wasn't an act. He was seriously injured. There was no pretense. Master, Guanshanha's injuries are very serious. Apart from his legs, almost all the bones in his body are broken. It's a miracle that he could escape with such injuries. A flying sky protector looked at Guanshanha's injuries and reported. The corner of Yun Pialiu's eyes twitched. Give him a golden core life spirit. He sighed inwardly. Guanshanha was really desperate. From this point, Guanshanha was at least much stronger than Pu Guanshan. He could clearly see the situation, and knew which side was worth submitting to. Reliable. After swallowing a golden core, Guanshanha slowly woke up. He saw Yun Pialiu as soon as he opened his eyes. Master. I'm ashamed. I tried my best this time. But that Zuoxiaoduo is really... Guanshanha struggled to get up. Take care of yourself first. Let the medicine take effect first. Yun Pialiu sighed. I know you. Tried your best. With Guanshanha's injuries, anyone with eyes could see that he was not just putting his life on the line. He was simply putting his life on the line, risking his life. He was probably just short of self-destructing. On the other side, the flying heavens of Dao Alliance, who had yet to fully recover from the injuries caused by Zuoxiaoduo's hammer, struggled to walk over. After carefully examining Guanshanha's injuries for a while, he said with a puzzled expression, Old Guan, your injuries, how did they heal so quickly? Guanshanha was confused. Master, your golden core life spirit is magical. It's normal for it to heal so quickly. If it weren't for my injuries, I would have fully recovered by now with the golden core in my stomach. The flying guard grimaced in pain. I also ate the golden core, but my injuries don't seem to be getting better. He was the most miserable one among the group of injured flying guards. He took Zuoxiaoduo's sledgehammer head-on and had his skin touched by the sledgehammer. He was careful even when his bones were broken. However, the injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone were not something that could be healed by a golden core life spirit. Well, it was a completely different matter from Guanshanha's injuries. But now this man Guanshanha, Yun Pialiu, and everyone else in Baishan City didn't know the reason. Everyone felt that. It was amazing. Everyone was injured, but you couldn't recover. This expert also felt that it was amazing. Everyone could recover, but why am I the only one who can't recover? It's like I'm cursed. I seem to have heard that there's something that can cause continuous injuries after hitting someone. It can't be healed by human strength alone, and it requires the 9 heavens spring water to heal such injuries. Feng Wui frowned. What's that? Zuoxiaoduo's sledgehammer can't be made from that, right? Hearing this, the others immediately objected. Impossible. We haven't even seen that thing before, so we can't prove it. How can such a rare material be used to make such a pair of sledgehammers? Besides, there are many people here who have been injured by Zhuoxiao Duo. How can there be such a strange thing? I think it's because of Du San's physique. Maybe it's because of his character? Chapter 9:11. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made more sense to attribute the problem to the three of them. Even Du San, who was still recovering from his injuries, nodded in agreement. Many of them had been injured by Zhuoxiao Duo, but he was the only one who was injured like this. Maybe it's really because of my physique? With this interruption, Feng Wuyi had forgotten what he wanted to say. Now that the situation has changed, let's discuss who to send out for the next battle. Yun Piaoliu said, although the situation has changed, we shouldn't send out too many fairies. Otherwise we'll attract the attention of the astral souls. Once they get involved, the consequences will be unpredictable. Feng Wuhan said, Guan Shanhe and Pugwanshan will definitely fight. Although they're injured, they have the divine soul golden elixir in their bodies. It won't take long for them to recover and they'll be able to fight. That's right. They're the city lord and the vice city lord of White Mountain City. How can they not fight? But we need 2 more fairies to enter White Mountain City's lineup. Otherwise, that's a must. Wuhan, do you think we should fight? Yun Piaoliu suddenly had an idea. Fight? Feng Wuhan was shocked. For this battle, they'll need to send someone else to fight. As long as we don't send out Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaoyan, the rest of them won't be a problem. We'll definitely win. Maybe we'll even gain something else. Yun Piaoliu's words were full of confidence. He had seen Yu Moyan and the others fight from afar and felt that it was nothing special. Of course, the main reason was that they had seen Zhuoxiaoyan and Zhuoxiao Duo fight too many times in the past few days. They were already traumatized and desperately needed to regain their sense of superiority over others. After all, they were all elites who could fight above their level. They were also people with the personal favor token. But this time they were crushed so badly. In front of Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaoyan, they didn't even have the courage to fight. If they couldn't calm down, how could they progress on the path of martial arts? Yun Piaoliu's suggestion caused the others to become restless. As the subordinates of White Mountain City, it's not a big deal for us to fight these astral souls geniuses. Even if our identities are exposed, we still haven't reached the Skysoar realm. Furthermore, isn't it normal for deaths to occur during a spar? If you're afraid of death, what's the point of entering the Dao? What's the point of cultivating martial arts? Yun Piaoli's eyes lit up. If you defeat and kill him fair and square, you will be killed. Why not? Feng Wuyi stood to one side muttering to himself, but there is one thing that cannot be forgotten. If the other party kills us, they will have killed us in vain and died in vain. Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan chuckled. Kill us? Are we that easy to kill? What a joke. Then let's do it this way. Yun Piaoliu said calmly, let's sort out the participants in White Mountain City and see how many people are still able to fight. Then we'll fight 10 battles. Wuhan and I will take up 2 names. We'll be the subordinates of White Mountain City. As for our guards, we'll fight as the consecrators of White Mountain City. Together with Pugwanshan and Guan Shanhe, we'll have 6 seats. We'll also choose 4 profound recognitions cultivators from White Mountain City. Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan exchanged glances and nodded. That's a good idea. With such a lineup, it was naturally feasible. Victory was already in their hands and there was no reason for them to lose. White Mountain City had been completely destroyed. Now that they had a chance to turn the tables, they would naturally seize the opportunity to recover as much as they could. By the way, after this, don't forget to use my Holy Spirit fan and your fate chart to recover the scattered fate of White Mountain City. We can't let this trip be in vain, so it's better to get as many benefits as possible. All right. Everyone calm down and recuperate. Recover as soon as possible. Now that White Mountain City is gone, we can gather together. With everyone together, Zhuoxiao Duo won't be able to launch a sneak attack. Yun Piaoliu said, since we don't have our own houses, we won't be separated. Let's gather together and fight in 1.5 days. Okay. As for Zhuoxiao Duo's side, I believe he still hasn't figured out who we are. He still thinks that the person in charge of this place is Mount Puguan. At most, he'll be surprised by the number of Skysoar realm experts here. As long as we don't leak our identities, we can do whatever we want. Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly as if everything was under his control. On the other side, Zhuoxiao Duo's side was full of joy. Seeing that Dugu Yener was rescued, everyone was so happy that they almost went crazy. Luo Yanling hugged her daughter, unwilling to let go. She cried tears of joy. All the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Academy from top to bottom were overflowing with joy. It was not until Zuoxiao Duo threw out the two teachers that they suddenly fell silent. The old principal Han Wankue was so angry that his beard stood on end. He shouted angrily, "Bring them here. I want to ask them myself. Why are these two crazy things doing this?" The teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy followed them like a swarm of bees. Umo Yin and Dugu Yen looked at each other. Both of them were indescribably happy. "Finally I see you again. How nice." However, Zuoxiao's eyes were still full of seriousness. He was not as happy as the others. Because Dugu Yener, who had escaped with her life, still had the look of misfortune on her face. Although it was much better than before, it was still there. On the other hand, the lonely look on Umo Yan's face was still there. Recalling what Guanshan has said, Zuoxiao Duo sighed inwardly. There was only one reason for all of this, and that was the Two Wings Divine Technique. After the joy of reunion had passed, Zuoxiao Duo called Umo Yen and Dugu Yener out. "Mo Yen, there's something that I have to say." Zuoxiao's attitude at this moment could be said to be unprecedentedly serious. "Boss, please say it." Umo Yen held Dugu Yener's hand. He felt that he could not bear to let go of her for even a moment. "It's about your Two Wings Divine Technique." Zuoxiao Duo rarely spoke in such a serious manner, but regarding the matter of Umo Yen and his wife, he really couldn't relax. "I've thought about it for a long time and now I've connected everything together." Umo Yen and Dugu Yener said together, "Boss, tell us what is going on?" Simply put, this mental cultivation technique is the prerequisite for an evil mental cultivation technique developed by the juniors of the Tao Alliance. This mental cultivation technique can allow their strength to advance at a speed that far surpasses common sense and surpasses everyone's ability to advance at a speed that far surpasses common sense. The process doesn't even have to be very difficult. It's not even difficult to cross the bottleneck. And the only difficulty with this kind of mental cultivation method is that it still needs a special prerequisite, which is your Two-Winged Hearts mental cultivation method. It needs someone to cultivate the Two-Winged Hearts mental cultivation method to a certain level, then they will come and pluck the spirit of true love of the man and woman cultivating the Two-Winged Hearts mental cultivation method, as well as the Qi of Yin and Yang. With this method they can quickly and efficiently reach a certain, the so-called balance of Yin and Yang theory advocated by the Tao League. Thus they can promote their cultivation realm. Although this cultivation technique is evil and vicious, because of the balance of Yin and Yang, it allows the caster to have no side effects or even backfire. All they need to do is to attract a Zhao's Tao realm when their cultivation realm is above the sky realm, and all the hidden dangers can be perfectly solved. Therefore, there are many people in the younger generation of the Tao League who cultivate this technique. As long as they cultivate this technique, as long as they meet someone who cultivates the Two Wings Divine Technique, they can absorb the Yin and Yang Qi. They don't need to teach or cultivate them. So, when Zuoxiao Duo said this, Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen basically understood what Zuoxiao Duo was trying to say. The Two Wings Divine Technique. This was the root of this change. In other words, as long as they cultivated the Two Wings Divine Technique, this kind of thing would happen again in the future. This was because the two of them had become the Tao League's cultivation cauldrons. No matter who caught the two of them, they could use them to improve their cultivation. What the fuck? Yu Moyan's face was full of bad luck. In all fairness, this matter was too vexing. They had suddenly become someone's cultivation cauldrons for no reason. Moreover, it was not just one person's but many people's. As for this cultivation technique, I've already studied it with Yen, just now. We've confirmed that if this cultivation technique is destroyed, it'll definitely affect the foundation of our Tao. There's no way to make up for it. Yu Moyan was speechless and angry. Zuoxiao Duo nodded. Regarding this point he had long guessed. The Tao League's people had spent so much effort to create this cultivation technique. How could they destroy it so easily? Therefore you'll have many opportunities to encounter similar dangers in the future. Zuoxiao Duo said to Yu Moyan very straightforwardly, "What's more, I can see that the misfortune hasn't dispersed from your faces. This means that although we've saved you and Sister Yener this time, we've only dispelled part of the misfortune." Yu Moyan took a deep breath. He felt that the anger in his chest was about to explode. However, there's one thing that I'm sure of. The Two Wings Divine Technique is still a rather outstanding and mysterious cultivation technique. It doesn't have any drawbacks. Moreover, when it's cultivated to the extreme, not only is it easy for a husband and wife to connect their hearts, even if they're thousands of miles apart, they'll be able to communicate with each other mentally and know everything about each other. This cultivation technique is a very good choice for a husband and wife who have a good relationship. Because no matter when, as long as you have a thought, the other party will know what you're thinking and what you're thinking. Zhuo said, it's especially beneficial for battle techniques that require a husband and wife to work together. They can cooperate perfectly to the point of perfection. Chapter 9:12. Umo Yin and Dugu Yen are nodded. They had also sensed what Zhuo had just said. However, Zhuo was Zhuo after all. He was not serious for long before he could no longer hold it in. This two-winged heart godly technique had too many flaws, and Zhuo had to spit them out. He raised his eyebrows and laughed happily. Of course, if Umo Yin wants to be a playboy in the future or wants to find a mistress, or suddenly has feelings for a girl, Sister Yen will know about it immediately. She might even find out about it before Umo Yen himself. As the saying goes, actions are better than feelings. This is another way of reading it, literally reading it. You all understand, don't you? Ah. Umo Yen was speechless. Dugu Yen was speechless. After talking for so long she felt strange. Why isn't Zwa acting like a bitch today? I'm not used to this. Just as she thought about it, a certain someone acted like a bitch. The bitch was overflowing, making it hard for others to look at him directly. When a bitch stopped acting like a bitch, he was truly a bitch. Is there no solution? Dugu Yen frowned. There is. Umo Yen said in a deep voice, the first solution is to quickly become stronger. Once we become stronger, no one will dare to use us for cultivation. According to Big Brother, as long as we quickly advance to the Sky Soar realm, we'll be able to break through the basic requirement of being a human cauldron. What about the second solution? The second solution is to leave this place temporarily. Similarly, we'll wait until we reach the Sky Soar realm before returning to the world. Break through to the Sky Soar realm? It was easy to say, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this world, 99% of the cultivators who could reach the God-reigning realm were already considered rare geniuses. Furthermore, there were still many opportunities for them to accumulate. If they wanted to take another step forward and reach the Sky Soar realm, it would be even more difficult. Otherwise, why would the token of affection set the limit above the Sky Soar realm? Umo Yan's expression was firm. When Dugu Yen saw Umo Yan's expression, she knew that Umo Yan was unwilling to leave. She held Umo Yan's hand and said softly, I'll be wherever you are. Zhuo sighed. He understood Umo Yan's thoughts better than anyone else. If it was him, he wouldn't leave either. If he left, it would be tantamount to running away. It would definitely cause irreparable damage to his martial arts state of mind. If he didn't leave, he would stay here and continue to fight with the Tao League. Firstly, he could take revenge. Secondly, he could train himself and improve himself. At Umo Yan's and Dugu Yen's level of cultivation, experience was much more important than cultivation. This was also the reason why Zhuo insisted on going out to train alone. This was because building a cart behind closed doors could no longer meet the requirements of cultivation. However, this kind of training in battle was extremely dangerous. What's your plan? Zhuo sighed. I'm not leaving. Umo Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and extreme hatred. He was a stubborn person to begin with. At this moment, because his bottom line had been crossed, he was filled with hatred. If he didn't take revenge, how could he leave? It could be said that from now on, Umo Yan would fight with the Tao League for the rest of his life. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. If you insist on not leaving, you'll cause Sister Yen to be in danger. She'll be in danger all the time and die at every step. Zhuo sighed again. I'm not afraid of danger. Dugu Yen said bravely, wherever Moyan is, I'll be there. In this life, I'll fight with the Tao League until the end. Zhuo's heart was in a mess and he gnashed his teeth. He carefully looked at Umo Yan and Dugu Yen's faces from top to bottom, but the more he looked, the more he felt a headache. It was a sign of misfortune. Although it didn't seem to be an unusually dense death aura now, misfortune could still turn into death aura at any time. If something went wrong, they would die prematurely. This was something that didn't need to be considered at all. It looks like. Zhuo pondered for a while and said, up until now, the misfortune for both of you should be over. However, I can't say for sure the next time. After throwing out 2 consecutive luck points and carefully looking at their faces, Duo finally said, if that's the case, I'll give both of you a few words. You must remember them well for each other. Boss, please say it. We'll definitely remember it. We won't dare to forget it. Yu Moyan immediately perked up when he heard this. With Yu Moyan's understanding and trust of Duo, he naturally knew that Duo's solemn words might be related to his and Dugu Yener's misfortune in the future. Duo looked at their faces and said word by word, since the beginning of time, true love is related to two hearts. Since ancient times, it's hard to find a heartless person. Mandarin ducks are afraid of eagles and falcons. Lotus flowers on the same stem fear wind and dust. Don't cry when you don't see the blue sea. Don't walk on the middle of the clouds for 3 years, don't step into the Sanqing sect for 6 years. White Mountain is not a place for heroes, black water contains nightmarish souls. Once the demonic aura soars to the sky, the heavens won't sink. Dugu Yener and Yu Moyan memorized the poem carefully and recorded it down completely. Both of them communicated with each other in their hearts and repeatedly confirmed that there was no mistake. Duo was still worried and said, is there anything you don't understand? Let me explain it to you. In Duo's life of fortune-telling, this was definitely the first time he had taken such initiative. Yu Moyan did not hold back and said, don't cry when you don't see the blue sea. Don't cross the clouds after wind and rain. Although your faces are still filled with misfortune, there's a purple aura in them, which means there's a hidden omen of turning misfortune into good fortune. As long as you don't see each other's bodies, your hearts should be filled with hope. This is the first sentence. The second sentence is, whether you want to take revenge or fight, you can go through any of the forces in the Dao League. However, you can't touch the Yun family who has the deepest hatred for you. Duo frowned and said, Moyan, I know you're tough and stubborn and you're angry now. However, if you still treat me as your boss, you have to listen to me and don't act rashly. Yu Moyan pondered and said, of course I'll listen to you. If you don't want me to touch them, I won't touch them. But, if the Yun family comes, can't I touch them? Don't cross the clouds after wind and rain. You're the one who took the initiative. Duo said, as long as you're not the one who took the initiative, it's a different matter. Oh, I understand. Yu Moyan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and said, in my life, unless I can't reach the peak, I won't let either of the Feng and Yun families go. Duo smiled and said, after this matter, you two can go to the Blackwater Coast to gain experience. The Blackwater Coast? Yu Moyan and Dugu Yener murmured at the same time when they heard the name of the place. They were both inexplicably surprised, because their original plan was to come to White Mountain to gain experience. After reaching the peak of the Cloud Transformation Realm, they would go to the Blackwater Coast to kill the monster kings that were wreaking havoc there. But at this moment, Duo was the one who said it. Well, your opportunity should be in the Blackwater Coast, not White Mountain. Duo said, I don't know more about the specific opportunity, but you two can do whatever you want when you get there. Yu Moyan and Dugu Yener nodded seriously. What they didn't know was that there was something Duo didn't say. If Yu Moyan passed through the Blackwater Coast and really got his opportunity, he would become the nightmare of everyone in the mainland. The road ahead of him was endless. It was a pure opportunity with monstrous killing intent. But Duo felt that Yu Moyan could handle it by himself. After all, he was taking Dugu Yener with him this time. With his lover by his side, Yu Moyan would naturally try his best to control his mind and not be affected by the killing intent. If Dugu Yener couldn't handle it, then Duo would find another way in the future. There would be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Be careful of villains. Try to avoid contact with people as much as possible. Beware of spies. If possible, get married as soon as possible. Duo said to Yu Moyan and Dugu Yener. Dugu Yener blushed immediately. Yu Moyan also widened his eyes, but when he saw Duo's serious face, he immediately knew that Duo wasn't joking. Yu Moyan said, in that case, after this matter is over, we'll go back to Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy and discuss it with the elders. If they don't have any objections, I won't wait for the Continental War or the Sun Moon Pass to become famous. I'll get married first and then start my career. Dugu Yener's face was flushed red and she lowered her head. Duo rolled his eyes, and the aura of a swindler instantly turned into the charm of a wretched man. Haha Moyan, has anyone ever told you that your appearance is passable, but you're dreaming? Do you think your mother-in-law will agree immediately after you say it? She's been painstakingly raising this fresh cabbage for more than 10 years, and a pig like you wants to take it? Duo said disdainfully, and you're a black pig. Yu Moyan's tanned face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he blurted out angrily, so what if I'm a black pig? Can't a black pig take cabbage? A black pig is still a pig. Duguyen hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Yu Moyan's words were very smooth and he was done in an instant. Then he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his own mouth. Duo laughed so hard that he fell down. Ah, did you hear that? Yu Moyan admitted that he's a pig. A black pig is still a pig. Wise words, popular and thought-provoking. Before he finished speaking, loud laughter was heard. Li Chenglong and the others appeared. I heard it, a black pig. Yes, a black pig wants to take cabbage. And his mother-in-law hasn't agreed yet. This black pig seems to be very confident. Ho ho, I've seen it today. Someone actually admitted that he's a pig and a black pig at that. Yu Moyan was furious and he rushed up to fight with everyone. While they were fighting, Zhuoxiaoduo's eyebrows twitched. Xiaolong flew back with an excited look on his face. How could Zhuoxiaoduo's attention not be attracted by the way he was so excited that he looked like he was about to jump up and down? This kid, did he discover something good? Chapter 9:13. Of course, others still couldn't see Xiaolong jumping for joy. Xiaolong flew back like a dragon. Then it could be seen that this guy couldn't hold back his excitement. He actually danced in front of Zhuoxiaoduo. Shaking his head and wagging his tail, he danced for a while and stood on the grassland looking at the capital that Xiaolong had secretly learned that when Zhuoxiaoyan danced. Now he was so excited that he danced coquettishly for a while. But Zhuoxiaoduo felt like he was going blind. Who had seen a dragon dance? With a few paws and a round body, it was fine if he was learning to dance like a beautiful woman, but this guy was actually throwing flirtatious glances at her, beaming with joy, twisting his body like a fried dough twist, and even had a coquettish look on his face that he was even laughing. Indescribably wretched, indescribable. Zhuoxiaoduo shut himself up on the spot. He even suspected that the next time Nyan Cat danced this dance, he would be reminded of today's scene the moment he admired it. It's over, it's crazy, the consequences are far-reaching. What are you doing? Master's face darkened. Something good. Something good. Celebrate. Xiaolong continued to dance, almost dancing with his belly facing the sky. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly closed his eyes and flashed backwards, disappearing without a trace. He found a secluded place and entered the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong, who had entered the Tower of Annihilation, was still dancing gently. He seemed to be really happy, proud, and high-spirited. Oh, stop dancing. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he would be cut off from this classic dance in the future. Even if Nyan Cat took the initiative to dance for him, Zhuoxiaoduo would only think of a certain dancing dragon. Such a bad influence would be hard to erase and it would be hard to get rid of forever. I'm so happy today. Oh. Xiaolong danced gently like water. Another dance. What the hell? Zhuoxiaoduo's face was a tragic sight. Are you crazy? Long, do you still want Didi? As soon as he heard the beeping sound, Xiaolong immediately stopped his beautiful dance and landed in front of Zhuoxiaoduo. However, he was still shaking his head and wagging his tail. Obviously, his excitement had not completely faded. Big boss, we're really lucky today. Oh, I found something good, roar. Xiaolong raised his head and brayed. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed and looked weakly at Xiaolong, who was so excited that he was talking incoherently. What's the matter? I say with your excitement. When will it pass? Should I go out first? Why don't you talk about it after you've vented yourself inside? Zhuoxiaoduo said so, but in fact how could he bear to go out? He, who had always loved money as much as his life, saw that Xiaolong had obviously found something earth-shattering. Otherwise Xiaolong wouldn't be so excited and so smug. Xiaolong had found a lot of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures in the past, and the number of treasures he had found was not just a little bit. The number was so large that it could be said to be shocking, but they had never seen Xiaolong so excited and even his mood did not seem to be affected at all. However, this time, it could be said that he had completely lost his composure. It was obvious that the thing he had found this time was definitely not a small matter. However, what kind of good thing was it? Zhuoxiaoduo's curiosity was now aroused, and his heart was itching. How could he really go out? However, when Xiaolong heard Zhuoxiaoduo say that he wanted to go out, he could not help but be shocked and immediately landed. His body was still trembling, and it seemed that he could not help but show signs of moving rhythmically. However, he managed to suppress it and control the impulse to fly out. Boss, there really is something good this time. Something good. Tell me, what kind of good thing is it? Look at your ignorant face. Zhuxiaoduo's dignified face darkened, and his words were sonorous as he lectured a certain dragon. Xiaolong did a somersault and said, "There are 4 good things hidden here. Compared to these 4 good things, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spiritual plants and spiritual herbs are nothing but fart." Zhuxiaoduo's interest was getting higher. The first thing is currently in the hands of a Baiyan. It's a fan. That fan is a very good thing. It contains the power of fate, the power of life, and the traces of the Great Way. Of course, although it's already very good, it's still nothing. However, if it's taken into the space-destroying tower and integrated with it, it will greatly promote the formation of the space-destroying tower's fate and the Great Way of Heaven. The second thing is also in the hands of a Baiyan. It's a picture. Xiaolong spoke with fervor and assurance. However, when he was talking about the fan and the picture, Xiaolong's tone was still very calm. It seemed that this fan, although pleasing to Xiaolong's eyes, was just SOSO. In other words, this thing was not the main culprit that made Xiaolong lose his composure and dance. Therefore, Zhuxiaoduo followed suit and said calmly, The third thing is that there's another cave under the white-headed mountain. Boss, there's the essence of the green dragon inside. If I'm not wrong, it should be the green dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts under the demon emperor. If it didn't die here, then it should be the cave of the green dragon deity. Xiaolong's tone was now slightly excited. The green dragon deity under the demon emperor? Zhuxiaoduo was instantly energized. The first thing he thought of was that Li Chenglong had obtained demon commander Ing Zhao's cave residence. What about this green dragon deity? Zhuxiaoduo asked with great interest. This green dragon deity is very powerful. Xiaolong said, but it has nothing to do with you, boss. Zhuxiaoduo frowned. What do you mean? That's right. He's not good enough for you. The essence of the green dragon deity is very compatible with the constitution and cultivation method of your other brother, that Long Yusheng. Moreover, dragons are. That's why they're born with the attribute of dual cultivation method. Xiaolong said. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes lit up. He remembered that he had talked to Long Yusheng before. It seemed that Long Yusheng's family cultivation method was related to the legendary green dragon. According to legend, once the descendants of the Long family activated the green dragon bloodline, they would be able to meet the requirements of the cultivation method to the greatest extent, and their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, this legend was just a legend. Long Yusheng's family had not produced a descendant who was compatible with the family's cultivation method for many generations. As a result, the once famous Long family gradually declined. Even in a small border city like Phoenix City, they were only a third-rate family. Until the birth of Long Yusheng, who cultivated the family's cultivation method, his compatibility with it far exceeded that of the other family members. However, it was still far from the so-called rapid progress, which made the elders of the Long family feel hopeful, but they were still disappointed. Even so, Long Yusheng still became the chief of the class, surpassing Wan Lixio, the daughter of the governor of Phoenix City. Since coming to this half-mountain city, Long Yusheng more or less looked a little absent-minded. Could it be because of this? So, if Long Yusheng can be like Li Chenglong and soar to the sky in one step? Zhuxiaoduo was speechless. But, is there any benefit for me here? After thinking for a long time and being excited for a long time, he realized that this was Long Yusheng's good opportunity. He suddenly became angry. He glared at Xiaolong fiercely. You brought good news, but this good news has little to do with me. Could it be that you're deliberately provoking me? You know that I value money as much as my life, but you want to give such good fortune to others. This little dragon's conscience is really bad, really bad. Yes. Xiaolong beamed with delight and said, the biggest opportunity one found this time is bosses. Otherwise, why would I be so happy? If it wasn't for boss, I wouldn't have gotten any benefits. He looked around sneakily in the Tower of Annihilation and said, Boss, do you remember the ancient legend? Ancient legend? What ancient legend? Zhuxiaoduo was stunned. It's the legend of the Azure Dragon Celestial Master and the other 4 divine beasts. Xiaolong said, I saw in the ancient books, myths and legends. Back then the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Black Tortoise, were formed with the help of the heavenly Tao. The 4 divine beasts were all innate life forms, which led to the invincible legend of the 4 divine beasts. As for the legends of the 4 great divine beasts, what moves me the most and what I am certain of, is that they all possess the power of creation. Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes also lit up. The power of creation? What is that? Tell me in detail. Xiaolong laughed and said, the so-called power of creation is an existence that surpasses the power of fate. Can be called the real power of heaven and earth. As for you, boss, the incomplete jade pendant on your body contains the power of creation. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes suddenly widened. Broken jade pendant? The power of creation? Yes. Xiaolong did a somersault in excitement and said, now I know that the reason why the Azure Dragon's celestial master fell or disappeared is probably because of the power of creation. Because not far from the Azure Dragon's celestial master's spirit, there is a broken jade pendant fragment. I think that jade pendant fragment was originally one with the one on boss. Judging from the marks, it should be 1/5 of the complete jade pendant at a corner. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't sit still anymore. Really? Of course it's true. Boss, it was because you had the power of the jade pendant that I came here. Xiaolong was very surprised that Zhuoxiaoduo was making a fuss out of nothing. He even became a little proud. Didn't you say? Back then you came because you were impressed by my charisma? Zhuoxiaoduo stared at him and asked. Oh. Xiaolong was stunned. Did he just say something wrong? How long has it been and you still remember? But these words, could they be taken seriously? Besides, what did he mean by impressed by his charisma? Did Zhuo have any charisma to speak of? It would be true if he said that he was often humiliated by him. Chapter 9:14. However, Xiaolong would never say this out loud even if he was beaten to death. Boss, why do you have to delve into the past? Isn't it fine as long as I'm good and you're better? Hee. Xiaolong smiled flatteringly. Hee. Zhuoxiaoduo was also smiling, but it was a very malicious smile. That smile inexplicably made Xiaolong's hair stand on end and he shuddered. Hee. A man and a dragon smiled at each other. One smiled guiltily and the other smiled guiltily. Go on. Zhuoxiaoduo slapped his thigh. Ouch. Xiaolong was so scared that he trembled. The 4 mythical beasts each have their own power attributes, and those powers all have the power of creation. However, more specifically, there are many different opinions and there is no way to verify it now. However, the 4 mythical beasts are scattered in the 4 directions of the east, west, north, and south, and no legend has ever changed. And the corner of this jade pendant just happens to have a corner. And in terms of the corner, it is very complete. Xiaolong said, so. Boss, we can now speculate that the jade pendant on your body is actually the most important part of the jade pendant. Zhuoxiaoduo nodded. Go on. Zhuoxiaoduo had already guessed this point that Xiaolong mentioned. Although the broken jade pendant on his body seemed to be round at first glance, there were traces of it being broken all around. Therefore, it was impossible to distinguish its original form at all. Was it square or round? If it was said that one piece was missing in all 4 directions, it was not just possible but very likely. Boss, your jade pendant should be the core part in the middle. The 4 sides are broken and the center is also broken. However, your jade pendant must be the most important part, which is the so-called main body. Then, as long as we find the other parts of the jade pendant, your jade pendant will be more complete, and it will most likely provide you with new abilities. Now, near the Azure Dragon's soul essence. There just so happens to be a piece of it made of the same material. I can use it to test it out. Xiaolong was very excited. Boss, you really might be the most mysterious and powerful thing in the ancient legends. The creation plate. Zhuoxiaoduo narrowed his eyes. The fortune plate? What the hell is that? I've never heard of it. He had never heard of it before. Xiaolong hesitated for a while before saying, this creation plate is said to be a legendary treasure that can create all things. Back then, the heavenly Tao was in chaos, and the entire world was in a state of chaos. Later on, for some reason, the creation plate appeared. Then the great Tao soul appeared. The great Tao soul took something from the creation plate and used it as a foundation to create a treasure. Then it used this treasure to carry the 3,000 great Taos. After that, the plate of creation shattered due to some unforeseen event. From then on, the sky and earth suddenly appeared. However, this legend is only a legend. There is no way to verify it. Xiaolong said it with difficulty. Although Xiaolong's birth was temporary, it could wander the world as it wished. There was no place it could not enter, and there was no information it could not find. Over time, its entire mind was like a grocery store. Sometimes, it was almost like all kinds of information were fighting. Even Xiaolong himself could not tell which was right and which was wrong, which was true and which was just parroting. At this moment, when Zuo asked, it could only tell which was right and which was wrong, which was true and which was false. What else? Zuo was very interested in the legend of the creation plate. He wished that the broken jade pendant in his hand was really a part of the creation plate. Zuo had never figured out what the broken jade pendant in front of his chest was. He had looked up a lot of information in many ancient books and records, but he could not find anything. Over time he had to put it aside temporarily. Now that Xiaolong mentioned it again by chance, he was naturally very interested and wanted to know the truth. Other than that, it's completely a legend. It can't be true. Xiaolong said, according to the unofficial history, when the ancient gods were sealed, the soul of the great Tao cut off a piece of the creation plate and made 3 treasures. The first is the apricot flag, the second is the investiture of the gods, and the third is the imperial spirit whip. These 3 treasures each have their own mysteries. The first one repels all evil and is invulnerable to all spells. The second one grants the heavens and earth and ascends to the ranks of gods. As for the third one, once the whip is out, all the gods bow down. Xiaolong said, but these are all stories. Most of them are not true. They are very mysterious and mysterious. However, Zuo's heart palpitated with fear. He could not help but think of the various dreams he had in the past. In his dreams, the whole universe exploded. Also, in the world of his dreams, there seemed to be a book called The Investiture of the Gods. That apricot flag, the investiture of the gods, the imperial spirit whip, and so on, he seemed to have an impression of them. There seemed to be something else, but he could not remember clearly. All of a sudden, a lot of new information that he had hidden deep in his heart in the past flooded his mind, causing his mind to be in a mess in an instant. It was as if his mind was in a mess. The creation plate, the 3,000 great Tao, the apricot flag, the investiture of the gods, the imperial spirit whip, the tomb of King Qi. The phoenix vein rushing to the soul. The dragon and the phoenix cry. The phoenix cry mountain Qi. The celestial form technique. Countless information came one after another, undulating and spiraling. Zuo felt his head swelling in pain, and he could faintly see stars darting around in front of his eyes. Zuo knew that things were not good. Cultivators who had entered the Tao were most afraid of having their minds in disorder. Once their minds were unsettled, there was a possibility of them going berserk. Their inner breath would be in disorder, their spirit would go berserk, and their primordial spirit would lose its order. Everything was possible, and it was not a small matter. As his thoughts raced, he hurriedly closed his eyes and absorbed a bit of fate into his glabella. He tried hard to breathe in and out, circulating his energy to regulate his breathing. The flaming sun scripture was also operating at full force. The clouds and mist in his dantian swirled, as if heaven and earth were turning upside down, and the universe was overturned. That after a long time, Zuo's mind finally became clear again, and he did not feel uncomfortable at all. Even his spirit felt much more relaxed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaolong looking at him anxiously. I'm fine. Zuo grinned. Then where are these things now? The incomplete jade pendant is under the White Mountain. Xiaolong said, of course there are a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but they are not too advanced. We can take them away later. However, in the depths of the White Mountain City, there is a piece of ancient mysterious ice. It is estimated that in the ancient times when the world first snowed, a lot of ice spirits died down there. After countless years of immersion, the mysterious ice below is like a mountain and a sea, and the quality is relatively high. Xiaolong said with a flattering face, Boss, didn't you say that sister-in-law Nian had used up all her ice spirit objects? This piece of ancient mysterious ice should be suitable for use. The quantity alone is enough to last her for a long time. Even if the little ice spirit eats freely, it can last her for a few years. Mysterious ice? Ancient ice spirits? There are a lot of them? Zuo's eyes lit up when he heard that. That's right. Boss, you asked me to find these things for sister-in-law Nian. How can I not pay attention to it? Xiaolong made a very indifferent expression and said, although it is hard for me, it is my duty to solve your problems for you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will naturally do it. As for the rest, you can reward me as you see fit. As for these mysterious ice, don't reward me too much. Xiaolong looked at Zhou Xiaoduo eagerly and spoke very passionately, as if he was a gentleman who would die for his bosom friend. Zhou Xiaoduo was very moved and sighed, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaolong. It is rare for you to be so considerate. In this case, the reward for harvesting the mysterious ice. Then I won't give it to you. It will make up for my consumption just now. Since you are so considerate of your sister-in-law, I should give you some more. But this time I will take it from you." Xiaolong's eyes widened. He shut himself up on the spot. "What the hell? Take it from me? What the hell? Fuck. Boss, how can you do this? I'm just retreating in order to advance. I thought that this batch of rewards would be the most generous. But in the end, there's not even a drop left? Be polite. With one sentence. Why do I have to go with the flow? 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 What do you mean by go with the flow?" Tears gushed out of Xiaolong's big eyes as he sobbed. "Boss, sob, 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 sob." Zhou Xiaoduo poked Xiaolong's forehead with his finger. Xiaolong immediately staggered and scolded, "Little guy, how dare you play mind games with me? Are you like this?" "Boss, I was wrong." Xiaolong hugged Zhou Xiaoduo's thigh with his two paws and burst into tears. "I can't do without your deity. I will lose my motivation to do things." Sob, sob, sob. "Get up. What's wrong with you?" Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. "As long as the information is true, you will be rewarded. The emperor will not starve his soldiers, let alone me. As long as your information is correct, you will be rewarded." "Thank you, boss. Boss is mighty, boss is domineering." Xiaolong immediately stood up and did not dare to pretend to be obedient anymore. "Well, you mentioned that there are 4 good things here that you like. Those heavenly treasures are not worth mentioning. The 4th thing is those mysterious ice?" Zhou Xiaoduo asked casually. The treasures that Xiaolong mentioned already satisfied Zhou Xiaoduo, especially those ancient mysterious ice. Zhou Xiaonian was in need of such resources to assist her cultivation. No. Although the ancient mysterious ice is also the best, the mysterious ice is not the best. There are actually 2 dragon veins below. Xiaolong's eyes sparkled, the dragon veins that have the aura of life. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. "Here? Or there?" "Here," Xiaolong said. "Here." Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated for a while and said with heartache, "Forget it. Since it's from the astral soul's continent. I won't take it. There are things that a gentleman should do and things that he should not do. I'm such an upright and righteous person. I will lose a lot of money." For a moment his heart ached. However, Zhou Xiaoduo also knew that the existence of the dragon veins was one of the biggest factors in the White Mountain Blackwater's talented people. He really could not take it away. Chapter 9:15. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed deeply and said, "Xiaolong, if we can't take the dragon vein here, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? It's really a waste to travel tens of thousands of miles." Xiaolong was a little dumbfounded. Why did they make a wasted trip? They had done so many things here and found so many treasures that why did they make a wasted trip? Zhou Xiaoduo's train of thought was a little novel. Zhou Xiaoduo said, "But no matter what, we can't make a wasted trip. How about this, if you have nothing to do, why don't you go to the other side, which is the mainland of the Tao League, and see if there are any earth veins, dragon veins or something? If you see something pleasing to the eye, you can break a few and drag them back." Master Zhou concluded, "There's a good saying, gather grass and beat rabbits while you're at it, dig sweet potatoes while you're at it, catch grasshoppers while you're at it." Xiaolong stared with his big round eyes. Tao League. Yes. As long as it's from there, no matter how many you drag back, it's what you should do. There will be rewards and salaries. Zhou Xiaoduo promised crazily. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. "Beep beep?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Of course, beep beep, big beep beep." Xiaolong was so excited that he dashed out with a swoosh. He shook his head and wagged his tail, howling to the sky and dancing away beautifully. "Beep beep, I'm coming." Zhou Xiaoduo sweated. Then he secretly told himself that he must get more providence points. Otherwise that he promised to give Xiaolong a salary and bonus, which would soon make him bankrupt. That Xiaolong's desire for beep beep was more persistent and urgent than his desire for wealth. He had to think about it and put it into action as quickly as possible. He didn't know if this promise he made today was a blessing or a curse. The only thing he was sure of was that he had to work harder to read people's fortune. How could he forget to read the fortune of those people when he went out to cause trouble in Baishan City yesterday? This concerned the lives and deaths of thousands of people. All of them were real, and a bloody calamity was about to come. How could he forget that this was truly a case of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? What a waste of God's gifts and a missed opportunity. With a flash, Zhuoxiaoduo was already out of the Tower of Annihilation. Suddenly he felt a murderous aura coming from the other side. Zhuoxiaoyan's chilly aura seemed to fill the air. His heart skipped a beat. He left in a flash. Over there. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and all of the teachers and staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were all gathered in this hidden location. With Li Chenglong's formation concealment and the help of the old principal Han Wankue, who was also skilled in formations, the outside world could not see that so many people were hidden in this place. But now, the concealment of the array formation had been directly broken. On Mount Puguan, Guanshanha and the other two flying cultivators crossed their arms in front of their chests as they stood in the air, looking down at the people below. On their faces was a cold smile that said, "I finally caught you all." On the ground, Zhuoxiaoyan's white clothes fluttered, her long hair danced. She held the Spirit Snatcher sword in her hand, her chilly aura soaring to the sky, her chilly aura filling the air. Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others were also holding their weapons, waiting for battle. Zhuoxiaoyan's voice sounded coldly, "If you want to fight, come down." Standing in the air and pretending to be mysterious, who can you scare? Mount Puguan's eyes were filled with hatred, like a poisonous snake sweeping across everyone. "Where is Zhuoxiaoduo?" Li Chenglong smiled faintly. "Why don't we exchange questions? You answer me, how did you find this place? Then I'll tell you where is my Zhua." Li Chenglong had studied the terrain, the mountain, and the spatial aura of this place. After considering all kinds of factors, he had set up a concealment formation to cover the entire campsite. It could be said that if one didn't know about the existence of the concealment formation, even if they directly passed through the campsite, they wouldn't notice anything strange. This was also the reason why White Mountain City hadn't discovered the existence of this place in the previous battles. Jade Sun High School's old principal Han Wankue had studied formations all his life. He was also amazed by Li Chenglong's arrangement. Even with his attainments in formations and knowing about the existence of the formation, he was only able to find a few small loopholes. After patching up these small loopholes, the old principal praised the current formation for being perfect and flawless. However, at this moment, Mount Puguan's group had directly rushed here. The first thing they did was to join hands with the four ascendants to lock down the space. Then they forcefully broke through the formation's protective barrier, causing everything on their side to be exposed. This was something that shouldn't have happened. The only explanation was, there was a spy who told everyone's location to White Mountain City. Only then could they follow the map and find their target. Apart from this, there was no other explanation. Mount Puguan said coldly, "You're about to die. Even if you know the answer to this question, it's useless." However, facing Zhuoxiaoyan's spirit-seizing sword, he felt the chilling killing intent coming from it. His heart was faintly shaken. Last night, it was under this sword that Pu Guanshan had almost lost his life. There was no way to return his soul. He knew better than anyone that the beautiful sword in Zhuoxiaoyan's hand was truly earth-shattering. When killing someone, it didn't even need the blade to touch the body. Just the sword chi was enough to freeze the soul and turn it into dust, heavily injuring a ascendant. Li Chenglong said indifferently, "Even if you don't say it, I know the answer to this question. It's nothing more than someone leaking information for you. What I'm interested to know is, where is that person right now?" At this moment, Li Chenglong's eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. With his wisdom, he didn't need Mount Puguan to answer. He had already figured out the key point and was even more sure of who the problem was. Jun Changkong. There was no other person who could do this except for Jun Changkong. Zhuoxiaoyan frowned. "Since you've all come here, it's nothing more than a life and death battle. What are you waiting for? Come and fight." Suddenly, her white robe fluttered in the air. Sword light flashed and the sword chi suddenly cut through the void. One person and one sword radiated light in the air. This girl was obviously angered by the other party's pretentious attitude. "Each of you is condescending and looking down on us. Do you think you're so great? Do you think you have the situation under control? Threaten? I don't accept it. Let's make a conclusion after the battle. Let's see if you can kill us first or if I can kill you all." This was Zhuoxiaoyan's character. She never accepted threats. His usual cold persona could freeze his heart and lungs, seal the world in ice and make people feel lonely at the top. No one could tell, but when something happened, this kind of straightforward personality would unconsciously show the extreme side of his unyielding nature. The main purpose of Mao Pu Guan and the others' trip was to issue a letter of challenge. However, they had been miserably schemed against before. It was rare for them to reverse the situation. Naturally, before issuing the letter of challenge, they had to threaten them to the greatest extent to show that they had already grasped their weakness. At the same time, if they dared not to do as they said, they would attack the people around them. This was a further threat. But Pu Guanshan would never have thought that this dazzlingly beautiful young girl, who was supposed to be a smart person who could judge the situation, would actually have such a fiery temper. He didn't even have time to threaten them. Without saying anything, she directly rushed up. What the fuck is the point of fighting here? Even if we can win, it's not in our interests. The two Dao Alliance Skysoars furrowed their brows when they saw the sudden change in the situation. We just came to show our faces. We didn't say we were going to fight, right? They didn't know that Zhou Xiaoyan had just been taught that as long as there was no feeling of being pressured from all sides, she should just be reckless. It was also because of this that Zhou Xiaoyan was unprecedentedly confident in her combat strength. Currently, she didn't feel that she couldn't resist at all. Of course, she wanted to be reckless. Wait! Mao Pu Guan yelled. Then he asked again, "Where's Zhou Xiaoduo? Where's Zhou Xiaoduo?" Zhou Xiaoyan had already rushed up to him. Stop shouting. Don't call for Zhou Xiaoduo. I can decide anything about him. It's no use looking for him. He doesn't have the final say. Below, Li Chenglong and the others almost spat out. This sentence really made them cough so surprised and envious of boss's family status. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo immediately rushed out. Wait, I'm here. If I let this girl continue, I'll lose my position in the family. He shouted anxiously, I can decide. However, Mao Pu Guan had already been sent flying with blood spurting out. Although Zhou Xiaoyan was talking, her attack didn't stop at all. The soul-snatching sword was fully unleashed. As the castellan of White Mountain City, Mao Pu Guan naturally stood at the front and bore the brunt of the attack. He hadn't recovered from his serious injuries yet. Facing Zhou Xiaoyan's full attack, how could he resist? He tried his best to resist and was sent flying. Blood spurted out from his mouth. In midair, he turned into a blood-red ice block and fell down one by one. Then he heard Zhou Xiaoduo shout. Pu Guanshan was so angry that he wanted to die. Why don't you come out earlier? If you had come out a second earlier, I wouldn't have had to take this attack. Zhou Xiaoduo anxiously rushed into the air and stopped the other three Skysoar realm experts who were about to attack Zhou Xiaoyan. He shouted angrily, What are you doing? You want to win with numbers? What are you doing here? As he said that, his face was as calm as water. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyan anxiously and said, Why aren't you retreating? How can you talk to me like that? Zhou Xiaoyan snorted and almost kicked him down. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, she felt that she should at least give him some face. She said aggrievedly, All right. Whoosh. She went down. Zhou Xiaoduo was originally worried. When he saw that Zhou Xiaoyan had really retreated, he immediately became spirited. He felt that his manly aura had reached its peak. In an instant he shook his head and wagged his tail. His aura suddenly rose to the sky. Chapter 9:16. Under everyone's watchful eyes. For a moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's body exuded an imposing aura that said, In this world, who else can do it but me? It directly surged out majestically, rolling and rolling as it dissipated. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was like the flood which, with a monstrous and earth-shattering aura. If the higher-ups were here, they would probably sigh and say, This kid has the potential to be invincible in the future. No one would have thought that such an imposing aura was actually because his wife had given him face once, and that was all. Guanshanhe flew into a rage, his tongue bursting with spring thunder as he said, Zhou Xiaoduo, what's the meaning of this? We came here with sincerity. Although we broke your concealment array, we didn't kill you. Otherwise, how many of you do you think would have survived? This is already a great kindness, a great friendship. You destroyed our White Mountain City the moment you came. Now, we came here with sincerity to talk, but you didn't say anything and directly killed us. Don't you think that's too much? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed loudly. Are you trying to reason with me? You're actually trying to reason with me? Guanshanhe was furious. Are you trying to be unreasonable? Oh ho 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 ho. Zhuo Duo looked up to the sky and laughed wildly like a villain. Why don't you go out and ask around? When have I, Zhuo Duo, ever been reasonable in my life? As soon as he said this, not only Guan Shanhe, but the other two Dao League fairies were also stunned and showed signs of being confused. This wasn't right. No, it wasn't not right, it was too wrong. We've been accusing you with certainty, and we've been expressing our goodwill, but in fact, we've been avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. We've been deceiving ourselves. Everyone knows, everyone understands, and everyone knows that the reason is on your side. When the reason wasn't on your side, it was still acceptable for you to be unreasonable. But when the reason was clearly on your side, how could you still be unreasonable? What kind of reason was this? Don't hesitate, you heard it right. You're absolutely right. Zhuo Duo laughed maniacally. I'm not the one to reason with. Naturally, I won't reason with others. Because if I can't reason with them, I'll feel guilty. So, I can only entrust everything to my fists. When reason is on my side, I don't need to be reasonable. Apart from the fact that it's not necessary, in the end, I still have to entrust everything to my fist. No matter what the reason is, in the end we still have to fight. What are you trying to show off for? Zhuo Duo tilted his head and stretched his neck with a nonchalant attitude. Tell me, what do you want to do? The three of them were speechless for a long time. Damn it. This is the first time I've seen such a person in my life. Guan Shanhe took a deep breath and shouted, Zhuo Duo, don't be too arrogant. Zhuo Duo, so what if I'm arrogant? You're too arrogant. Don't be too arrogant. Of course I can be arrogant. Down below, Principal Han Wankue felt that something was wrong. What the fuck? Was this supposed to mean? In the future, it seemed that he had to advise the higher-ups to change the title of the head of the high school to principal instead of principal. High in the sky, they exchanged insults for half a minute. Guan Shanhe was so angry that his mouth and eyes were crooked. Zhuo Duo became more and more dignified. Instead of being offended, he was in high spirits and had high morale. What do you want? Zhuo Duo shouted angrily and his voice shook the sky. Say it. Don't stutter like a girl. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener understood. Down below, among the teachers and staff of Jade Sun High School, many old men understood what he meant, and their faces showed wretched expressions. Guan Shanhe said sternly, Now, Zhuo Duo, you've killed tens of thousands of people in Baishan City. The hatred between us is as deep as the ocean, and we won't rest until one of us is dead. However, it has nothing to do with the people here. We don't have any intention to kill, but we're all martial artists. Why don't we just settle all our grudges in the way of martial artists? Zhuo Duo dug his ears and said impatiently, Be straightforward. What do you want to do? You've said so much and you're so annoying. Do you think I can't tell that you're threatening me with the elders and young masters of Jade Sun High School? Guan Shanhe's anger surged like a mountain. Zhuo Duo, do you dare to fight? Zhuo Duo made a prompt decision. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Guan Shanhe roared. In that case, tomorrow at noon, we'll fight at Crying Ghost Cliff. Let's fight. Zhuo Duo was very straightforward. Each side will send 10 people to fight to the death. Guan Shanhe was full of vigor. Let's settle our grudges in this battle. No. Zhuo Duo immediately objected. Guan Shanhe was stunned. He almost thought that he heard wrong. No. You were so impassioned when you wanted to fight and kill just now. Zhuo Duo said directly, 10 battles won't do. Then how do you want to fight? Guan Shanhe was a little confused. We have 700 people on our side. Let's fight 3,500 battles. Zhuo Duo roared, 3,500 battles, let's settle our grudges. Pfft. Li Chenglong and the other juniors immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva. The others also had a hard time holding back their laughter. Zhuo was really. Guan Shanhe was stunned on the spot and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Not only him, but even Pugwenshin, who had flown back and was panting, and the other two Dao League High Heavens fighters were also stunned. 3,500 battles? What was this saying? Do you really want to drag us all here until the end of time? What do you mean by this? Guan Shanhe was confused. You want to vent your anger too, we want to vent our anger too. We have fewer people and you have more people, so we have to work harder and fight 5 battles each. Zhuo Duo said, or we can do as you said and fight 10 battles. After 10 battles we will immediately fight everyone. Zhuo Duo raised his arms and shouted, You can do such a despicable thing and you still want to act like a victim. We are even more pissed off. So, 10 battles is absolutely out of the question. You want to only fight 10 battles? The rest of you will be safe? Everything will be fine? You all don't look that good, but you sure are dreaming. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Since you are so indignant, let's fight with real swords and spears. After 10 battles we will fight once and settle our grudges with one battle. Duo said coldly, call out all of you who can still move. Are you angry? We don't even have a place to vent our anger. Everyone, let's use this opportunity to vent. This is the best way for a martial artist to handle things. Guanshanha had never thought that Duo would propose such a method of battle. Duo would obviously be at a disadvantage if they were to use this method. No, they would be at a huge disadvantage. It was very likely that they would all be wiped out after the battle. Did Duo think wrongly? Did he say something wrong? Looking down, Jade's son Gao Wu and the rest were all stunned. Guanshanha suddenly felt that he was in a difficult position. Did you say something wrong? How am I supposed to respond to this? Above, Yun Piaoliu and the rest who had been hiding with their folding fans almost jumped up. This Duo might have amazing combat strength, but deep down he was a retard. It seemed that God was fair after all. He was given amazing combat strength, but he was not given a good brain. Say yes. Say yes. Yun Piaoliu could not wait to send a voice transmission to Guanshanha. You must reject this plan. Yun Piaoliu was sending a voice transmission to Guanshanha, while Feng Wuhan was sending a voice transmission to Pu Guanshan. Their voices were full of urgency. Say yes. Say yes. Guanshanha hesitated for a moment, then finally shouted, all right. That's what you said. Let's do it. On the other side, Pu Guanshan also agreed, all right. Let's do it. Duo laughed and said viciously, Pu Guanshan, you have committed a heinous crime. The day of the final battle will be the day you pay the price. Pu Guanshan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Duo and gloomily said, Duo, you shameless dog executioner whose hands are stained with blood. My entire family, old and young, died in your hands alone. You killed so many innocent people. Do you think you will have a good ending? Duo chuckled and spread out his hands. Hey old Pu, you're looking down on me. Not only did I kill your family, but 90% of the people in White Mountain City died in my hands. Old Pu, you probably don't know, but when the city fell, the blood splashed high into the air. It was spectacular. How do you say it again? It was a spectacle. Yes, it was a spectacle. It was breathtaking. Pu Guanshan was trembling, his eyes were wide open. You? Duo chuckled. If there's anything pitiful, it's that I didn't know which pile was yours. Otherwise I would have helped you collect them. No matter what, it's better than them rotting together now. Pu Guanshan's entire body trembled. He hissed, Duo, are you still human? Duo sneered, I can't compare to you old Pu. You've harmed so many lovers. What would their parents be like if they were killed by you? Now, someone killed your family and you can't stand it? You can't stand it? Duo laughed, how much do you feel? Tell me. I'm not afraid to tell you that we are happy as much as you are sad. How happy? How straightforward. I didn't want to be reasonable and I didn't want to scold you, but I couldn't help it. Are your family even human? Don't you care about other people's family? Duo laughed and rushed to the sky. This time, I directly destroyed Baishan City and killed thousands of people. I admit that I killed innocent people, but I knew there were innocent people down there. Why did I do it? Because you people in Baishan City have never cared about the innocent. Duo laughed happily. Then why should I care about your innocent people? I did it on purpose. Let me tell you, Pu Guanshan, I did it on purpose. From the beginning to the end, I didn't plan to leave anyone alive in Baishan City. Even if there are sins, I will bear them, so what? Chapter 9:17. Pu Guanshan choked. How could he be so vicious? Duo, you will get your retribution. Duo laughed. I don't know if I will get my retribution, but I am sure that you will. Ah. Pu Guanshan, I killed all your family members. Are you sad? Come and kill me. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. You don't have the ability. You useless piece of trash. Other than betraying, other than scheming, what else do you know? What else do you know? Duo laughed wildly. Looking at Pu Guanshan's crazy eyes, he said disdainfully, tomorrow the final battle. Can you kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Pui. I look down on you. Idiot. Coward. Coward. You dare to attack me when I scold you? Oh. Pu Guanshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "Tomorrow afternoon, Crying Ghost Cliff. Duo, victory, defeat, life or death, this battle will be the end of all grudges." Great. Duo raised his head and looked at the direction of the wind. He laughed, "Tomorrow afternoon, Crying Ghost Cliff. 10 life or death battles, one final battle. We are all men, there is no need to be so wishy-washy. Those who can come, this battle will be the end of all grudges." Pu Guanshan and the 2 Dao League fairies shouted at the same time, "This battle will be the end of all grudges." Guanshanha was too slow to speak. He quickly roared, his voice shaking the sky, This battle will be the end of all grudges." Ha 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 ha. Duo laughed heartily. He turned around and landed on the ground. The moment he turned around, he sent a telepathic message to Guanshanha, "Find a way to hide your family. Don't let them go to the battlefield tomorrow. After you go there tomorrow, remember not to stand with the others. You can stand at the edge or near the front line." Guanshanha's voice did not change. He had already remembered the instructions. In the sky, Pu Guanshan and the other 3 also turned around and left. Intentionally or unintentionally, Guanshanha walked in front of the 4 people. He looked furious and murderous. His eyes were bloodshot and he could not live under the same sky. Just by looking at their imposing manner, they really couldn't wait to go back to pack up and head to the battlefield for the final battle. When Duo returned, the old principal of Jade Sun High School immediately came up to him. "Little Zhua, your decision was a little rash." Li Chenglong quickly stepped forward. "Ah. Old principal, Zhua has a plan in mind. Don't worry." The old principal? "Do you need any tactical arrangements, formations and the like?" "There's no need for that, there's no need for any strategy to deal with those defeated and disorderly mobs. You think too highly of them." "Nothing?" "Nothing. Everyone in Jade Sun High Martial Palace felt as if they were in a mess in the wind. It was as if they had fallen into a fog. Who would arrange the final battle like this? After finalizing the details of the final battle with the enemy, everyone went back to sleep together? Was this conserving energy or was this a joke? If it was a joke, then it was a joke with all of their lives. Don't worry. Yu Moyan and Du Guyen were even more confident than Li Chenglong. They comforted the old principal. "Don't worry, Zhua has always planned before acting. He will never fight a battle that he's not confident in. If he's not confident in winning, he won't even make an agreement with others." "But where is the certainty of winning?" The old principal was puzzled. "Seems that you 2 know?" Yu Moyan was stunned. "I don't know." "If you don't know, why are you so confident? Isn't this a matter of course?" Yu Moyan's answer came from his heart. There was even a hint of doubt in his voice. "Can't I be confident just because I don't know? What kind of logic is this?" At this point, the old principal was completely speechless. "Let's arrange for you to secretly practice battle formations and killing techniques at night. Don't cause more trouble for those kids." Sigh. "I hope this Zhuo is really confident. The old principal frowned. Dugu Yushu and Luo Yenling were more confident in their daughter and son-in-law. They went forward to comfort the old principal. "Old principal, you don't have to worry too much. Duo has already shown us too many miracles. I think this time will be no exception." The old principal chuckled. "If this can be properly arranged and settled in one battle, I'm also willing to call him Zhua. I'll be sincerely convinced and impressed." The other 2 teachers beside him sighed. "In this battle, we're at an absolute disadvantage compared to the strength of both sides. But we still have to fight head-on with the opponent. If we can still win or even achieve a complete victory, the opponent will definitely lament that the heavens are blind. So what if the principal calls him Zhua? If we really win, I'm willing to call him Master Zhua." The other one snorted. "Forget it. After tomorrow's battle, I think there's a 99% chance that you won't even have the chance to call him Master. You'll be shattered into pieces long ago. Even your soul will be shattered." The other person cursed fiercely. "What you're saying, if I'm shattered, it's as if you can live well." The person from before retorted, "Didn't I just smash the windows of your house for a few months? Is there a need for such deep hatred and bone-deep hatred? Why don't you say that you stole my job title? Did I say anything? When you gave the gift, who did you give it to? Was it the principal? I already knew that the 2 of you were in cahoots. The 2 of you wear the same pants. No, are the 2 of you having an affair?" The old principal, who was inexplicably attacked, was so angry that his face turned green. Nonsense, what does this have to do with me? Why is it suddenly related to this old man's head? Li Wanxing, what do you mean by this? Teacher Li Wanxing chuckled. Principal, I'm a straightforward person. Please don't take offense and please don't blame me for suspecting you. Who doesn't know who you are? You're not a good person either. You're always protecting your old comrades. Do you really think I'm stupid? Anyway, tomorrow's the battle, I'll say whatever I want to say. The old principal looked at him dangerously. Li Wanxing, you should think carefully. It's not too late for you to apologize now. If Swo really has a way to turn the tide. You've completely offended me. When you go back, you won't even be able to resign. Now, as long as you say a word and take back what you just said, I can still let bygones be bygones and be magnanimous. Li Wanxing was scared out of his wits. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that there was no hope for him to survive. His courage burst out again. Principal, you're actually a good person, but you didn't do a good job in evaluating me. I should have been promoted a long time ago. Now that I'm promoted, the next step is to become the vice principal. I'm young, strong, and capable. You were just worried that I would steal your position. So you used your position for personal gain and gave the title to him. I remember now. During that time you often drank table wine. But how could you be willing to buy such expensive wine before? It must be this guy who gave it to you as a gift. Li Wanxing was proud. My guess is right. Principal, you're jealous of people with ability. For a powerful person like me, a great sage, a great wisdom. It's normal for you to dislike me. I've thought it all out now. Those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre people. I'm really not mediocre. The principal was so angry that his beard was blown up. Bullshit, Li Wanxing. The table wine I drank was given to me by my students after they won a battle. At that time they sent a whole cart of it over. You even helped to unload it. You bastard, slandering me. How shameless. Li Wanxing was proud. It's useless no matter what you say. Creating the illusion of a delivery. Isn't that easy? Those wine of yours must have been given to you by this bastard Zhao Xiaoqing. Don't explain. Explaining is covering up. Covering up means it's true. If it's true, then the evidence is conclusive. He smacked his lips. That cart of wine pour me? I only drank 2 bottles. Now that I think about it, I was drinking my own future. No wonder the aftertaste is so sour. The old principal took a deep breath. Li Wanxing, you're finished? Not only am I finished, but all of us are about to die. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Principal, I'll be the first to charge in tomorrow. Li Wanxing was proud. I've been sullen my whole life. I even had to cover my face and secretly smash people's windows. I've never done something like talking back to a leader in my life. Today I've tried it. It's really satisfying. I've never thought that life could be so satisfying. I can't wait to do it 8 or 10 more times. It's never too much. Li Wanxing's face was full of reminiscence. The old principal was so angry that he was panting. Li Wanxing, I'm not afraid to tell you, kid. Before coming here, I've already reported you to the higher-ups and promoted you. Li Wanxing waved his hand without hesitation. You'd better leave it to Zhao Xiaoqing, who's in a relationship with you. I don't care anymore. After saying that, he raised his head and walked out. It's really satisfying. Although I know you're not that kind of person, I've never talked back to a leader in my life. Now that it's finally time, I have to have some fun, right? Even if I have to throw a bucket of shit at you first, this feeling of slandering others is really too satisfying, too satisfying, too satisfying. Even if I've let you down, there's nothing I can do. There's no one more important than you here now. As for the vice principal, I can't talk back to him. If I get beaten up by him before I die, it'll be too much of a loss. It's better to talk back to the principal. It's more satisfying to talk back to the leader. When I'm at the King of Hell's palace, I can recall in my life that I was also a ruthless person who talked back to the leader of my unit when I was working in a certain unit. No, it's cruel. Angry, right? Tomorrow I'll die, la la la. That he couldn't help but write a poem proudly. I've been weak and bullied all my life. Needless to say, before a battle of life and death. Today I scold the principal to my heart's content. Tomorrow I'll laugh at King of Hell. What a good literary talent. Li Wanxing sighed and suddenly felt that his literary talent was soaring. Chapter 9:18. Luo Yanling looked at the old principal's pale face and said worriedly, Old principal, this bastard just wants to talk nonsense before he dies. Don't be angry. The old principal snorted and said, I know this bastard just wants to disgust me. But can't this bastard disgust me before he dies? Why does he have to find me? Now, I have unlimited hope that Zhou Xiaoduo is really confident. Yes, I'm Zhua. Luo Yanling was speechless. If we can go back alive, I'll kill him. He dares to slander me for having an affair with a man. I'll make sure he's in trouble. The old principal was furious. Luo Yanling and Du Guiyushu were speechless. This bastard actually forced the old principal, who had been fair all his life, to use his power to avenge private grudges. He even wanted to do that. It wasn't easy. Now, Luo Yanling even had a little bit of hope. On the other side, Jade Sunhai Warrior was practicing the battle formation. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu was completely excited. Mao Puguan, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhou Xiaoduo is looking for death. Gather all the capable fighters in White Mountain City as soon as possible. Everyone go. How can we not take revenge for the destruction of our family and the annihilation of our family? Go go. Yun Piaoliu encouraged. What's wrong with getting injured? It's just a little injury. Don't tell me you've lost your will to fight? This is a chance to make a contribution. Let me tell all of you. Although you still don't understand what this battle means, I can tell you that as long as we fight this battle well, it won't just be a matter of revenge for all of you. It's about making a great contribution, and your future is limitless. Yun Piaoliu's face was red. When this is over, I'll tell you the details. Everyone. Today's battle will determine your future in the Dao League. Yun Piaoliu said loudly, I swear to the great Tao of nature that I will never betray you. Following the heavenly oath, the entire White Mountain City was in an uproar. Fight. Revenge. Kill Zhou Xiaoduo. Kill Jade Sun Gaowu. Killing one is enough. Killing two is worth it. Kill them. Yun Piaoliu's face was flushed red. He laughed out loud and said, Count the candidates. Gentlemen, tomorrow we will finish this battle in one fell swoop. The head count was out. Including the injured, the number of people who could participate in the battle was 3,142. This was the result of counting all the heads. At this moment, Guan Shanha's wife rushed over. Oh Guan, quickly go and take a look. Our dad seems to be in danger. Guan Shanha was shocked. He hurriedly apologized to Yun Piaoliu and left in a hurry. After a while, Guan Shanha came back with a bitter expression. He mumbled, Young Master Yun, I know I shouldn't have asked you to do this. But, can you? Yun Piaoliu heaved a long sigh. Deputy City Governor Guan, I know what you want to say, but can you hold on a little longer? After today's battle, we will return to the Dao League immediately. By then, I will ask for the Golden Core Fate Soul for you. I only need 1 day. Brother Guan, I really don't have it now. Yun Piaoliu's face was filled with pain. Guan Shanha's father-in-law was quite powerful. He was at the peak of ethereal returning realm. If he had his full combat strength, he would be of great help in this battle. However, Yun Piaoliu could not give him the Golden Core Fate Soul now. There were hundreds of injured people in White Mountain City. If Guan Shanha gave them the Golden Core Fate Soul, the situation would be out of control. Who would give it to and who would not give it to? Wouldn't it cause a huge uproar? Yun Piaoliu did not dare to take this risk. The only choice was to give them all away. Not to mention that he had already said that he had used up all the golden cores he had. Guan Shanha's face became more bitter. He stood in a daze for a while and then said, But the place we're staying now. So, I'll dig a cave on the mountain wall over there and let them hide in the deepest part of the cave. Yun Piaoliu's eyes lit up. Okay. As long as you don't ask me for the Golden Core Fate Soul, anything is fine. Guan Shanha left in a hurry. The night passed quickly. No matter if it was Jade Sunhai Martial Arts or White Mountain City, no one slept at all. Early in the morning, Zhou Xiaoduo got up and took Zhou Xiaoyan to Crying Ghost Cliff. This time, someone was not as decisive as his friends bragged. He was unusually careless and only went to investigate the scene now. After seeing the so-called Sobbing Ghost Cliff, Zhou Xiaoduo finally put down his last worry. At the bottom of the Sobbing Ghost Cliff, there was a large piece of flat ground, which was quite suitable for the duel and the final battle. What made Zhou Xiaoduo even more relieved was that the biting cold mountain wind was blowing. Zhou Xiaoduo came from the north, while White Mountain City came from the south. In White Mountain City, the north wind was all year round. It could be said that it was very rare for the wind to reverse direction. The snow has not stopped. If we fight with the opposite side, it is inevitable that the snow will hit them in the face. The opposite side has an innate disadvantage. Zhou Xiaoyan analyzed. Well, the north wind is good. It is really good. The heavens are helping me. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around with an intoxicated face. He faced the whistling north wind and laughed. I like the north wind the most. The north wind is right now. It proves that the heavens are on my side. The heavens always bless the good. It does not deceive me. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. But it is also possible for the opposite side to reverse the wind with the power of a flying cultivator. There is no need for a flying cultivator. A divine reigning cultivator or a mystic returning cultivator can do it. It does not require too much power. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. In order to avoid a situation where the wind is against us, we need to use your Xiaoduo. At this point he suddenly felt a toothache. He could not help but roll his eyes. Every time this name was mentioned, he had the urge to roll his eyes. Xiaoduo, Xiaoduo, why does this name always remind me of my second brother? Why do you want Xiaoduo to do? What do you plan to do? Zhou Xiaoyan pretended not to see Zhou Xiaoduo's reaction. After all, he had a similar reaction whenever Xiaoduo was mentioned. She had gradually gotten used to it. Let it create a constant north wind. It must ensure that the north wind does not reverse when the battle starts, Zhou Xiaoduo requested. Definitely not a problem. Zhou Xiaoyan agreed without hesitation. If this was any other place, Zhou Xiaoyan would not have dared to promise so confidently, given the large number of flying cultivators on the other side. But in White Mountain, this was the Ice Spirit's super home ground. If the Ice Spirit displayed its power here, it would be at the level of a dominator. Even if Skysoar Realm experts worked together to resist, they would not be able to suppress the Ice Spirit's control. There was no possibility of a reversal. Zhou Xiaoduo stood in the wind and snow. He stretched out his hands and assumed the posture of a ruler. With an indifferent and lofty tone he said slowly, Nian Mao, today your husband will show you how strong I am. With a smile I can turn a strong enemy into ashes. Zhou Xiaoduo pretended to be cool. The so-called strong enemy is just blowing away dust. He pressed his palms down slowly and said in a magnetic voice, I can destroy them with a flip of my palm. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. Looking at this guy who was addicted to showing off, he couldn't help but want to give him a kick. But thinking about it, in order to show off in front of him, this guy had put in a lot of effort to show off his charm, that she could not help but feel a sweetness in her heart. She said softly, yes, little doggy is the best. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately broke his facade and said bitterly, don't call me little doggy, okay? You can change it to, my husband is the best, right? Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and smiled. Okay, my husband is little doggy the best. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression became complicated. She called him hubby and then puppy. This feeling was a little strange. Let's go back. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been thinking about this problem for a long time, said decisively. Since he had already seen the terrain, he was naturally more confident. Victory was in his hands. Everything was under his control. With the arrival of the two, it was equivalent to the beginning. The old principal and Long Yuxing, everyone came to check out the situation. Only Li Chenglong did not come. He pulled Xiang Bing and hid in the tent to sleep. Just as he said, he was particularly relieved. Was there a need to see the scene? There would not even be a chance to make a move. What was there to see? Li Chenglong felt that his role as the strategist was not useful at all. Besides being relieved, he was also a little disappointed. Swollen, are you really not going to see the scene? Xiang Bing was a little worried. See what? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. There's no need to see. But how are you going to arrange the troops later? Arrange what? Why don't you tell everyone about your strategy and tactics? Say what? Li Chenglong. Get up. Where do I get up? Noon came quickly. On this side, all the teaching staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were as if they were facing a great enemy. All of them had already written their wills and carefully put them away. Then with a heroic face they rushed out with a surging spirit. They only felt the blood in their chests rushing, and their bodies were full of murderous intent. Step by step they walked forward with a heroic demeanor that said, the wind is blowing in the cold White Mountain, and the hero will not return. In this battle they did not have any thoughts of returning. In this life at the end of today they had no regrets. Among them Li Wanxing walked at the front. His steps were firm and he was especially spirited. The snowstorm hit him on the back. He raised his head to the sky and roared, full of vigor and vigor. At this point in life, what more can I ask for? Chapter 9:19. Li Wanxing turned his head and opened his arms, letting the snowstorm rush into his embrace. He laughed loudly. In this life of mine, I originally had a lot of regrets. Who would have thought that I would have no more regrets after witnessing such a grand occasion? The last bit of regret was made up for last night. Awesome. When a man reaches my level, I can die with no regrets. What regrets did you make up for last night? Someone asked curiously. I, Li Wanxing, have always wanted to be an official all my life. But I've never been a leader. In the army, I've been scolded by my superiors. And when I've returned home, I've been scolded as a son of a bitch by the headmaster every day. I didn't dare to refute. I didn't dare to resist. And I didn't dare to scold back. Until last night, I suddenly realized that I've been too sullen all my life. I'm a man full of vigor. Li Wanxing was impassioned. And then? Then I went to catch the principal and scolded him. Li Wanxing raised his head and howled. The old principal looked at this guy with a dark expression. This guy knows that he's going to die in this battle, so he's completely let himself go. He's actually using me to fulfill his bullshit wish. May the heavens protect us so that neither of us will die in this battle. So I'm counting on you. Just as the old principal had this thought, he heard someone else chiming in and laughing loudly. Well said, the principal should have been scolded long ago. How dare he meddle in my affairs? That old thing is such a busybody. I haven't even started, and the ideological work is already done. They even want me to write a reflection in the principal's office and do a self-reflection. I was just tempted. I haven't even started to act. Why would I write a reflection? For half a month, I went to the old man's office every day to write my reflection. In the end, I was educated into a good citizen. The other Miao Laosher also felt that this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. If he didn't vent his anger, he might not have another chance. Following that, he started shouting. The old principal narrowed his eyes. Yes, Miao Gungao, I will remember you too. There was one more person in the notebook. Let's walk slowly and see if there are any more. I prayed to the heavens that all of them survived. Not to live for a few more years, but to let you bastards see if I, Han Wankue, can pinch the piss out of you. I was your instructor when I was in the army. There's no reason that after so many years, I still can't crush you bunch of bastards. After making all sorts of vows, he sent a voice transmission to Zhuoxiao Duo. Student Zhuoxiao Duo, what are the arrangements for this battle? What are your chances of winning? Zhuoxiao Duo coughed and watched as more and more people emerged from the Jade Sun High Martial Army's ranks. Their faces and necks were red as they vented their dissatisfaction over the years. He couldn't help but sympathize with them. So I really pity these people. It's a pity that I'm not destined to stay here for long. Otherwise, I would definitely go to Jade Sun High School to observe. At that time, all kinds of big scenes would definitely be exciting, popular, and passed down for a long time. Most importantly, it could make people happy for a long time. It would be one of the biggest regrets of his life to not be able to see such gloating with his own eyes. Now that he heard the old principal's question, Zhuoxiao Duo hurriedly replied, Old principal, please don't worry. Everyone is just going to put on a show. I have a 10,000% chance of winning. You don't have to do anything and the battle will be over. Just line up, show your face, and lure out the other side's main forces. Don't think too much. If you think too much, you'll lose. Really? The old principal's eyes suddenly lit up. The hand that was twirling his beard exerted force and actually pulled out a strand. Really? Zhuoxiao Duo chuckled. Old principal, if I were you, I would start thinking about how to rectify the school's spirit when I go back. I'm really not looking for trouble, but the quality of your Jade Sun High School's teachers is really not that high. This kind of school spirit, teacher ethics are really eye-catching. Cough, not that I want to criticize you, but our Hidden Dragon High School's principal is absolutely authoritative. Just walk around the school. Not to mention the ordinary teachers, even the vice principals don't dare to breathe loudly. Zhuoxiao Duo secretly added fuel to the fire. Han Wankue's face flushed red all the way to his neck. He was furious. This was too embarrassing. Look at the principal of Hidden Dragon High School and look at me. I've never embarrassed myself in my life, but this time I've embarrassed myself to death. We're both principals, but is there really such a big difference? Instantly, anger rose from his heart, and hatred grew in his heart. You bunch of bastards, just you wait. Then, a wave of ecstasy rose from his heart. Won't die? I don't even need to do anything. Does that mean that everyone can go back safely? At the thought of this, the principal's heart was filled with rage. but at the same time he was also bursting with joy. He was so happy that he almost cried tears of joy. Bastards. Just you wait. Your good days are coming soon. Hence, the old principal lowered his eyes and walked in the line with a bleak expression. He lowered his head and listened to the last words of the people around him. Then, he memorized the names one by one. Fortunately, there weren't many. There were only 3. These 3. Ah. I won't say anything else. In my life, I've never abused my power to avenge a personal grudge, but this time. Haha, that I'm going to bend the law for personal gain? What can you do about it? The group was getting closer and closer to Crying Ghost Cliff. Everyone's chatter became softer and softer. From afar, they could already see the black mass of people on the opposite side. At this time, the enemy had already gathered all their forces and were ready for battle. Jade Sun High Marshal and the others stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the 3 teachers came forward. Li Wanxing took the lead and winked at him with a guilty look on his face. Ahem, Principal, I just wanted to satisfy my lifelong regret. I really don't have any other intentions. Please don't take it to heart. Actually, today, I really wish that a higher-ranking leader was here so that I could vent like this. I'm about to die. I understand. The old principal rolled his eyes. My rank isn't high enough. I'm sorry. Another teacher said, Principal, please don't take it to heart. I'm just using this rare opportunity to vent. Old principal, we're all going to the Yellow Springs together. There's no distinction between us. We're just venting, we're not really targeting you. Smile? Wouldn't it be better if we just smile all the way? What's that saying again? Right, smile all the way to the Yellow Springs together. Yes, principal, smile. Haha. Han Wankue turned his back. Damn it. After scolding me for so long, you actually want me to smile for you. How could you say something like that? You're too talented. Why didn't I realize that you were all so talented? On the opposite side, Pu Guanshan stepped forward. His voice was fierce and majestic. Little dogs Wuxiao Duo. Today it's a battle of life and death. We're even. Wuxiao Duo stepped forward. Let's fight. Why are you so loud? Pu Guanshan's lips trembled. Can't you be loud in a battle of life and death? In the pugilistic world, when life and death were decided, which one of them didn't shout with all their might? Howling and shouting? When it comes to you, Wuxiao Duo, in a battle of life and death, you have to speak softly and gently. Wuxiao Duo. My White Mountain City lost more than 10,000 lives. It's a blood debt. Let's fight. Can you stop talking? Wuxiao Duo said impatiently, I'm not a patient person and I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Hurry up. Who's going to fight the first battle? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Pu Guanshan was speechless. This is the first time I've seen such a battle of life and death. This guy is so impatient, as if he's in a hurry to reincarnate. On the other side, Guanshanha roared and stepped forward. His voice was like a thunderclap, shattering the snowflakes in the air. Castellan. I Guanshanha volunteer for the first battle. I have no regrets. Guanshanha jumped out. His voice was fierce and his murderous aura soared to the sky. His aura alone was far stronger than that of the Castellan Pu Guanshan. Yun Piaolia looked at Guanshanha with admiration and said, Deputy Castellan, be careful. This meant that Guanshanha was allowed to fight. The original plan was for Pu Guanshan or a fairy from the Dao League to fight under the name of White Mountain City's consecrator. However, since Guanshanha volunteered, they had to give him face. Especially. In the exchange of words with Wuxiao Duo at Pu Guanshan, it could be said that his side was completely suppressed. Guanshanha took the initiative to ask for a battle, and his momentum soared. Just this insight alone was enough to be praised. Yun Piaoliu made up his mind. It would be best if they could win the first battle. Even if they couldn't, he would be happy to take Guanshanha under his wing and nurture him. On the other hand, Pu Guanshan's performance was terrible. Don't worry, young master. Guanshanha said heroically, I don't know if I will live or die. I hope I can meet young master again. Yun Piaoliu took a deep breath. His expression was solemn and his emotions were sincere. Brother Guan, I will wait for your triumphant return. With a wave of his hand, everyone from White Mountain City shouted, We will wait for your triumphant return. We will win this battle. We will win. Guanshanha laughed loudly. He shook the purple cloak on his body and walked towards the center of the field with an aura of no regrets. At this moment he was really awe-inspiring. He might die this time, but Guanshanha was not afraid. His expression was calm, and his aura was as majestic as the mountains and rivers. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. He was full of vigor and his attitude was upright. Guanshanha is really a character, Yun Piaoliu said to Feng Wuhan. Not bad. Feng Wuhan's face was full of praise. Guanshanha and Pu Guanshan brushed past each other. Pu Guanshan said in a low voice, "Shanha, be careful." Guanshanha ignored him and walked past. His purple robe fluttered. In Pu Guanshan's eyes, his expression was filled with a solemn determination to die. Pu Guanshan sighed and said, "Take care." At this moment, Guanshanha had already walked to the center of the field. He flipped his palm and a sharp sword with a cold light appeared in his hand. At this moment, Guanshanha flicked his sword and roared. Snowflakes fluttered and the north wind blew. In the eyes of others, Deputy City Master Guan looked like he was indifferent to life and death. With his back facing the crowd, Guanshanha secretly winked at Zhuoxiao Duo. He made a flattering expression. Chapter 920. Facing the wind and snow, Guanshanha said loudly, "I, Guanshanha, learned martial arts when I was young and became successful when I was middle-aged. I have traveled to Baishan City with my whole family for the sake of brotherhood, friendship and loyalty. Today I will fight for Baishan City and I have no regrets. The arrangements for my family have been made. I, Guanshanha, am here. May I ask who is the one on the other side?" Guanshanha's voice was majestic and sonorous. In the ears of the people of Baishan City, it was full of solemn and stirring, and the resolution to fight to the death. However, in the eyes of Zhuoxiao Duo, it had a different meaning. "Young Master Zhua, I have prepared everything on my side. My family has been arranged properly and my own people have come out. Now what should we do? What's the follow-up?" This was the real meaning of Guanshanha's words. Zhuoxiao Duo glanced at Zhuoxiaonian. Zhuoxiaonian silently nodded, and her bright eyes looked up. Her meaning was obvious. The ice soul was ready. "Now we are waiting for you to give the order." So Zhuoxiao Duo laughed loudly. "Guanshanha, although there are many flying cultivators in Baishan City, only you can barely enter my eyes. In this first round I will personally play with you." As he said this he jumped out. Immediately he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his posture was dignified. It was as if he was waiting for Guanshanha to attack. Following Zhuoxiao's appearance, the howling of the north wind became fiercer and fiercer, and the wind and snow became more and more violent. Zhuoxiao Duo stood in the wind and snow with a leisurely attitude. His elegant voice resounded between heaven and earth. His voice was filled with magnetism. Just by listening to his voice, it made people involuntarily have a subtle feeling that he was a young master of the secular world, a handsome young man. "My surname is Zhuo, my name is Zhuoxiao Duo." Zhuoxiao Duo said calmly, "After so many days of fierce fighting, everyone should be familiar with me. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I'm Zhuoxiao Duo, nicknamed Iron Fist Young Master. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. Naturally, I have some attainments in fist fighting." Everyone from White Mountain City raised their eyebrows. "Iron Fist Young Master? You really have the guts to say that. Since you came to our city to cause trouble, have you even used your fists once? Other people's nicknames might not be wrong, but your nickname is definitely wrong." "Of course." Zhuoxiao Duo paced slowly and said, "I'm also very regretful that things have come to this point today. After all, this is a battle of life and death. Death is inevitable and it will only add to the sin of killing." Zhuoxiao Duo was talking but he didn't stop walking. His posture was leisurely and confident as he walked with his hands clasped behind his back. Not only did he cross the mountains and rivers, but he also gradually approached the people of White Mountain City. "But you may not know that I have another identity," Zhuoxiao Duo said compassionately. "In fact, I'm also a physiognomist. I study the physiognomy of all living beings. I don't dare to say that I'm compassionate, but I have some compassion. Just now I was startled and found that your side was full of killing intent and dark clouds. I really can't bear to see that." Pu Guanshan said lightly, "What? Master Zhuo, do you want to read our physiognomy before the battle of life and death? You want to show us the right way to escape death? Ah, this is a battle of life and death. Master Zhuo, you've helped us escape death, so your death is coming. Don't blame me for not warning you." Zhuoxiao Duo almost wanted to clap and cheer in his heart. Pu Guanshan's cooperation was excellent, and he praised him well. "I didn't expect this guy to be so eloquent. I admire him." Therefore, Zhuo said seriously and reservedly, I really can't bear to see you like this. I want to say a few more words. Just treat it as a warm-up before the battle of life and death. It's fate that brought us together. If I don't say a few words, it won't make sense. Pu Guanshan had never thought that Zhuo would actually take advantage of his joke to take advantage of the situation. I don't believe you can read physiognomy at all. Can't you even hear the sarcasm? Zhuo laughed out loud and said, since I've already said so much, it can be said that I've made my point. To put it bluntly, whether we are enemies or friends, since this is a life and death battle, why don't we play a harmless game before the battle? He laughed and said, Guanshanhe, what do you think? My suggestion has delayed your death by quite a bit. How are you going to thank me? Guanshanhe laughed and said, I think you're the one who's going to die later. Zhuo laughed wildly, victory or defeat, life or death, it's all up to the heavens. Then we'll both die later. Let me read the physiognomy of my enemies first. With just a few words, even Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. How did this turn of events happen? How did it suddenly come to a decision? A decision? How did it come to a decision? This turn of events is making me anxious that he had only heard about the so-called godly turn of events. But today he had seen it for himself. This was definitely a godly turn of events. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu was also interested. He suddenly remembered that Zhuo's information did mention that he was a physiognomy master. The profession of physiognomy master was extremely rare in the 3 continents. There was no real physiognomy master at all. There were only qi scholars, qi divination masters and feng shui masters. Physiognomy master was an ancient profession that only existed in legends. But Zhuo was a real physiognomy master. He had a good reputation and had many classic cases. Yes, the fact that Zhuo had the physiognomy divine ability was no longer a secret in the eyes of the upper echelons of the 3 continents. However, it wasn't a rare technique to be able to peek into a person's fortune or misfortune. For example, the Great Flood Shaman and the Star Soul Great General Dongfang both had similar abilities. Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were naturally familiar with the information of the people who were listed on the human favor token. With regards to Zhuo's tricks, he had long heard of them. At this moment of life and death, he unexpectedly came into contact with them. He couldn't help but feel a little interested. Since victory was in his hands, there was no need to rush to make a move. Maybe they could even get some extra rewards from Zhuo? Yun Piaoliu was the first to speak. Brother Zhuo, I don't know what's the point of your physiognomy. What can you tell? What's more, how long would it take for you to look at all of them one by one? Brother Zhuo, today is the day of the final battle. Do you want to fight another day? Zhuo laughed and said, my manifestation technique has already reached the peak of perfection. I can see anything as I wish, I can see anything. And I don't need to spend too much time on it. I can see everything very soon. It won't delay today's battle. Yun Piaoliu laughed and said, that's great. Brother Zhuo, why don't you take a look at my face first? How's my fortune? Zhuo chuckled and said, my fortune-telling is probably just a game in everyone's eyes, but to me it is a serious matter. Everyone here is a profound cultivator, so you should know one thing, and that is that the heavens will exist in the unseen world. In the unseen world, the heavens will exist forever. Yun Piaoliu nodded and said, maybe ordinary people don't know that there is God's will in the dark, so they just swear and make their wishes. But cultivators like us know that there are too many mysteries and too many unimaginable things in the world. The way of heaven has its proof. It is never a lie. Zhuo agreed, since you can understand it this way, then it's easy. Because fortune-telling is also costly. Especially since today is a battle of life and death, there will be a large number of casualties. It will be difficult to escape this calamity. Therefore, I have decided to let everyone take a look at the past life and present life before the battle. I hope that everyone can give a certain degree of reciprocation so that this will not be a waste of my kind intentions. Zhuo cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. He then said loudly, today, be it enemies or friends, we will fight to the death. If I die in your hands, I will have no regrets. But if you die in my hands, I hope you can walk the path of the Yellow Springs without any worries. People's lives are predestined by heaven. Today heaven wants you and me to end each other's lives. This is fate. Zhuo laughed and said straightforwardly, so, as a physiognomy master, I can communicate with yin and yang to see the power of 3 lives. I will take a look at your past and present lives. This is the fate of our battle to the death. Hearing that, many people in Baishan City started to think. A few people nodded lightly. Yes, when it came to a battle to the death, there was no need to talk about hatred. It was nothing more than a fight to the death. After today you won't see me and I won't see you. That's all. This Wuxiao duo, although cruel and merciless, had a heart of steel, and looked like a bye-bye with bad intentions. He was really an open-minded person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. At the back, many teachers in Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy were stunned. Duguyushu felt his face twisting. He turned to look at the old principal and saw that the old principal seemed to have understood something or felt that it made sense. But more than that, he was in a state of confusion like him. Since when can a battle to the death be considered fate? Teacher Li Wanxing touched his head and muttered to himself. He felt that his head was as muddled as tofu. Slap. He was slapped on the back of his head. The old principal's face was serious. Stop whispering in each other's ears during a battle. Can you be more serious? How dare you call yourself a teacher with this kind of character? Teacher Li was dumbfounded. If you didn't say the first few words, I would have thought that this was a politics exam. Li Chenglong squatted on the ground and drew circles. Ever since he met Wuxiao Duo until now, Li Chenglong boasted that his understanding of Zuo was deep to the bone. But there was one thing that he really couldn't understand. Why was it that every time before a battle of life and death, he had to think of a way to read the facial features of every enemy he wanted to kill? Chapter 921. Li Chenglong had never understood this. Was there a need to see it? It was a battle of life and death. Each of them was a disaster of blood and death. Even he knew how to see it. Was there a need for him to see it? But Wuxiao Duo did it every time. He never got tired of it. He had to make it happen. Otherwise he would never give up. This time it was even more ridiculous. He decided to teach them a lesson first to eliminate their resistance. But no matter what, wasn't his ultimate goal to kill them? But he didn't know that Wuxiao Duo was overjoyed. More than 3,000 people. They were waiting for him to read their fortune. He would definitely earn a lot of luck points today. Also, he would have to merge the Green Dragon Jade Pendant after he found it, right? This would also require a large number of luck points. At this juncture, even if these fellows didn't cooperate, I would still have to force my way through. If he didn't make this unexpected fortune, it wouldn't be Wuxiao Duo's style. It wouldn't be in line with his lofty character. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu laughed. Master Zuo's fortune-telling ability is miraculous. We have heard about it a long time ago. But in this world, not only is hearsay false, but seeing may not be the truth. If Master Zuo is just making things up and can't see it accurately, what will you say? Wuxiao Duo said, if I can see it accurately, what will I say? Yun Piaoliu said, Master Zuo, if you can see it accurately, we will give you divination gold. Even if we all die, your divination gold won't decrease. This karma will not be delayed until the next life. Wuxiao Duo laughed, it's a deal. Yun Piaoliu said proudly, of course. But if all of you die one by one, how are you going to give me the divination gold? Wuxiao Duo laughed mischievously. I have my ways. Even if I die, as long as you can see it accurately, your divination gold won't decrease. Yun Piaoliu said lightly. Words are no proof. How can a dead person give divination gold? I don't have the ability to communicate with the netherworld yet. Wuxiao Duo laughed. I love reading. I've read a lot of books. You can't fool me. Yun Piaoliu humphed and said, fine, I'll let you broaden your horizons today. After saying that, he took out a jade bottle from his ring. He said faintly, Wuxiao Duo, when I said that I've heard of your divine form, I wasn't lying. Today is a battle of life and death, and fate is hard to come by. Since you're using the divine form as an invitation, why don't we make the bet a little bigger? What kind of bet? Wuxiao Duo asked. Have you ever heard of the golden core of the Great Way? Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, I don't think you've ever heard of such a treasure. He sneered and said, the golden core of the Great Way is the highest level of golden core in the world today. This kind of golden core has life and consciousness from the moment it's refined. At the same time, it doesn't belong to anyone and it exists freely. However, the current owner can order it. It can be used by others or it can be destroyed directly. As for the golden core of the Great Way, although anyone can order it in its life, it can only accept the first order in its life. The golden core in my hand is the so-called golden core of the Great Way. The golden core of the Great Way doesn't have the ability to heal injuries, improve one's aptitude, or develop one's soul. However, after a person ascends to the Ascension realm, he has to choose his own path. Many Skysoar Realm experts have chosen the wrong path at this step, resulting in their lifelong achievements to be stuck at the Skysoar Realm. It's hard for them to advance any further because there's no path for them to advance any further. Their initial choice was wrong. It's this one step that ends the path of cultivation, and they'll regret it for the rest of their lives. Only rogue cultivators with good luck can choose their own path and continue on for a long time. However, this kind of situation doesn't exist for the direct descendants of the old clans. Firstly, there's a ready-made path that has been verified by predecessors. Secondly, even if they don't want to follow the path of their elders, they can use the golden core of the Great Way to find their own path. Furthermore, there's no need to worry about mistakes and it's a completely correct path. This is the magical effect of the golden core of the Great Way. This golden core of mine is a complete golden core of the Great Way, one that hasn't received any orders. Yun Piaoliu said proudly, even if I die in the future, as long as I give the order now, it will naturally wait in the air for our duel to end. If you win, it will automatically come to your side and recognize you as its master, waiting for the day you use it. Although you can't give it another order, you're already the actual owner of this golden core. You can choose to give it to someone else or use it for yourself. If the duel ends because your method is wrong, then you lose. It will naturally come back to me and I won't lose anything. Yun Piaoliu said, I'll use this golden core of the Great Way to bet with you. Are you willing? Sounds good. Zhuo Duo hesitated, but he had already agreed in his heart, this way it's fine. Yun Piaoliu sneered and said, then what do you want to bet with my golden core of the Great Way? Yun Piaoliu was also looking forward to this duel. Everyone was the same. Many things were stored in their interspatial rings. Many people would destroy their interspatial rings before they died. For example, Yun Piaoliu's own interspatial ring had a very advanced self-destruct program. Once the interspatial ring left its master, it would explode on its own. And the things inside would naturally scatter or be destroyed. Even if they died, they wouldn't benefit others. Now Yun Piaoliu had his eyes on Zhuo's interspatial ring for a long time. He knew that people like Zhuo Duo, who was a peerless genius, must have a lot of good things on them. And for a genius like Zhuo Duo, it was very likely that he would have the same interspatial ring as Yun Piaoliu. So, if he could coax Zhuo Duo to take out his own interspatial ring, it would be the best result. And because of this consideration, Yun Piaoliu took out the golden core of the Great Way. With this as bait, Yun Piaoliu didn't believe that Zhuo Duo wouldn't be tempted. I won't die no matter what. But as long as Zhuo Duo took out something good, I couldn't take it back. It's all mine. Zhuo Duo snorted and said, now we're talking about my fortune-telling money. How are you going to pay for it? It's not about my bet with you. What do I bet with you? Zhuo Duo sneered and said, if you don't let me show it to them, then I won't see it. I'm kind enough to give you a piece of fate and spend a lot of energy to read your fortune. This is already a great sacrifice, okay? And you want me to take out something to bet with the fortune-telling money you should give me? What kind of logic is this? Yun Piaoliu was dumbfounded. You won't take out anything? Zhuo Duo said sternly, brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Haven't you heard that reading someone's fortune is a big deal of peeping into the secrets of heaven and revealing them? Have you ever heard of the saying, man's life is destined by the heavens? Since it's predestined, I'm revealing it in advance. Isn't that revealing the secrets of heaven? I've already paid the price of revealing the secrets of heaven. You want me to pay a bigger price? What kind of logic is this in the world? I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I want to see the past and present lives for everyone. Why do I have to take out something to bet with you before I can do this? Don't tell me that you don't pay for your fortune-telling? You're looking for someone to do something for you, but you don't give them anything. Do they have to give you money to do it for you? Zhuo's face was full of disdain. Brother, you're not stupid, are you? As soon as he said that, the people on both sides pondered and had the same feeling. That's right. When people come to read someone's fortune, they have to consider the problem of fortune-telling. Yun Piaoliu actually wanted to use fortune-telling as a bet? Is this kid stupid? On the other side, Li Chenglong almost burst out laughing. That kid was so pathetic. Boss coaxed him to bet first and then asked him to take out something. Now he was stingy. But this guy couldn't take back what he took out. Oh, you bragged for a long time and took out something to bet. Then you turned around and said, I don't want to bet anymore. Ask yourself who could afford to lose face like this. Maybe others could. For example, Zhuo. They could put their face back into their pockets. Or Li Chenglong. If he wanted to help the enemy, how could he? Even if he lost face, he couldn't possibly help the enemy. But Yun Piaoliu was a disciple of a big family. He would never do such a disgraceful thing. Yun Piaoliu said angrily, "You're the one who asked my brother. What's the bet? You're the one who said that." Zhuo said, "Of course I asked. Whether my fortune-telling is accurate or not, isn't that my bet? What else do you want?" He suddenly realized something and said, "I understand. You want to bet on whether my fortune-telling is accurate or not. That's fine too. You give me this great Tao golden pill as fortune-telling gold first. Then I'll take out something else to bet with you. That's fair and reasonable, right?" Yun Piaoliu's eyes widened. He was suddenly confused. "Oh, how did this great Tao golden pill become a free gift to you? Why? Why did this turn into this place all of a sudden? Even if this was a goddamn twist, it shouldn't be done this way, right?" Zhuo said, "Just now we were talking about fortune-telling gold. If you die you can't pay, so your brother brought up this great Tao golden pill, right? In other words, this golden core of the great Tao is the golden fortune for you to read your fortune. The logic behind this is correct, right? And it's everyone's fortune-telling gold. Isn't that right? Isn't that the logic? Think about it carefully and savor it carefully. Savor it carefully, savor it carefully. These words were all said by your brother, right? Even if he dies, he will pay the fortune-telling gold. And the fortune-telling gold is this great Tao golden pill, right? A fortune-telling gold that can be paid even if he dies, right?" Chapter 922. Zhuo spread out his hands and said strangely, "I really don't understand. What are you talking about? Think about it yourselves. Isn't that right?" Then, everyone started to recall what Zhuo had said to Yun Piaoliu in their minds, including Yun Piaoliu himself. Then, everyone suddenly realized that what Zhuo said was the truth. Every word, every sentence, there was no discount at all. This golden core of the great path was really divination gold. There didn't seem to be any twists and turns in this. Could it be that they were thinking too much? Even Yun Piaoliu himself was stunned. When did I fall into his trap? Why can't I figure it out? Why can't I remember clearly? Li Chenglong, who was at the back, was expressionless. In fact, he was laughing so hard that his intestines were cramping. Do you think that Zhuo is always unreasonable because he's not eloquent enough? He's just too lazy to talk. Zhuo always believed that if you can fight, don't talk too much. If you have to fight sooner or later, then don't talk too much. This was Zhuo's style. He was unreasonable not because he couldn't win the argument, but because he didn't think it was necessary. However, this style could be changed by interest. For example, he came here today for a reason, and that golden core of the great path. That was enough for him to pay for his appearance. If anyone really argued with Zhuo, they would be confused when they fell into his trap. Today's incident was the best proof of that. This was the conclusion of Li Chenglong and Zhuo's argument every day. Even I, the military counselor of the generation, found it hard to argue with him. He lost more than he won, and his winning rate was questionable. Let alone you guys. Now you're all dumbfounded, aren't you? Yun Piaoliu felt that his head was in a knot. After a while he finally understood. He said angrily, "This great Tao golden core divinatory gold is only paid if you can see it accurately. How can I give it to you now?" Zhuo said matter-of-factly, "Yes, you're right. If I see it correctly, it's mine. That's how I understand it. Didn't you just say that the Jindan is free and independent? It has to meet the current standards of all the people before it can reach the standard?" "I agree. But now you want me to take out something else. What kind of logic is this?" Yun Piaoliu was speechless. Zhuo interrupted, "As long as I'm right, this great Tao golden core will be mine. Wouldn't I be an idiot if I took out something else to bet with my item? I've already told you that I love reading and I've read a lot. I won't read anything that isn't Qidian's official website. You can't fool me." Yun Piaoliu was speechless. Behind him, Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer lowered their heads. Gao Qiaoer sighed softly. "This is the young master of the Tao League, right? You're so honest. You just admitted it. Such intelligence, such brains. The so-called young master of the Tao League is just SOSO. Li Chenglong almost laughed out loud. "But you have to be alive to take it." Yun Piaoliu said fiercely. "Whether I'm alive to take it or not is my business. But this Jindan is divinatory gold. That can't be changed. Zhuo Duo insisted. Yun Piaoliu was losing his patience. He had always prided himself on his wisdom. But today he didn't even realize when he had been tricked. He couldn't help but feel angry. Cut the crap. Let's see the fortune. Zhuo Duo followed his advice. The one who pays is the boss. I'll listen to you. Who's first? Me first. Yun Piaoliu said angrily. Your fortune. Zhuo Duo frowned and looked at Yun Piaoliu's face. When he was about to say something he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly looked at Yun Piaoliu's face carefully. Because Zhuo Duo saw that although Yun Piaoliu's face was covered in blood, there was vitality flowing on it. Zhuo Duo felt his hair stand on end. Xiaolong said to Zhuo Duo at the right time, Boss, it's him. He has a treasure. And the guy beside him also has a treasure. You have to take him down and... Zhuo Duo frowned and looked at Yun Piaoliu. Then he glanced at Feng Wuhan. He found that Feng Wuhan's face was also covered in blood, but there was vitality flowing on it. And the other two, Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wui, on the faces of these four people, not a single one of them showed signs of certain death. At most, they had a slim chance of survival, but there were signs that they had narrowly escaped death. This observation made Zhuo's heart skip a beat. These four must be the young masters of the Dao League that Guanshanhe had mentioned. But how could they not die? If they didn't die, wouldn't it be my turn to die? Instantly, Zhuo's heart sank. Zhuo Duo thought of the time when he had Uncle Nan's clone protecting him. And the jade pendant that his parents gave him. Those pendants could be easily killed by a Skysoar realm expert. Zhuo Duo suddenly knew where the vitality of these four people lay. That's right. If he could have it, why couldn't they have it too? These four people were also the young geniuses of the Wind Cloud clan. How could the people on the favor token not have a certain level of protection? Zhuo Duo felt that he had miscalculated. Your fortune tells me that today will be a dangerous day. Zhuo Duo took a deep breath and said in a low voice, You have a narrow escape from death. Although you can escape from death, a bloody disaster is unavoidable. Yun Piaoliu smiled playfully. In other words, I won't die? Yes, you have a narrow escape from death. Although a bloody disaster is unavoidable, there is a chance of survival. All four of you. Although Zhuo Duo didn't want to admit it, Yun Piaoliu's fortune told him that he wouldn't die. Not only him, but these four bastards from the Dao League also wouldn't die. Zhuo Duo said bluntly. No matter how much he hoped that Yun Piaoliu and the other three would die, he still spoke the truth. However, the result and the current situation made Zhuo Duo extremely depressed. He couldn't stop thinking about how to kill them. Should he use the big hammer? No, his luck didn't change. Should he use Shao? His luck didn't change. Earth hair dryer? This was the battle strategy he had decided on. At most, he would create a narrow escape from death. The result would still be the same. After a long calculation, Zhuo Duo could only sigh in his heart. Big families like the Dao League, which had been standing for tens of thousands of years, really protected their direct descendants well. It was extremely strict. Yun Piaoliu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. All four of you are. Zhuo's fortune-telling method was really unique. To think that he was able to pinpoint the four of us so accurately, without a single mistake. Of course we won't die. Our names are in the token of humanity, and we have divided souls to protect us. How could we die in a battle of this level? What about the others? Yun Piaoliu said, You said you've seen all of us. But how long will you take? Zhuo Duo said lightly, What a coincidence. You have a total of 3,142 people. Except for the four of you, the rest of you have the same fate. Everyone's face is covered with evil spirits. Death is everywhere. The gate of hell is open, and the road to the netherworld is smooth. All of you will die an unnatural death. No one will survive. He turned his head and said, Oh, there's an exception. It's Deputy Governor Guan. His face is very strange. It's actually the face of rebirth after death. Well, this person is pure filial piety. He has kindness and the protection of the heavenly way. He also has the support of nobles. So, he has 30% more chances of survival than the others. Yun Piaoliu was even more amused. You mean, at most, only 5 of the 3,142 people can survive? Yes. You used the word, at most, very well. Only 5 people have the possibility of surviving. However, I dare not guarantee that they will survive. Regardless of whether it's a 9 out of 10 chance of death or a chance of rebirth, it's still a crisis. Disaster awaits at every step. Zhuo Duo said cautiously. Ah, funny, funny. Feng Wuhan said angrily, so you're here to scare people. Zhuo Duo said, I'm just saying what I see. It's always been like this. I never lie. As for whether I'm scaring them or not, we'll know after the final battle. Either way, the golden core of the great Tao will belong to us. What's the point of discussing whether it's accurate or not? It's meaningless to try to win a battle of words now. Feng Wuhan nodded fiercely. Good. I'll wait to see your physiognomy. It's always accurate. Zhuo Duo said to Yun Piaoliu, now that the physiognomy is over, you can give the order. Yun Piaoliu was still unwilling to give up. He said, what if it's not accurate? Zhuo Duo was annoyed. He said, if it's not accurate, you can do whatever you want with me. Yun Piaoliu was suddenly energized. A gentleman keeps his word. Can't go back on it. Good, you're a straightforward person. I'll give the order now. Yun Piaoliu opened the jade bottle. A ray of light shone, and a golden elixir slowly rose from the jade bottle. As if it had its own consciousness, it stopped in front of Yun Piaoliu. The body of the golden elixir was shrouded in clouds and colorful lights. Great Tao Golden Elixir, listen to my command. After this battle, if the divination is correct and everyone except the 4 of us and Deputy Castellan Guanshanha are killed, you'll belong to Zhuo Duo. If it's not accurate, fly back immediately. If the others act rashly, explode immediately. Now you'll wait on the side of the battlefield for the result. The golden elixir bounced up and down 3 times as if it was nodding its head. Then it slowly floated up a few hundred feet from the ground. It floated in the void, shining with golden light. This thing really had its own consciousness. It could even distinguish the situation. What a treasure. Zhuo eyes lit up. It's mine. Now it's your turn. Yun Piaoliu said. Zhuo Duo chuckled and said straightforwardly, at that time if there is anything wrong with my physiognomy, I, Zhuo Duo, will be at Yun Piaoliu's mercy. With the great Tao as my witness, my vow is true. Yun Piaoliu laughed. Great. Seeing the great Tao as his witness and the vow being made, Yun Piaoliu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Zhuo Duo was basically in the bag for them. This time I've made a great contribution. In the team of Yunyang, Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao, were speechless. What a moron. Chapter 923. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao looked at each other, instantly feeling superior in terms of intelligence. This guy actually couldn't understand such an obvious word game. I, Zhuo Duo, am at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. At first glance there was no problem with this sentence. Don't overlook this sentence. This sentence contained 2 levels of understanding. First, I, Zhuo Duo, am at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. Second, I, Yun Piaoliu, am at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. And at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. Obviously he hasn't been through enough social abuse. Li Chenglong's face was twisted, a little angry at Yun Piaoliu's failure to fight. Don't give yourself away, this is a big deal. Gao Qiao reminded. Li Chenglong snorted in disdain. With his performance so far, even if I directly tell him, he probably won't understand what he can do. Gao Qiao thought for a while and said, that's true. He's a fool. The bet had been set. Zhuo Duo looked at it carefully again, making sure there were no mistakes, turned around and walked back. As he walked back, he swept his eyes over the people on his side, especially the people from Jade Sun High Marshal's side, and took a look at them. His heart suddenly settled. The people on the other side were full of vitality without any signs of loss. It seemed that even if there were really people protecting them, they could only protect their lives and couldn't do more. If that was the case, it would be much easier. With a flash, he returned to Guanshanha's side, laughing. First round. Let's make it clear, in a life and death battle, we can't win by numbers, we can't save people when we're about to lose. I think you guys will follow the rules, right? Don't move. Zhuo Duo was still not at ease, so he added another layer of insurance. Stand still, I'm going to blow you guys with the earth hairdryer. Yun Piaoliu laughed. I'm afraid you guys won't follow the rules first. It's a deal. I'll keep my word. Life and death battle. Leave it to fate. Life and death, no regrets. Victory and defeat, no regrets. All right. Zhuo Duo shouted, today I, Iron Fist Young Master, Zhuo Duo, am here to teach Deputy City Lord Shanha the flying heavens. As he spoke, 1 foot forward and 1 foot backward, he really did strike a boxing stance. Countless people on both sides heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. After chattering for so long, the battle was finally about to begin. Guan Shanhe cupped his fists and said, "Please advise me." Zhuo Duo said solemnly, "Please. Please." At this time, the snowstorm that was already raging in the sky increased in intensity once again. Dense snowflakes fell from the sky in clumps. The north wind howled mournfully and it actually whistled. In the distance, snow and dust flew up, covering the sky and the earth. The atmosphere was created really well. It was a scene of a life and death battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo leaped up and threw out a punch that was mixed with the power of wind and lightning. Guan Shanhe shouted, "Good timing." His long sword flashed and the sword energy overflowed, heading straight to the center of the palace. With a loud rumble, the two of them were already engaged in a fierce battle. Snow swirled in the air and snow mist filled the air. There was only a whirlwind in the field. No matter how high a person's cultivation was in this heavy snow, they could no longer see the shadows of the two combatants. Only the sound of the two of them fighting could be heard, which proved the fierceness of the battle. What a fierce fight. But Guan Shanhe is at a disadvantage. Yun Piaoliu sighed. Why do you say that? Didn't you see that the snow and dust is basically rushing to our side? So far it hasn't rushed to our side even once. Doesn't it mean that Guan Shanhe is suppressed by Zhuo Xiaoduo? Yun Piaoliu felt that his brother was a fool. Why did he ask such a question? But the snow and dust doesn't mean anything, right? Maybe it's just the wind. Why is the wind getting stronger and stronger? Fuck. Yun Piaoliu was just talking when a ball of snow poured into his mouth. Watch carefully. Yun Piaoliu watched seriously. This Zhuo Xiaoduo is really extraordinary. If I hadn't tricked him with the bet, I'm afraid we wouldn't be his match. You tricked him? Of course. Yun Piaoliu, who was full of himself, explained his achievement in detail. He felt that if he didn't share this with the people around him, it would be better for him to walk in the dark. No one would know about this. Under his glib tongue, everyone who heard him deeply agreed with him. As expected, it was our young master Yun who had cheated Zhuo Xiaoduo. But then again, to use the great Dao golden elixir as bait, this kind of strength and boldness was indeed not something an ordinary person could have. The successor who had been nurtured by the aristocratic families for many generations was indeed extraordinary. She was truly amazing. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long roar. Suddenly, he leaped into the air and flew all the way to the clouds in the snowy sky. The northern wind howled and surged to the maximum at this moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, "Guan Shanhe, take my strongest move, hum 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 sword." Guan Shanhe roared and rushed into the sky with his sword. Watch me. The sound of the wind became more and more shrill. Heavy snow filled the sky. Everyone's vision was blurred. Guan Shanhe rushed into the sky and immediately moved behind Zhuo Xiaoduo. And Zhuo Xiaoduo had a strange object in his hand. It was the earth hair dryer. His finger pressed on the button and he shouted, "Amazing! Watch my sword." At this moment, everyone below was still looking at each other. Many of them were still whispering to each other. What sword did Zhuo Xiaoduo shout just now? Hum hum sword? Did I hear wrongly? That's what I heard too. But how can there be such a powerful move? Are we sure we heard wrongly? The wind is too strong. What did you hear? I'm still analyzing it. It's definitely not hum hum hum. But what is it? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in midair, had already pressed the button of the earth hair dryer. A gust of black gas floated out silently. Along with the howling northern wind, it spread towards the opposite side like mercury flowing through every opening. To ensure that it worked perfectly, Zhuo Xiaoduo activated the earth hair dryer 4 times in a row. Buff, 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 buff. Like 4 gusts of black gas, they blended into the vast snowstorm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The gust of black gas was like a peerless ferocious beast that let out 4 big farts in a row. The northern wind howled. Xiaoduo continued to hover in the air, gathering the gust of black gas around him. He was ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Pu Guanshan was standing at the front of the Baishan city camp. Looking up, he stared at the sky with a vicious expression. His hand was holding on to the last remaining sword, and he was gritting his teeth that the faint black fog was mixed in with the heavy snow. Pu Guanshan, who was at the front, was the first to bear the brunt of it. Pu Guanshan only felt a little itchy. He could not help but frown. But after that he felt even more itchy. Subconsciously he stretched out his hand to scratch it. In the end he actually dug out one of his eyeballs. He only managed to let out half a scream before his jaw was already rotten to the point that it fell to the ground. The northern wind blew. His head was gone. His neck was gone. His shoulders were gone. His chest was gone. In half a breath's time, his entire body was blown into ashes by the biting cold northern wind. The famous Pu Guanshan of the Baishan mountain actually melted just like that. Whoosh whoosh. Behind Pu Guanshan, there were people who kept saying, "So itchy." However, these two words became the last words of this person's life. Yun Piaoliu and the others suddenly felt something strange. They also felt itchy. However, they had luck on their bodies and supreme treasures to protect them. It could be said that they had resisted the attack of the earth hairdryer to the greatest extent. However, when the warriors instinctively turned their heads to look, they saw a tragic scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As far as their eyes could see, all the people of the Baishan city, as well as the flying guards beside them. Flying sky guards. Originally they had all lined up neatly ready to fight. However, they did not know why, but suddenly they all rotted, collapsed and turned into ashes. That's right. They were still alive a moment ago, but suddenly, their faces started to rot. As the biting cold northern wind continued, their heads turned into ashes and disappeared. Then their upper bodies turned into ashes and disappeared. Then their entire bodies disappeared. And then, the snow on the ground was gone. Yun Piaoliu and the others were dumbfounded and terrified. It was as if they were in a nightmare. They saw themselves falling down silently, landing on the ground. Then the ground slowly turned into ashes and disappeared. From beginning to end, it only took a dozen seconds that the four of them were originally standing on the thick snow on the ground. Now they were standing in a deep pit. And this pit was still getting deeper and deeper. After a while, the faces and bodies of the four people started to rot as well. The earth hairdryer was too powerful. Although Yun Piaoliu and the others were protected by supreme treasures and luck, they were only passive defenses. It was already commendable that they could last until now. Ah! Yun Piaoliu screamed. He hurriedly took out his folding fan and fanned himself and the others. Feng Wuhan also hurriedly took out a map and spread it in the wind. With a flash of light, it covered the four of them. Almost endless life energy and luck surged into the four of them, instantly stabilizing their bodies from rotting and disintegrating. At this moment, Zuoxiaoduo suddenly leaped into the air. He waved his sledgehammer, gathered all his strength, gritted his teeth and smashed down hard. 9 deaths and 1 life, 9 deaths without the end. How can you talk about life? I'd like to see how you survive 9 deaths. Poison Busi, I'll smash you to death. Zuoxiaoduo was determined to kill them. He did not even care about the fan and the map. All he wanted was to smash the four of them to death. I don't want that treasure anymore. I just want to smash them to death. Chapter 924. At this moment, a light swooshing sound was heard. A folding fan and a scroll flew towards Zuoxiaoduo with a strong aura. They were fighting Zuoxiaoduo on their own accord. Good treasures. Zuoxiaoduo's body spun rapidly. He used the most powerful Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again, and then used the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer again, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again. Boom, boom, boom. However, the fan and the scroll resisted stubbornly. No matter how hard Zuoxiaoduo attacked, they were still able to hold their ground. They were indestructible and unbreakable. Zuoxiaoduo exerted all of his strength to chase after the 2 treasures, suppressing them until they were on the verge of collapse. Little White was the first to come out from the hammer in his left hand. The white and tender little gourd nodded, and the fan disappeared. The little black gourd and little wine shook gently, and the picture disappeared as well. Bai and Jiao immediately turned their hammers around. What happened just now happened in the blink of an eye. Except for Zuoxiaoduo, no one else saw it. However, it happened so suddenly that even Zuoxiaoduo was stunned for a moment. Damn, I almost broke it. You two came out and stole it. In fact, Zuoxiaoduo was not the only one who felt that. Everyone present felt that. The world seemed to have stopped. That wonderful feeling was real and not fake. High up in the sky, a strange consciousness instantly flew far away that they could not understand. The will of the heavenly axiom wanted to take away the treasure's luck before this kid smashed them. However, the 2 gourds overstepped their authority and took it away first. What should they say? How could something like this happen? It had to be said that the whole world seemed to have stopped for half a second. Then Duo brandished his twin hammers and viciously smashed down on the heads of the 4 young masters whose heads were already half smashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A shadow appeared on each of the 4 young masters. How dare you, kid? The illusory figure appeared, but before it could make a move, before it could even see the figure clearly. I've been waiting for you. Duo turned on the earth hair dryer at lightning speed, and pressed it twice in front of his face with a piu-piu sound that he was afraid that the opponent's cultivation level was too high, so he only sprayed it twice. Therefore, the first earth hair dryer was used up. Duo was afraid that it was not enough, so he secretly used the second one. In order to achieve what he had today, he would not hesitate to use up all the earth hair dryers. However, the reality was that he did not need the second one. Oh, the 4 phantoms looked up and screamed, "Who are you?" Suddenly, a whirlwind. The 4 illusory figures floated in the air and then slowly collapsed. They grabbed Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 and soared into the sky. Just you wait. No one knew the cultivation of the 4 shadows. They were able to resist the earth hair dryer and escape with the others. However, the black smoke from the earth hair dryer was so strong that it could even corrode the shadows. Even Yun Piaoliu and the others, who had treasures to protect them and golden elixirs to protect them, could not escape from the earth hair dryer. By the time they were taken away, they were already rotten beyond recognition. Rotten flesh fell off their bodies, and their bones were sticking out of their heads that even if they could survive, the scars on their bodies would be hard to get rid of. This was not an ordinary poison, but the ultimate poison that was carefully developed by the non-poisonous which to destroy the world. The flood which banned the use of this poison because it was too insidious and vicious. Being sprayed with it. Duo didn't know whether Yun Piaoliu and the others were dead or not. But those 4 divine soul phantoms definitely couldn't recover. No matter whose soul shadow it was, the main body would probably suffer a heavy blow because of this. At this point, the White Mountain City was completely wiped out. There were more than 3,000 enemies and not a single one was left alive. On the opposite side, the snow-white White Mountain Range was turning black, collapsing and turning into powder. Then, it turned into a huge pit. The entire process was still continuing. All the trees and whatnot were all turned into powder in an extremely short period of time, turning into fine dust. Duo suddenly thought of something. He rushed up to look for them, and his heart ached as if it was being stabbed by a knife. Space rings. More than 3,000 people, at least 3,000 space rings, and none of them were left. None of them were left. All of them turned into dust. Duo was heartbroken for a long time, but he had to give up. After a long time, he finally recovered from the heartache. He leaped out of the pit and stood on the snowy ground. He said, "After going through untold hardships and planning layers, we have finally won this decisive battle. We have won. Brothers, teachers, we've won. We've finally won." But for a long time, no one answered. Duo looked over curiously. He saw that all the people in front of him had their eyes and mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. There was also fear, horror, shock, and astonishment. In short, a lot of negative emotions were gathered in one place, staring at him blankly. Looking at the opposite side. Looking at those big pits. Looking at the dust floating in the air. Even Zhou Xiaoyan and Li Chenglong were frightened. They were scared out of their wits. This is too horrible. He just waved his hand. And more than 3,000 people on the opposite side were gone. If it wasn't for Zhou Xiaoduo's fierce smashing, no one would have known that Zhou Xiaoduo was the initiator of all this. They wouldn't have known what Zhou Xiaoduo had done. How did things end up like this? With a poof, Guanshanhe fell from the sky and sprawled on the ground. His face was green and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. His whole body was convulsing and trembling. After a long time he was still weak all over, unable to get up or even stand up. At this moment, the most frightened person was none other than Guanshanhe. Looking at the scene before him, Guanshanhe was so scared that his heart was about to burst. Originally, I should have been standing there too. Luckily, Idat scared me to death. Great Tao Golden Core. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and shouted, "I won." With a whoosh, the Great Tao Golden Core shimmering with golden light fell from the sky and quietly landed in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and took out a small jade bottle, saying, "Do you want to go in yourself or do you want me to send you in?" The great Tao golden core jumped in the air and actually went into the jade bottle by itself with a whoosh. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. This great Tao golden core was actually so magical? It could really understand what people were saying. Since the great Tao golden core recognized it, the fortune-telling was done perfectly without any mistakes. The next moment Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt dizzy. His whole body was so comfortable that even his bones were gone. A large amount of providence points rained down on his head like a storm. Zhou Xiaoduo moaned. It was too comfortable. Don't stop. His face was beaming with joy, and his body was sprawled on the ground like a black-boned snake. The happiness and comfort at this moment were indescribable. This wave of providence points was not as simple as 1 drop per person. It was 2 drops per person. After all, the great Tao golden core recognized it as a bet. If not for Zhou Xiaoduo's shameless act of looking at the face of a tyrant and reading the face of a dead person, this wave of providence would have been even more. However, even so, Zhou Xiaoduo's providence points had suddenly reached a whole new level. A total of 7,000 drops. 7,000 drops. Zhou Xiaoduo felt like he was going crazy. Oh my god. He was too rich. Suddenly he had a strange thought. If I were to read the faces of a few 100,000 people on the battlefield. Oh. Everyone behind him was stunned. We all know that you won. We won. You killed all of them. But you killed all of them and you feel so comfortable? Look at how comfortable you are, as if you were slaughtered by a big health horse. This sound, tsk, is simply unbearable to the ears. Even if they were at the peak of extreme beauty, it could not compare to the expression on this guy's face and the sound of his mouth. It was almost suffocating. Many of the girls blushed. What kind of sound is this little bastard making? After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo woke up from the extreme comfort. He felt his meridians all over his body. Not to mention anything else, just one thing. If the original compression could be compressed to 45 times, then this time, at the very least, it could be compressed to 50 times. This kind of improvement was simply huge and endless. Then he looked at everyone. The battle is over. What kind of expression is that? Zhou Xiaoduo walked back leisurely and said in surprise, "We didn't lose a single soldier and won a complete victory. And even though we didn't get any spoils of war and it's not considered a complete victory, it's still a complete victory over the other party. Shouldn't we be happy? Shouldn't we cheer and celebrate our victory? Why do all of you look worse than if you had lost a battle?" Old Principal Han Wankuei's eyes bulged and his face was pale. All gone? Yes. The other party was completely annihilated? Yes. Really? They're all dead? Melted just like that? Dead. Yes. Oh. How is this possible? The old principal did not know how to speak. The side of White Mountain City was gone just like that. The people of White Mountain City were all dead. It was not until now that they understood the real intention of Zhou Xiaoduo when he decided on the battle yesterday. It turned out that this was the reason. So vicious. This Zhou Xiaoduo, it turned out that he had this idea long ago. What 10 rounds to determine the victor, what all-out battle royale, all the words and actions, all the bets. Were actually all for once and for all to pave the way. All of them aimed to gather all the enemies together and send them off in one wave, clean and neat. Chapter 925. Recalling Zhou Xiaoduo's actions, the old principal couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He used all kinds of words and hints to make the other party not only agree to this plan but also work hard to prepare for it. The other party was afraid that they wouldn't have a chance to take revenge, so they brought out all their people and all their combat power. Little did they know that this was exactly what Zhou Xiaoduo needed them to do and hoped that they would do. Then the scene in front of them appeared. And the most ridiculous thing was that this wasn't done by Zhou Xiaoduo alone, but the other party took the initiative to propose a decisive battle. This way they wouldn't suspect anything. After all, it was the other side who initiated the decisive battle, while the other side passively welcomed the battle. No matter what, even if there was a conspiracy, it should be the other side. But who would have thought that Zhou Xiaoduo would turn the tables on them like this? A large part of the Whitehead Mountain had now turned into a black ravine. Not to mention the people, even the Whitehead Mountain, which had been stained white by the ancient ice and snow, had melted down a few hundred meters in an instant. But was this a tactic that a human could use? Zhou Xiaoduo's gang, Jade Sun High Marshal, and the other unknown third party had also witnessed this scene. The group of 4 in midair was trembling all over. These were 4 top experts. 2 of them were from the Northern Army, and the other 2 were from Dot, but these 4 top experts were all scared out of their wits. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. What the hell, what kind of tactic was this? How could they send us to protect this kind of guy? If it was really about protection, who should be the one protecting who? Fortunately, we were afraid of being discovered and stood high up. Otherwise, if we were hit by that gust of wind, would we still have any? I'm afraid we would have turned into powder and disappeared. It was too dangerous. If we were a little lower, if we were a little farther from the front, wouldn't we be gone? Otherwise, when a person died, it was often said that they were gone. This time, it was a performance that surpassed the textbook. Everyone was shocked. Only Gao Qiao and the others who had seen it once in the trial space were slightly more normal. But their faces were still as white as snow, and they were trembling in fear. This kind of thing wasn't something that one could get used to after seeing it once. The truth was, each time he saw it, he was shocked, and each time he saw it, he was frightened. Dugu Shu and Luo Yanling supported each other and finally felt some strength in their legs. They walked over shakily and said to Han Wankue, "Old principal, it seems that this matter has come to an end. It's over." The old principal's voice trembled. "That's right. It's over." "Over?" Suddenly he was stunned. "It's over." At the side, Mr. Li Wanxing was completely dumbfounded. With his mouth agape, he muttered, "There's nothing left." "Ah." The old principal said kindly, "Speaking of which, we're quite lucky. Teacher Li, what do you young people call this? Lying down to win?" "Yes, it's a lying victory." Teacher Li was on the verge of tears. "I don't want to win without doing anything. I actually wanted to die. Moreover, I want to die even more now." The old principal didn't hear a reply for a long time. Hence, he turned his head and smiled kindly at the dumbfounded Mr. Li Wanxing. "Teacher Li, this matter has come to an end. It's over. We can go back now." When Li Wanxing heard that, he instantly went from being shocked to being in a different state. He directly stiffened. He was just muttering subconsciously just now. He didn't even think about who was the one who answered him. He only had one feeling now. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "I just escaped from a nightmare, and then I encountered a second nightmare. And this second nightmare didn't seem to be so easy to escape from. Maybe it's the entanglement of the latter half of my life. What should I do? Wait online." It was quite urgent. This time it was really quite urgent. Mr. Li Wanxing was almost pissing his pants now, his whole body covered in yellow and white. Looking at the old principal's kind smiling face, Li Wanxing felt more and more anxious in his lower body. His lips were green and his face was white. His whole body was trembling, his eyes were evasive, he nodded and bowed, full of flattery and flattery. "Principal, I'm your most loyal little henchman." I don't deserve that. I'm an old bastard who abuses my power and uses my position for personal gain. I'm simply a scum. How can I have a loyal henchman?" The old principal smiled very kindly. "Wanxing, I've wronged you all these years. I apologize to you. When we go back, I'll think about how to arrange for you, okay? I'll definitely make it up to you and take good care of you." "Principal." Li Wanxing hugged the principal's legs with a thump, snot and tears running down his face. "I didn't do it on purpose. Principal, it's been so many years. I've bled for astral souls. I've risked my life for Yenwu. I've contributed to Jade Sun High Marshal. I even gave you 2 bottles of tea last year. Principal, please be magnanimous and treat me like a fart. Let me go. Spare my life." No need. How can you even say, spare my life? You'll definitely live a long life under me." The old principal had a kind face. "And you, and you, and you, and you, and you. On the way here, you were the ones who confessed. And those 3 who shouted and jumped to kill. Yes, they were all good. I remember them clearly, very clearly." The old principal praised with a voice full of energy. "Good. All of you are good." In the past, I didn't know that our Jade Sun High Marshal had so many talents. When we go back, I'll use the rest of my life to celebrate for all of you." Many more people followed in Li Wanxing's footsteps. Their bodies were stiff, their lips were pale, their legs were trembling, and their lower body was anxious. They would piss their pants at any time, and their bodies were yellow and white. Among them, those who confessed their crimes on the way here and those 3 who went to kill were actually not that bad. But those 3, including Li Wanxing, clearly knew that they were going to die and wanted to vent. This was too pitiful. Using the words as if their parents had died, to describe this kind of depression and despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. There was also a deep sense of regret. Especially the other two, they were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Why were they so cheap at that time? If Li Wanxing wanted to die, then let him go and find it himself. Why did I join in the fun? I didn't confess my crimes on the way here, and I didn't offend anyone. In the end, I just wanted to vent my anger and feel better. In the end, it was a tragedy. Originally, I was the most comfortable. As long as I didn't say those words when I went back this time, how happy would it be to hold a cup of tea and watch those fellows get cleaned up? It was the kind of pleasure that I could drink when I thought about it. But now, it was great. They had become the most miserable among them. Those who were usually very mature and prudent recovered from their shock one by one. Looking at those unlucky fellows, they were all smiling so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. Serves them right. Nothing good happens when people are happy. Don't you know this old saying? They let themselves go too far. That's right. Serves them right. They should be punished. Those fellows are usually not good people. When I go back, I'll ask my wife to prepare some dishes. Everyone bring a few bottles of wine to my house to celebrate and watch them get cleaned up. It's so satisfying, ha. Thanks. I won't go to your house. Your family is vegetarian. Every time I go to your house, I have to bring my own wine. After I go there, I'll eat a table of vegetables that are so vegetarian that my stomach turns green. You're so stingy, and you still have the nerve to say that you're treating us? Where's your shame? That's because we're treating you to wine. You only brought out a few vegetables. And it's the kind that ordinary people eat. There's no spiritual energy in it at all. How dare you say that you're treating us to wine? Am I that kind of person? You are. The group of people said in unison. In the midst of the celebration, the wind suddenly blew in the sky. In an instant, the north wind of the entire Whitehead Mountain turned into the south wind with a boom. Ice Spirit immediately went into the spirit-snatching sword and didn't come out. Was a great master here? The four people in the sky all looked serious and quietly landed. Was an old man in a white robe, white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows suddenly appeared in front of the group as if he was an illusion. As he walked, the south wind in the air became more and more violent and more powerful. It was as if this person's thoughts were mixed with the wind and clouds in the sky, whistling and howling. The person stood in front of the group. His eyes were tired, melancholy, and as if he had seen through everything. He looked at the group of people and said softly, "Who is Zhuoxiaoduo?" Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned. Zhuoxiaonian stepped out and stood in front of Zhuoxiaoduo. She said lightly, "Old man, why are you looking for Zhuoxiaoduo? No matter what you want to talk to him about, I can make the decision." Zhuoxiaonian said calmly, "It's the same if you tell me." Li Chenglong laughed and stood beside Zhuoxiaoduo. "Old man, who are you?" "I'm Zhuoxiaoduo. What can I do for you?" Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, Duguyener Pai Yibao, and the others laughed as if they had discussed it beforehand. What a coincidence. We're all Zhuoxiaoduo too. The white-robed old man's eyes were calm. He said lightly, "I'm not looking for Zhuoxiaoduo to kill him. I just want to ask him something." A few cold laughs came from the sky. "Kill him? What makes you think you can kill him?" Four figures descended from the sky one after another. They stood in front of Zhuoxiaonian and the rest. They crossed their arms in front of their chests and an inexplicable valiant aura shot up to the sky. The white-robed old man looked up tiredly and solemnly said, "I really don't have any evil intentions. I've already guessed that there must be someone watching you. I'm just here to ask, what kind of poison is that?" The green-robed man said, "Yunichen, now that you've seen it, are there any fairies on our side?" The white-robed old man Yunichen sighed and said, "No." The green-robed man said coldly, "How many fairies did you send to deal with esteemed Ling Ren?" Yunichen sighed and didn't say anything. After a while he said, "When I go back I'll definitely discipline them strictly." The green-robed man laughed coldly. "Discipline them strictly? Let me tell you, you're in trouble this time. You're in big trouble." Chapter 926. Your Tao League is in big trouble this time. A total of 8 flying cultivators are secretly targeting the number 1 person on the favor token. Yunichen, is our Star Soul continent still in an alliance with your Tao Alliance continent? His voice was as sharp as a blade. Yunichin, are our Star Soul continent and your Dao Alliance continent still allies? Over the years, many geniuses from your Dao League have appeared. Other than the Umno Alliance targeting your geniuses, have our astral souls attacked your people even once? We allowed your Dao League to produce geniuses and we even helped you protect them. But what did your side do? Why can't you bear to see a genius appear on our side? Tell me, how many times have you made a move? The two of us have been watching everything from above since the very beginning. Do you really think the Dao Alliance can get away with it this time? Yunichin lowered his eyelids, hiding his tired eyes. He said softly, Lord Saberguards, this old man has remembered every single word you said. But as for what happens in the future, it's not up to me nor is it up to you. You can only report the truth. I think that's the only thing you can do. As for what happens, it'll depend on what the higher-ups do. The Saberguard said, I don't want to deal with it either. I'm just curious. What? We're in an alliance, but you've tried to harm our people again and again. Can't you bear to see a martial arts genius appear on the astral souls? Is this how the 7 big shots of the Dao League teach their descendants? Then what's the point of our astral souls being in an alliance with your Dao League? You didn't participate in the war and you acted as if the Umno Alliance didn't exist. You came to assassinate a genius on our side. After failing to assassinate him, you still have the face to ask what kind of poison you used? Where's your face? This Saberguard's words were as sharp as knives, each of his words drawing blood. Yunichin sighed softly. The truth of this matter is clear. Our Yun family will not shirk our responsibility. Besides, I'm not here to deal with the sneak attack on the geniuses. Yunichin said sincerely, everyone, I understand how you feel and I know what you're thinking. No matter what you think, what you do, or how you let the higher-ups suppress the Dao League or anything else. It's all up to the higher-ups. How about it? After all, both of our families are in the wrong in this matter. As for gaining the upper hand in terms of momentum or theory, these are not things that we can do with our status. Yunichin was very calm, even as if he had seen through the ways of the world. He frowned and asked, is that okay? I'm here this time to ask little friends, well, what kind of poison is this? How could he be so domineering? What kind of method can be used to resolve it? The guard laughed out loud and said, you're from the Cloud family of the Dao League, a family with hundreds of thousands of years of history. Can't you tell what kind of poison you've been poisoned with? Yunichin was not angry at all. He lowered his white eyebrows and said indifferently, I can't tell. He looked at Zhuoxiaoduo with indifferent and tired eyes and said, little friend Zhuo, please enlighten me. It turned out that he had already recognized Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo scratched his head and said, you've really stumped me. I really don't know what kind of poison this is. This thing was not originally mine. Yunichin said, then may I ask, who was the original owner of this thing? Zhuoxiaoduo looked troubled. Yunichin frowned and said, little friend Zhuo, please enlighten me. My 4 juniors are in urgent need of treatment. Please understand. This is a task given to me by my family. Zhuoxiaoduo said, I really don't want to say. Yunichin said, the 2 treasures that belong to the juniors are now in the hands of little friend Zhuo. If little friend Zhuo is willing to enlighten us, our 2 families will not ask for those 2 treasures back. The sword guard sneered, what beautiful words. Of course our loot belongs to us. What do you mean by not asking for it back? You want it back? On what basis? How can you be so magnanimous? You're really easy to get along with. Yunichin's temper was very good. He was not angry and only smiled faintly. Looking at Yunichin, Zhuoxiaoduo could not help but have a strange feeling. It was as if this person was tired of everything in the world. It was as if, no matter what it was, he could not care less and not take it to heart. He was completely tired, completely indifferent. Even if he came out to do something, it was as if he was very helpless. You scolded me, hit me, and mocked me. Everything was like smoke and clouds, nothing more than that. Right and wrong, gratitude and resentment. If you don't care about it with me, I won't care about it with you either. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. It was probably this feeling, a subtle feeling that was strange to the extreme. Zhuoxiaoduo could not help but feel strange. How many things had this person experienced? What kind of things could achieve such an indifferent attitude? Was this what it meant to see through the world and not care about anything? This did not seem to be open-mindedness, nor was it otherworldly. Instead, it was a kind of indifference where his heart was like dead ashes. No matter what happened, it would be difficult to cause any ripples in his heart. Yunichin looked at Zhuoxiaoduo and said, Little friend Zhua, may I ask what it takes for you to tell me the origin of this poison? Zhua Xiaoduo scratched his head and said in distress, let me put it this way, elder. The person who planned this or even organized the final battle was not any of us. I just went with the flow, or rather, I was the one who was manipulated. Speaking of the planning of the whole thing, that person has a high status and a noble bloodline. We have to give him face and listen to his commands. And of course, that poisonous thing that can spray poison was given to me by him. After he gave it to me, he went to work on it himself. I didn't understand at first, but later I found out that for some reason, your side proposed a final battle. And this thing is used for final battles. To be honest, it's not very useful in individual battles. As for the subsequent situation, even I was shocked, including everyone on our side. Everyone was shocked by this poison. Fortunately, it was only a one-time thing. If it could be mass-produced and become a conventional weapon, that would be really scary. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of sincerity. He sighed and said, what I said is the truth. The truth. Of course, I already knew that the thing he gave me was highly poisonous. I also knew that it had extraordinary effects. If not, I wouldn't have dared to act rashly. But I really don't know what kind of poison it is. Also, to be honest, today is not the first time I've seen this kind of poison. No, it should be said that I've never even heard of it. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of shock. Look, if you look carefully, even the mountains have been corroded. It's directly turned into ashes. It's really too scary. Yunichen looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with tired and empty eyes and sighed softly. Then, can you let me see this kind of poison again? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Elder, this kind of poison is too dangerous. I only have so much on hand and I used it all in one go. Only the empty shell of the spray was left and I threw it away. That. Yunichen sighed softly. His body floated out smoothly like flowing water. He directly floated to the place where the black hole had become and carefully waved his hand. Some of the powder floated into his hand and he pinched it. Then Yunichen's palm started to turn black. A black line quickly spread along his meridians and ascended. Yunichen did not resist. He allowed the black line to go through his meridian, acupoint, Xiuza, and shoulder well. It suddenly turned and went along the Jade Hall, Tanzhong, Zhonghuan, all the way to his Qi. When the black line was about to reach his Dantian, he suddenly channeled his energy. The poisonous gas immediately reversed its original path and returned to his hand, forming a bulge. He used his fingernail to scratch his skin. A black gas came out and instantly disappeared without a trace. Yunichen's face was slightly pale. He said, what a powerful poison. He raised his head and closed his eyes. He carefully sensed and thought, could it be sky-burning poison? Sky-burning poison? No, not all of them. There are all of them, but there are others. But why would such an extreme poison appear here? It shouldn't be. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but be shocked. This guy's cultivation was unfathomable. This was not strange, but he could actually gather the poisonous gas and even infuse it into his own meridians to test the poison. Although so much time had passed and the poison must have weakened a lot, the level of risk of doing so was still abnormally terrifying. High status. Noble bloodline. Planning the overall situation. Facilitating the final battle. Yunichen frowned and said lightly, since little friend Zhou has something to hide, I won't force you. I'll go back now. The sword guard's voice was as sharp as a blade cutting through the air. Brother Yun, please tell the higher-ups of the Dao League that we don't want this to happen again. Even this time I'll report it to the higher-ups. We'll wait and see how they'll deal with it. Yunichen said lightly, no matter how they deal with it, it's not up to us. I don't care about it either. We're just waiting to be dealt with. In other words, we're waiting to take the blame and be responsible. That's all. He floated up. His white clothes, white robes, white beard, white eyebrows, and white hair instantly disappeared into the wind and snow. A faint chant could be heard in the wind and snow. There are 5 tastes in life: pain, regret, hatred, and regret. Looking at the past with white hair, fate doesn't matter. You've turned into white clouds and I've followed the passing water. Asking 3 lives in front of God, there's no one left in my heart. His voice was indifferent, and ethereal. Gradually it disappeared. After going back and forth, everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of loss in their hearts. Chapter 927. The man in green sighed and said slowly, back then our generation was the #1 genius of the Tao League. Now it doesn't matter anymore? The guard said lightly, if you had his experience you wouldn't care either. Fortunately I didn't. Fortunately. The man in green smiled. Another saber guard sighed and said with sorrow in his heart, that matter was indeed too tragic. Duo heard that there was gossip and couldn't help but prick up his ears. His face was full of curiosity. Duo's thirst for knowledge was especially strong when it came to such matters. His learning ability was excellent and his memory was off the charts. The guard in front glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. He said, it's nothing good. Don't ask. Another person said, don't talk about it, don't talk about it. It's too tragic. Okay, then we won't talk about it. The others nodded. He said to Duo, don't ask. We won't tell you even if you're eavesdropping. Next time, next time. Duo said bitterly, why are you guys so arrogant? When it comes to important matters you stop talking. Tell me. The four of them smiled. One day with a knife in hand, I'll kill all the cliffhangers in the world. Duo said hatefully. Okay, I'll tell you. The man in green smiled. Instantly, the ears of Duo and the rest of the 20-plus people perked up like wolves. They were all focused. The man in green smiled and said, Yuni-chin was originally wandering the Jianghu, hiding his identity. He met a woman and fell in love with her. In the end, because he pretended to be poor, people felt that he had no future. So, the woman went home. Another person continued. Then he went home to prepare for the wedding. Then, at this time, that woman disappeared. A few days later, his father married a mistress. It's that woman. It's said that at the wedding Yuni-chin's hair turned completely white. After that, his father also felt extremely embarrassed and became a laughingstock. That woman was beaten to death by his father on the spot. And from then on, Yuni-chin was unable to recover from the setback. All the way until now. Is this extremely melodramatic and tragic story? Alright, have you satisfied your curiosity? Duo rubbed his nose, feeling upset. Even though I know what happened and how it ended up and it's a little thrilling but you're too careless with what you said. He didn't feel the excitement of listening to a story. You might as well not have said anything. Duo complained. A good story has been ruined by you. The bearded guard then looked at Duo and said, let's not talk about those old vinegars. Let's talk about you guys. What's your plan? Are you going back immediately or? Duo asked respectfully and obediently, may I know who you are, seniors? The man in blue smiled and said, the two of us are tigers and they are sabers. Oh. Duo was still confused but his mouth was full of enthusiasm. I've heard a lot about you and I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to meet you all today. Seniors, why don't you come down and have a chat? The scenery here is great and I have good wine and a lot of Beast King's meat. These little things are not enough to get into your eyes, but it's just a little bit of my appreciation. Ahem. While you're at it, tell that story again. At the very least, add some details. It'll make the story more complete. The four people couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you won't go back immediately. Then, we'll stay but forget about the wine. We can only stay in the dark. If we go out in the open it'll be disadvantageous for you. As for the story. One of the guards smiled faintly, and his face was a little bleak. We old things. Which one of us doesn't have a few baskets of stories? Every one of them is about life and death and every one of them is soul-stirring. But these things are really boring to talk about. You guys, it's better if you don't listen. We hope that you guys can always maintain this kind of curiosity and gossipy heart. Don't be like us talking about other people's tragic past like drinking water, tasteless and tasteless. With a smile, he looked at Duo meaningfully. Then, the four of them floated up and hid themselves in the air, disappearing from sight. Are they protecting us? Duo scratched his head and was a little surprised. Are we so powerful now? Tisk. How immoral. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, can you not be so optimistic? This must have attracted the attention of the higher-ups. That's why they came. Do you think you can have 4 powerful bodyguards at all times? Didn't you see that the 4 of them didn't pay much attention to you? Duo laughed loudly. He thought to himself, they didn't pay much attention to me? I saw that they were quite kind to me. Li Chenglong and the others were immediately relieved. They had listened to the gossip and their curiosity had been satisfied, especially the girls. Just by listening to these few words, They had already imagined a romantic drama about love and sorrow that could be filmed for 60 to 70 episodes. They all laughed and dispersed. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the backs of the people leaving, and her eyes were gentle. She said to Zhuo Xiaoduo through telepathy, "Damn, your brothers are really good to you." Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. They never say what they do, but they never hesitate when it's time to do it. When Yunichen came just now, everyone rushed up together. At that time the four of them didn't show up to protect you. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, but after it was done it dispersed naturally. Everything was so natural. The fact that it rushed up together might not mean anything, but the fact that it dispersed naturally is very precious. You don't have to say that. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. You don't have to say that either. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted and said, damn, you have to cherish it when it's time to do so. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. Don't worry. His expression was a little serious and his eyes were a little deep at this moment. But then he relaxed again. Some things didn't need to be said. Old Principal, what are your plans next? Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others greeted Old Principal Han Wankue and the others. Since the matter here has come to an end, we naturally have to return to Gaowu as soon as possible. The old principal said kindly, there are still so many students waiting for us over there. On the side, a dozen people looked hopeless. We don't want to go back. When we came here, we only wanted to fight to the death here. Now, we want to fight to the death here even more urgently. Only grandsons would want to go back. Well, old principal, then. I wish you a safe journey. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. If you have time, go to Hidden Dragon High School more often. Cough cough, it's just that our Principal Yi is a little serious. Our teachers basically don't dare to speak in front of him. The atmosphere is not as lively as here. I really envy your relaxed atmosphere. When they heard this, the dozen or so teachers almost couldn't hold back their anger and rushed up to beat this kid up. We are already so miserable and this little bitch is still adding fuel to the fire. The old principal's knife-sharp eyes swept across everyone's faces. He turned back and said with a smile, the reputation of Hidden Dragon High School is well known in Astral Souls. If you have time in the future, you must go to Hidden Dragon High School to learn. Compared to Principal Yi, I'm not qualified to be a principal. The old principal sighed. Li Chenglong came up. He didn't use telepathy but lowered his voice and said, Old principal, I have one more thing to ask. Speak. Ours usually fights with fists and swords. We don't easily reveal our trump cards. Before this no one knew, including us. Li Chenglong said, this is the life-saving trump card of our brothers. Old Principal Han Wankue suddenly understood. The teachers who were eavesdropping at the side also had a look of realization. Don't worry. Han Wankue said solemnly, we will definitely keep Zhuo's matter strictly confidential. If even half a word of this leaks out from Jade Sun High School, I, Han Wankue, will lead all the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School to commit suicide as an apology. You're exaggerating. Li Chenglong was a little embarrassed. We just need to keep it a secret for a year and a half. Don't worry. The old principal's voice was as loud as a bell. We'll definitely do it. Then he frowned and said, the four from the Dao League are not dead yet. Li Chenglong smiled. Those four, even if they are not dead, they are crippled. The credibility of their words is still unknown. Besides, we have ways to cover it up. Good. The old principal laughed suddenly. This was the first time that Li Chenglong and the others saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's trump card, but the brothers tacitly did not say anything. They also did not show any surprise. They suppressed their shock and curiosity. This matter could not be exposed. Then we'll leave now. Han Wankue turned around, his face already dark. He shouted, take those two scum and leave. These two teachers who betrayed Jade Sun High School and colluded with Puguan Mountain Baishan City were not immediately executed. After all, there were still many follow-up matters that needed to be explained to the officials. The three teachers who went to exterminate Jade Sun High School still needed the testimony of these three people to clear their names. Thus, the three of them in Jade Sun High School could be cleared. Otherwise, it would not be good to give the impression that the teachers of Jade Sun High School treated human lives like grass. After all, this was a place that taught and educated people. The reputation was still very important. Regarding this point, the old principal had already considered it clearly. The old principal took the lead and left. Li Wanxing and the others' faces were dark. They had nothing to live for. Their footsteps weighed 1,000 pounds as they left. Many people who passed by Li Wanxing would fiercely slap the back of their heads. This guy was so deceitful. For a moment, the sound of slapping could be heard. Li Wanxing followed with a heart like dead ashes. He did not resist. Duguyushu and Luo Yenling stayed behind. They looked at their daughter reluctantly. You too. Let's go directly to Blackwater from here. We don't want to give up halfway on our original training plan. This time there's no need to let the teachers follow us. Chapter 928. Yu Moyan hesitated and said, "We will have to say goodbye to Zhuo later. When we get back we will report to the two elders." Umo Yen originally wanted to say report to teacher, but now that the engagement was set and the matter was settled, all he had to do was to wait until he got married. If he were to call him teacher again, it wouldn't be appropriate. Then Luo Yenling was about to say something when Duguyushu pulled her away. Our children and grandchildren have their own lives. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Let's go. There's a good show ahead. It'll be a shame if we miss it. Okay. Let's go quickly. We have a video recorder at home. The recording on the phone won't be clear. Let's work harder. Zhuo shouted from behind. Uncle Dugu, send me a copy when you're done. I can't keep this to myself. Li Chenglong and the rest shouted as well. You must record it clearly, Uncle Dugu. Ah. Okay. The couple then disappeared without a trace. At the scene, only Zhuo and his group of 13 people were left. Yu Moyan and Duguyen turned around. Zhuo brothers were leaving too. Li Chenglong laughed. Get out of here if you want to leave. Do you want us to send you off? Everyone laughed and said in unison, get out. Don't flaunt your love in front of us. We're sick of it. Ha ha ha. Yu Moyan laughed heartily and took Duguyen's hand. Let's go. The two of them flew into the sky and disappeared in the snow. The brothers had traveled thousands of miles from different places. When they saw the news, they did not need to wait for Zhuo's call. They immediately dropped everything and rushed over. However, Yu Moyan and Duguyen did not say a single word of thanks. Zhuo, I'm leaving too. Li Zhongming smiled. Zhuo said, you're leaving too? Alright, Yu Yen'er is going back too. You can send her back on the way. Yu Yen'er's face was flushed red. She stomped her feet, causing the snow on the ground to splatter everywhere. She said angrily, I can go back by myself. No, you can't go back by yourself. I won't be at ease. Li Zhongming laughed strangely. The others laughed together. Li Zhongming laughed and left with Yu Yen. Zhuo said from afar, Changming, follow your original plan and do whatever you want. Got it. Li Zhongming's voice came from far away in the wind and snow. This guy, in such a short period of time, he had actually walked several miles away. Then Pai Yibao said, Zhuo, I'm leaving too. You. Li Chenglong asked in surprise, where are you going? Pai Yibao scratched his head and said, I don't know where I'm going, but I have a feeling that I need to do something. But I can't tell what it is. I wanted to discuss it with you, but I feel that there's no need to. Zhuo laughed and said, Go. Just follow your heart, don't worry about us. However, when you encounter something that you can't decide on, you must stop and think about it carefully. What do you want to do, then make a decision. Pai Yibao said, Boss, why do I feel that you're implying something? Do you see anything? Yes, there are some things that you need to do on your own. Zhuo patted Pai Yibao's shoulder and said, I understand what you're feeling. It's like a kind of guidance. You just have to follow this guidance, follow your heart, and you'll see the road ahead. Okay. Pai Yibao nodded and did not say anything else. He bid farewell to the others and disappeared into the wind and snow. On the other side, Xiang Chong scratched his head and said, Recently I've been feeling uneasy. Zhuo, can you help me take a look? Zhuo sighed. You're feeling uneasy? It's right that you're feeling uneasy. Last time I told you not to let Zhan Xuejuan go to the battlefield. Told her about this, right? Zhuo asked. Yes, I told her. Not only did I tell her, but I also told her family. I told them very seriously, Xiang Chong said. Okay. Zhuo looked at Li Chenglong and frowned. He said, Swollen you Lil Bing and Xiang Chong. Go back together. If anything happens, remember to take care of them. Li Chenglong understood. What's going to happen? Zhuo said, act according to the circumstances. There's still a chance. But you need to plan carefully for Xiang Chong. Li Chenglong frowned and thought for a while. He said, okay then. Let's go immediately. Zhuo Duo secretly transmitted his voice to him. Your biggest task is to watch Xiang Chong. If there's an accident, try your best to hold on and wait for help. But still, your safety is the highest priority. Don't put yourself in danger. If anything happens, stay calm first. After we're done here, we'll go back to you immediately. The danger level lingering around Xiang Chong was vague and continuous. If one looked closely, the danger level might be higher than Yu Moyan and his wife. Zhuo Duo felt that he had to be prepared, but he also warned Li Chenglong not to put himself in danger if things went south. It was good that he was thinking for his brother, but if one brother put another brother in danger, not only would the loss outweigh the gain, but it would also be a great sin. The most meaningless apology in the world was, I didn't expect it, I didn't want it to be like this, I did it for their good. Li Chenglong didn't change his expression. He waved his hand and said, then we'll leave too. Gao Qiaoer said, why don't I go with Swollen and Swollen this time? Zhuo Duo stared at her and said, why are you joining in the fun? This battle has already shown that our foundation is still not enough. We need to improve it as soon as possible. Especially you, it's especially important to make up for it. Later you go with Long Yuxing and the others. Gao Qiaoer smiled sweetly and said, I'm just afraid to disturb the two of them. I don't want to be a third wheel. Zhuo Duo looked at the blushing Zhuo Xiaoyan and said sadly, over there Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu are two super big light bulbs. There's no time for two people. Long Yuxing said helplessly, Zhuo, when you want to do something you only need to cough gently. And we'll naturally move. It's not a problem for us to disappear immediately. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face changed instantly and he said angrily, do you two have any other ideas besides finding a chance to spend time with each other? Can't you consider the feelings of a single dog? A single dog is all alone. Don't you feel guilty when you talk? Can't you live with your conscience? On the other side, Gao Qiaoer, who was now officially promoted to a single dog, felt that she had been hurt by billions of points. Zhuo's despicable nature was getting more and more unscrupulous and crazy now. Sister-in-law, you don't even care about it. Gao Qiaoer looked helpless. You just let himself go like this? She wanted to say, let him be like this, but she didn't have the nerve to say it. Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her beautiful round eyes and was puzzled. Why should I care? What he said is wrong? Gao Qiaoer was stunned on the spot. This time she wasn't pretending. She was really stunned. She never expected that Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was as cold as a fairy, as cold as the moon, as graceful as a dream, and as pure as a lotus, would say such a thing. No matter how she looked at it, she didn't look like someone who would say such a thing. She choked on her breath and took a long time to calm down. After a while, she smiled bitterly in her heart. No wonder the old saying was right. If you weren't a family, you wouldn't enter the same house. This really made sense. Now there were only 5 people left. Zhuo Duo, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiaoer. Of course, the 4 people who were originally secretly protecting them in the sky didn't know if they had left now. Let's have a meeting now. Zhuo Duo acted like a leader. He purposely pretended to have a big belly and puffed out his chest, pacing with his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, someone's figure was really tall and there was no extra fat on his belly. No matter how hard he tried, it couldn't show that he had a belly. Tell me, why didn't you guys plan to leave when everyone proposed to leave? Including you. Zhuo Duo looked at Gao Qiaoer. In the end, you proposed to leave with Li Chenglong, but it was full of hesitation. What? Gao Qiaoer and Long Yuxing laughed together. Boss, you saw through it. You have sharp eyes. Damn, I don't need you to flatter me. You didn't say it when there were so many people just now. Who are you going to say it to now? Zhuo Duo said mischievously but puffed out his chest a bit more. Gao Qiaoer also smiled bitterly. More or less, I don't want to leave. Why don't you want to leave specifically? Zhuo Duo asked with a meaningful smile. Gao Qiaoer's way of life was very different from others. She always made a plan before taking action. Before taking a step, she would at least consider 3 steps or even more. This incident had come to an end. If there wasn't a certain reason, she should return to her own pace as soon as possible and strengthen her own foundation. After all, in Zhuo Duo's small group, her cultivation strength was the weakest. Gao Qiaoer's eyes showed a rare confusion. She murmured, I don't know. I just feel that it would be a pity or even a regret to leave now. But I can't tell you what it is for. Zhuo Duo guided her patiently. Then what direction do you think you would go if you stayed? Would it be a pity or a regret? Gao Qiaoer said, the west. She stretched out her hand and pointed, looking very confident. The direction you want to go is the west? Zhuo Duo asked. Yes. Gao Qiao bit her red lips, and her tone became more and more confident. Yes. Zhuo Duo turned his head and asked Long Yuxing, "What about you?" Long Yuxing frowned and said thoughtfully, "Since I came here, I have an inexplicable feeling that is constantly invading and surging." What kind of feeling? It's hard to say. It seems that there is something in this place that has been attracting me. There is a voice calling me. This feeling seems to be in a trance, but it is also very real. Chapter 929. Long Yuxing said, "Boss, you know that I rarely dream, but in the 2 nights I've been here, as long as I rest for a bit, I'll fall asleep. I'll dream of a green dragon staring at me. At the same time, I would dream of a strange place. The direction, location, environment, and characteristics are all very obvious. Also, do you remember the last time we sneaked into Baishan City, we were attacked by a Skysor realm expert? At that time, although the other party only attacked once, his killing intent had already locked onto the 2 of us. At that time, I only had one thought in my mind, and that was to protect Xiu, or even if I had to die." Long Yuxing took a deep breath and said with a heavy expression. Wan Lixio's eyes were filled with tenderness as she gently hugged Long Yuxing's arm. "Stop, are you trying to show off your love to me? Are you pretending to be a saint?" Zhuo Duo was a little angry. They were clearly talking about serious matters, so how did the conversation turn into a saint of love who risked his life to protect his lover? "I can't believe someone dares to be so arrogant in front of me, especially in front of me and Sister Nian, pretending to be a Casanova. How am I supposed to act like this in the future? Boss, can you take a break? Can you let me finish? I'm being serious here. Initially, we were locked down by that Skysor realm expert and we couldn't move at all. I gave it my all, and I was on the verge of self-detonating in order to move to Xiuer's side. However, that Skysor realm expert's killing intent far exceeded the limits of what we could handle. At that time, I was thinking that it would be great if only I died so that Xiuer could survive. But at the very last moment of the attack, a surge of energy that seemed to belong to me, or perhaps it was the same as my own energy attribute, but much purer than mine, suddenly appeared. Then, the 2 of us were sent flying and we sustained heavy injuries. But to be honest, the situation was much better than the best I could have imagined. Much better." Long Yuxing said in distress. "After that, I checked again and again, but I couldn't find the source of that power at all. However, the strange power that I sensed earlier seemed to have become clearer. I discussed it with Xiuer and wanted to ask you to help us, but we've been busy for the past few days. We'll talk about it after we're done." Zhuo Duo pondered and asked, "Which direction did you sense it from?" "The west." Long Yuxing also pointed to the west. "It's also in the west." Zhuo Duo's smile became more meaningful. Then he looked at Wan Lixio with a smile. Wan Lixio thought for a moment before she realized what he meant, and her pretty face immediately darkened. "Gao Qiao and Long Yuxing are from the west. The 2 of you are quite telepathic." Zhuo Duo chuckled and asked, "Xiuer, do you feel anything?" Wan Lixio's face turned even darker. "No." "Really?" "No. Not at all." "No." "You really can't sense the west?" "No." With each question, Wan Lixio's face turned uglier. Gao Qiao kept smiling bitterly. Long Yuxing wailed, "Boss, my dear boss. Can you rest for a while and talk less? We all have wives. Why should a man frame another man? I'm not pretending to be a Casanova. I'm just telling you my true feelings. I've already told Xiuer about this." Zhuo Duo looked at him in surprise. "Long Yuxing, do you know what you're acting like now? You're guilty. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts in the middle of the night. What are you guilty of?" Wan Lixio turned to look at Long Yuxing with a murderous look. "Zhuo is right. What are you guilty of?" Long Yuxing looked up helplessly. "Boss. Sister-in-law, help me. Tsk tisk. Zhuo Duo lectured Wan Lixio. "Xiuer, aren't you usually too strict with Long Yuxing? Why are you calling for help? It shouldn't be like this." "Are you pretending?" Wan Lixio said to Long Yuxing angrily. "Boss is right. Why are you pretending to be pitiful?" Long Yuxing suddenly had an impulse to beat his chest and stamp his feet. "This is really An unexpected disaster. Zhu's mouth is really fucking cheap. Zhu Xiaoduo didn't delay any longer, since you two have a spirit in your hearts. Well, you both feel that you're going west, then let's follow your feelings? Zhu Xiaoduo chuckled. This is called following your feelings. As he said, he operated the qi in his dantian and sang with deep emotion, follow your feelings. Hold the hand of your dream. Love will keep me in any place. Oh. Long Yuxing's face was full of despair. The feeling of going to the execution ground grew spontaneously. Go all the way west and don't look back. Zhu Xiaoduo led the way as if he didn't know what was happening behind him. Zhu Xiaoyan and Gao Qiao quickly followed. Behind them, Wan Lixio pursed her lips and snickered while pinching Long Yuxing's arms, ribs, and waist. Long Yuxing bared his teeth and had a fawning look on his face. I didn't do anything. Why do I look like I've made a big mistake? I'm not pretending to be a Casanova. The five of them disappeared in the wind and snow. Angry voices came from the sky. So cheap. Little bastard. I really want to beat him up. He's so cheap. But what are they doing in the west? Should we follow them and have a look? The four of them quickly followed, all very curious. Not to mention anything else, just the feeling they were talking about was enough to attract them. What on earth could give these little guys such a feeling? In the wind and snow. Zhu Xiaoyan asked Zhu Xiaoduo through sound transmission. What kind of feeling are you talking about? Zhu Xiaoduo smiled slightly and said, in fact, this kind of feeling seems very strange, but it's actually worthless. Because people have this kind of feeling. It's not a gift at all. Take Long Yuxing as an example. In fact, the truth has been made clear. It's his family's divine skill that has a reaction. The so-called power 100 times purer is nothing more than the green dragon Yuan Qi. His body is compatible with the green dragon bloodline, so of course the feeling will be stronger than others. But it's just a little stronger. It's just a little more fate than others. Zhu Xiaoduo laughed. Zhu Xiaoyan was still confused. She didn't quite understand. Well, she didn't understand most of it. Zhu Xiaoduo said through sound transmission. In fact, we often have this kind of feeling. When we arrive at a strange place, sometimes there will be a very strange feeling, as if this place. I've been here before. But in fact, I've never been to this place before. Zhu Xiaoyan nodded. I've had this kind of feeling before. Also, when you arrive at a place, you suddenly have a feeling of nostalgia and don't want to leave, as if you've left something here. You've probably had this kind of feeling before, right? Yes, I have. Some places give people a kind of oppressive aura which makes people feel heavy when they're originally very relaxed. There are also some places, as soon as you walk past, you unconsciously have a creepy feeling. Everyone has this kind of feeling. The creepy place may not actually be dangerous. It's just that people's life aura has a reaction to a certain kind of aura in the surrounding natural environment, or should I say, it echoes. Of course, there's a high probability that this kind of feeling is real, but most people just brush past the opportunity. Gao Qiao and Long Yuxing belong to the category of people who have a real sense of aura. If they were ordinary people, most of them would just leave with this kind of feeling. Some warriors who have a more sensitive sense will look in this direction, but most of them will end up empty-handed because it's impossible for them to find anything. They'll just treat this feeling as an illusion. This time they felt the same way. If I'm not here, Long Yuxing may be able to find his opportunity, but Gao Qiao will probably end up empty-handed. But now that I'm here, Zhu Xiaoyan said, with you here, you'll definitely be able to find it? Of course. Zhu Xiaoduo said, otherwise why would I keep them here alone? The aura that suits Yu Moyan and Du Guyener isn't here. So I let them go. It's the same with Li Zhangming. And Pai Yibao, it's the same situation. People are different. And only Long Yuxing and Gao Qiao are suitable for this kind of aura. Zhu Xiaoduo smiled. Why do some things about warriors make ordinary people feel that it's inconceivable? Some of their abilities are even regarded as immortals. Actually, this is the difference. Because they don't understand. Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled. Wow, puppy, you're so awesome. Now that you've said it, I understand everything. She nodded her little head and walked briskly step by step. She said, in the future when I have this kind of feeling, I'll also stop and take a look. Zhu Xiaoduo said proudly, you don't need to. Because when you have this feeling, you'll definitely get it. Because your luck is 1,000,000 times better than ordinary people. Zhu Xiaoyan wrinkled her nose and snorted. It's all because of you. Zhu Xiaoduo was proud of himself. He put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly 3 times. Then he asked Zhu Xiaoyan, do you feel anything now? I feel like you're a silly dog after laughing 3 times. Zhou Xiaoyan's words almost made Zhou Xiaoduo shut himself up. I mean, do you feel anything else? What kind of feeling will you get? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Now that you mention it, there's something else. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something. She said, actually, when I first came here, I had a feeling that I'll definitely get something. You have this feeling too? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled mysteriously. He looked like he was prepared for a surprise. Stupid dog. Chapter 930. Zhou Xiaoyan almost laughed out loud. She said, have you forgotten, Xiaoduo? He told me a long time ago that there is an ancient mysterious ice under the white-haired mountain that was transformed by the ice soul. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that he had been hit hard. He had prepared a surprise, but the ice soul had already sensed it. She even knew what the target was. This is the reality. I have long planned to stay here and look for the hidden place of the mysterious ice after this is over. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes were curved. Her face was full of, you are such a silly brother, and there was a hint of affection in her eyes. She couldn't help but want to pinch Zhou Xiaoduo's nose. Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more listless. He pouted and walked forward. He secretly transmitted his voice. This time, my young heart has been hurt billions of times. If no one kisses, hugs, lifts me up high and takes off my clothes to sleep, it will never be able to make up for it. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. She raised her head and walked forward with her mouth pouted. Her footsteps were light. At this moment she really looked like a carefree girl. Her heart was full of happiness, youthful vitality, and longing for the future. She didn't feel cold at all. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu behind her felt better. However, Gao Qiaoer, who had just been identified as a single dog, only felt that a handful of dog food was falling from the sky. She was stuffed, but still kept pouring it down. The cold dog food was slapped on my face and stuffed into my stomach. I didn't have time to react or avoid it. I just felt that you guys were having a good time with each other. I'm single. Did I offend a lot of people? What kind of helplessness is it to not be able to find a partner? I also want someone to hold me in his arms and slap our dog food on other people's faces. The 5 of them moved forward. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's intentional or unintentional guidance, Long Yuxing smoothly found a deep cliff. It's here, it's this feeling. Long Yuxing said excitedly, almost jumping up. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo doubtfully, hinting that it was not very accurate. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said calmly, have you found the place? Found it. Then you'll have to look for it properly. Once you've determined the correct location, we'll consider it a success. You and Gao Qiaoer can search together. You two have telepathy, so you might be able to find it faster. Wanli Xiu rolled her eyes at Zhou Xiaoduo before rolling her eyes at Long Yuxing. Gao Qiaoer giggled and said, Zhou, I'm really surprised that you've lived to such an old age. I'm really surprised and suspicious. What's even stranger is, when you were studying in Phoenix City, how come you weren't beaten to death by your classmates? Long Yuxing said sullenly, who doesn't want to beat him to death? Who doesn't want to be a dog? It's because he can't beat him. If there was someone who could beat him, he wouldn't have become like this now. Alas. Zhou Xiaoduo squinted and said, Long Yuxing, you're really arrogant now. How dare you say such things? If there's a plate of pickled vegetables, you wouldn't be drunk like this, right? Long Yuxing hurriedly pulled Wanli Xiu to look for the place he was fascinated by. Gao Qiaoer giggled and turned to the other side to look for it. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled as he watched them walk away. He used his spirit chi to create a tea table in the snow. Then he pulled out a 2-seater sofa from his spatial ring. He pulled Zhou Xiaoyan to sit down and made a pot of tea. Let's drink tea while waiting for them to come back. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with contentment. Now this has become a good place to fall in love. Look carefully, the snow is falling, the heaven and earth have merged into one, it's like a dream. We are here, leaning against each other, standing at the peak, admiring the misty scenery. Our hearts are especially open and happy. This is the atmosphere of falling in love. Zhou Xiaoyan was a little worried and asked, can they find it? It'll be a miracle if they can find it. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Then they heard a rumbling sound in the distance. The 3 people couldn't find the place and had started to destroy it. They broke the mountain and cracked the stone, flattened the road and dug 3 feet into the ground. But when they started, the commotion that followed grew louder and louder, and it shook the surrounding area to the point it rumbled and trembled. Duo looked at the avalanche above his head and said, "Fuck. These bastards are ruining the atmosphere. Let's go to the Tower of Annihilation and continue." Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyan hugged him and said softly, "No, it's not bad to be buried in the snow." As she said, her shy eyes flashed and her petal-like lips blocked Duo's mouth. Duo instantly felt that his soul was floating and he was indescribably sweet and happy. For a moment, he forgot where he was and didn't know where he was. Then, the avalanche continued to roll down, burying the two of them deep under the ground. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu searched and destroyed along the way. They found a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that only grew in extremely cold places and were hidden in the belly of the mountain. But this harvest and the so-called feeling were two completely different things. In other words, they hadn't found the target of this trip. As they destroyed, the feeling became fainter and fainter. As they continued to destroy, they went further and further. After encountering several waves of star beasts and demonic beasts and fighting with them, they didn't feel anything. As they lost the feeling of the target, Long Yuxing felt more and more irritable. Wanli Xiu was puzzled. Did we go in the wrong direction? It can't be wrong. Then why not? Let's look again. After a long time, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and Gao Qiao returned to the place where they separated at the beginning. They were all dumbfounded. Here, after the avalanche, even the gully was filled up. Where was Zhua? After the three of them dug for a long time, they finally found the two of them. Well, to be more precise, they dug out the place where the two of them were. At the bottom of the excavation, there was a house made of snow. Duo and Xiaoyan were sitting on a sofa and drinking tea leisurely. The fragrance of tea was still lingering in the air. It was very tempting for the three of them who were sweating all over. Duo was still as sanctimonious and well-dressed as usual. Xiaoyan's appearance was slightly different from usual. She was more or less embarrassed and blushed a little. Even her eyes were a little evasive. "So, you really know how to enjoy life." Long Yuxing was amazed. "We disrespected the avalanche. This was originally an accident, but you actually used our avalanche to build a house and drink tea. This kind of ability to use things casually was not small." Gao Qiao, and Wanli Xiu were girls. Naturally, they were more attentive. The moment they looked at Duo, they only felt that he was a little too serious and sat too upright. Then they looked at Xiaoyan's bashfulness and shyness. The sofa towel on the two-seater sofa seemed a little messy. There were a lot of wrinkles. Cough, cough. Therefore, the two girls' faces turned red. They coughed and forcibly changed the topic, saying, "We didn't find it." Duo was sanctimonious and said, "In other words, you still need me to do it?" He gave Xiaoyan a smug look, which meant, "See, you can't do it without me, right?" Xiaoyan replied with a dog's hit, and rolled her eyes. She was still worried and pulled down the lapel of her clothes. Why did she feel that the clothes were not the same as when she was wearing them before? Everything was not right. Cough, cough. Gao Qiao, pretended to be indifferent and coughed twice. She asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, did the buttons inside the clothes not have time to be fastened?" Wanli Xiu said understandingly, "It can't be helped. It's our fault for coming in too quickly. Sorry." Duo looked down on her face every day. Now that she finally had a chance to take revenge, she did not care whether it was ruthless or not. The two girls who were able to hit him while he was down felt inexplicably comfortable and very happy. "Of course, we are not as thick-skinned as you, but we can bully your wife. Haha. They finally found the breakthrough point. Little Nian's sister-in-law, who was stronger than Zhua, should be the strongest component of Zhua's team. However, in the current situation, she had become the weakest from the strongest to the weakest. She had become a huge loophole that could be easily broken. Xiaoyan's pretty face suddenly turned red. She was so embarrassed that she did not know where to put her hands and feet. She lowered her head and murmured, "No. No. Not that." Duo laughed and stood up. He took Xiaoyan into his arms and said casually, "The two of us are working. What are you talking about? Let's go and find the treasures. Do you still want the treasures?" After that, he held Xiaoyan and strode out with his head held high. Xiaoyan lowered her head and nestled in his arms obediently. She quickly followed them out, seemingly walking faster than Duo. Obviously, she wanted to quickly get over with what had just happened. Haha. Soft laughter came from behind. Suddenly the air was filled with joy. When everyone got out of the igloo, they could not help but take a deep breath when they came into contact with the cold and fresh air outside. Then Zhuxiaoduo waved his hand and laughed. Follow me. Watch how I find the treasures in the first move. There will never be a second time. Bullshit. Long Yuxing did not believe him. Bullshit? Do you want to make a bet? Zhuxiaoduo wanted to set a trap for them again. No. Long Yuxing simply refused. How many times have I been fooled like this? Why should I bet? If I bet again, I will work for you for the rest of my life. Don't you know that I am now in the stage of saving money for my wife? But then he remembered the IOU in Zhuxiaoduo's hand. The interest was many times faster than a donkey rolling on the ground. Long Yuxing could not help but smile bitterly. Damn it, even if I don't bet, I will work for you for the rest of my life. Bet with him. Gao Qiao urged as they walked. You can't die without me. Why don't you bet? Long Yuxing was unhappy. I don't have anything to bet. Gao Qiao said. You can look for it. Maybe there is. Even if there is, I won't bet. Long Yuxing was depressed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.